with the Intellion. She's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for
Reagan.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Riding through another turn. And the Paladin is going to join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Mindfield wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A Bastion, it rumbles onto the field and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands
Welcome back, Pokemon fans, to City Beautiful, Orlando, Florida, for the Pokemon Regional Championships, where things are definitely heating up. And I'm not talking about the weather. My name is Juancho Saldana, and it's been a very interesting past couple of days for sure. But yeah, I'm joined in the booth by Chip Ritchie and Pablo Meza. How are we feeling about the weekend?
Really hyped for today, so I'm sure we're going to see some exciting matches in this post-rotation format. Every game has been super close. I'm really looking forward to seeing what's next.
Yeah, it's been an incredible tournament thus far, largest regionals of all time, and we've seen tons of top names that we're super familiar with. Reagan Retzlaff just took a win over Joshua Frink in this previous round, setting in a really nice record, but there's also a ton of new, unfamiliar names, players trying to pave a way, make a name for themselves. A super exciting time in the Pokemon TCG.
I have to agree. I mean, you got it right. It's the biggest regional of all time. And yeah, I'm seeing a lot of familiar names. But again, this isn't the only regional we have in the season. Well, there's only a couple bit more. Again, a bunch to fade out, but we still have Indianapolis, Los Angeles, of course, and then followed by New Orleans for NAIC, and then Honolulu, Hawaii. What are you guys excited for?
I'm very excited for New Orleans. It's a brand new city. I don't think there's ever been a tournament there, so I'm really looking forward to the food there as well.
Absolutely, yeah, New Orleans is something I'm excited for as well, but all roads lead to Honolulu, Hawaii, the World Championships, the biggest event of the year. It is sure to be a spectacle. I wonder if at Worlds they're going to make us look at this graphic with all the other tournaments grayed out, you know? We'll see what happens, though. Honolulu, Hawaii coming up in August.
Of course, and you know, all our players are going to these tournaments to earn those championship points for Honolulu, Hawaii. Let's go ahead and take a look at the breakdown. Again, these numbers seem like a lot, but we already have so many players already with their World's invite.
Yeah, so many players already with their invite, so close, probably a lot of them closing their invite this weekend, I'm sure. And then with a big point extra from NAIC, I'm sure we're going to have a big Worlds this year.
Yeah, I mean, we focus mostly on our top cut, our eventual winner, but there's so much more happening at this event than that. You know, even players locking up top 64, top 32 placements are going to be earning enough points to get themselves their World's invite. It's a super exciting time for those players.
No, I have to agree. Now I'm just going to go ahead and pull it back now to the biggest regional of all time so far. And man, what a day one it's been. Let me know, what are the most interesting things you guys have seen on the floor?
I mean, I've been seeing a lot of Qianbao out there, and I'm a big Qianbao fan. I haven't seen too much Dialga, so fortunately, maybe my prediction not going to work out this time around.
There's definitely plenty of Charizard, and I think that's to no one's surprise. It was the most popular deck in day one, remains the most popular deck here in day two. And not only is it popular, it is being played by some of the best players in the world.
No, I have to agree. And I don't know, I haven't been able to walk the floor too much just yet, but have you guys seen any Lugia V-Stars by any chance, Pablo?
Not too many, Juancho. Not too many
there
out there.
are only two that can still mathematically make top cut, and I think they both have to win out. So maybe one of them can fly high enough to get into top 8.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
There is 2 chances.
That's 2 more than Diaga, I think.
When someone says mathematically possible, you know it's so unlikely that they have to
Whoa,
resort to that.
whoa. I mean, there's only 3 Swiss rounds left, 3-0. That's, basically like a league challenge win, right?
True.
Well, we'll have to see, Pablo. I'll talk to you again after the tournament. Let's go ahead and take a look at some recaps, actually, some highlights from day 1. I know there's a couple of them. They're very, very interesting. Again, this was Lucas Singh against Diego Casaraga, world champion. Very interesting decks.
Yeah, we saw a very cool back and forth between both decks. Very high stakes, high pressure match. Both players being able to apply a lot of pressure since the very beginning. And especially Diego's deck with that high damage amp you very much can really put the threat on everything that Lucas had on the board.
Yeah, I think Diego made great use of the Miraidon in that early turns of game number 1. It did eventually come to victory. Favorable prize trading is usually a good path to coming away with the win. A little more back and forth here in game number 2, but Lucas was ultimately able to come out on top in this game. It is always a treat to get to watch a world champion play, but Lucas was not afraid of the stakes, not afraid of the moment, able to find a win in game number 2.
No, that's for sure. That's for sure. I think I definitely felt the world champion difference here. I'm honestly not too sure.
Speaking of the world champion difference.
Yeah, that unfortunate situation for Lucas. Only one basic Pokemon against a deck that excels at attacking on turn 1, boosting the damage with those Iron Crowns and needing just 1 energy to close out this game on the first turn. 1
card drawn off the Mew EX restart. Only needed 1 energy, and he found just that to get the 1-hit knockout on Lucas's poor little Frigivax.
No, it definitely doesn't feel good when you're kind of hoping my opponent doesn't draw his 1 of 13 cards in the deck or whatnot.
You're in a tough spot for sure.
Hey, but there was hope, right? If it's only 1 Mew, 1 draw, there's still a chance.
Mathematically, there was a possibility. However, realistically, it was just not happening. Like, whiffing at energy in that situation was very unlikely for Diego.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the recap for Swiss Round 8 now, actually. I believe this is our most hype start to a match.
Yeah, this is one that Pablo and I casted. It was super fun to see the Espathra, a deck meant to counter Charizard. But when you have Charizard in the hands of one of the best players in the world, Pedro Pertusi, he was able to dismantle Braden's otherwise effective strategy.
Yes, I don't think I've seen Charmander attack this much since, well, EUIC, I guess.
Yeah, Charmander seems to be a stellar piece for Charizard, not only to evolve into a Charizard, but that heat tackle, 30 damage coming in so clutch in many situations against a presumed counter to Charizard.
And the prize trade in game number 1 here just really worked out in Pedro's favor, able to take a couple easy knockouts early on, and then was able to find his way through 2 Espathra EX back-to-back.
No, definitely. It almost seems weird, right? Espathra should have like an amazing matchup into Charizard. You're hitting for weakness. But Pedro was just able to just really take control of the game, really show us the power of that Charizard deck, and being able to maneuver, adjusting their playstyle, and attacking with that Pidgeot.
Yep, Pidgeot does not get hit for weakness, so Pedro very wisely choosing to utilize that as an attacker in game number 2.
Yes, you have to give it up to Braden, though. We did see earlier having the forced attack with the Banette a little bit early, identifying maybe that's their only win condition left.
Yeah, hoping there wasn't energy left, but there was just that 1 crucial energy for Pedro to be able to retreat and take that second game.
Yes, honestly, I think the stream is just cursed to never see an Espathra win a match, even though, again, mathematically,
there's
it should have a better matchup.
I sense a theme going on today.
We're learning maths today in the Pokemon stream. Along with Pokemon, we're learning maths as well.
Yeah, sometimes math comes into it. Sometimes you have the better matchup, but it's just not in the cards. And again, you just have to give it up. That's why Charizard deck is the best deck in format. Not only are you hitting big numbers, you have access to a Radiant Charizard as well, just to combat your own weakness. Seems pretty good to me.
Yeah, and then I believe we have coming up next the best comeback from the stream we saw yesterday in round 9. That was amazing to watch.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely. Round 9, we do have the clip of that. My favorite moment of the stream so far, just that hero of a Skwovet. Hero's Cape, by the way, one of my predictions, just saying.
Yeah, Israel Sosa coming in off of a 6 a.m. arrival time yesterday morning. Needed to win this game in order to make it into day 2 of the competition. Starts with just the lone Skwovet and the Hero's Cape. Very key card to find there, allowing his Skwovet to survive the hit from the Cramorant, spit innocently, and just mount this incredible and super improbable as well comeback.
No, definitely. I mean, Skwovet to 1, to be able to come back, I did not think it was just possible. But, hey, if you believe in that small little squirrel, it does pay off.
See, and that's where mathematically you go for this Skwovet because there's a chance, and Israel was actually able to pull it off. And it's not the first time we've seen Skwovet get a player out of a sticky situation.
Yeah, sometimes one card is all you need. You got to go for that one small opportunity. In game number 3, Israel hit a pretty nice Eerie there, got rid of, I believe that was a Mirage Gate, which is always an important resource in these Lost Zone decks. And getting over the massive HP of Hisuian Gudra V-Star when its damage is being reduced thanks to the effect of Rolling Iron is a really tall order for a Lost Zone deck.
No, I have to agree. I mean, it was nice to see finally game 3 where we actually saw an energy attached to an Arceus, and Israel was able to get the deck rolling with that Rolling Iron attack as well, with that Gudra, and from there it just seemed like an insurmountable wall. I honestly, I don't know how to get through it. Imagine if that Gudra even had the cape for 450 HP.
Do you know about Gudras with capes for 450 HP, Wancho?
A little bit too.
I heard you hit one of those at EUIC. It didn't go your way, huh?
It was it is what eliminated me from my winning in. I did still walk away with this nice pin though.
I'm sure mathematically you still had a chance, Juancho.
A little bit, very small percent. With that though, let's go ahead and take a look at our North American Regional Champions though, people who actually got the wins. And yes, again, I love this graphic, especially now with that Sableye, a little bit of maybe signs to come there. But I've talked about this so many times in the past, but a great mix of players, a lot of old guards, legends of the game, a lot of seniors aging up into the Masters here to make their mark, and a lot of new players as well.
Yeah, first-timers, former world champions, current regional champions, an amazing combination. I think this really shows how anyone who plays the game and is dedicated enough can be successful.
Yeah, I mean, two of my favorite stories on this page are definitely John Eng and Ryan Antonucci, two really great North American players who have been playing the game for a long time, since they were kids, really. And many of the North American players have known who they are. They know that they're great players, but they lacked that key cementing victory, and they were finally able to achieve that this season.
Vinny Fernandez is someone I've always had my eye on. He's someone who's really grinded the Pokemon trading card game, even in the seniors division. Not to mention someone I've seen very frequently, really playing the online scene as well, playing those grassroots tournaments. I've faced him a couple of times, lost to him a bunch as well. But again, it's just a hallmark, really, of how great of a player he really is. With that, I do want to talk about a little bit more about this tournament. Now that we're into day 2, any new predictions now that we have a little bit more data?
I mean, I'm going to go with a bold one and say Charizard's going to be the most represented deck in top 8.
Oh, yeah, I think mathematically you're correct.
I would.
Yeah, it's really hard to bet against Charizard. We are seeing a couple Gardevoir have success. It's a deck I talked about a good bit yesterday. I think it's something that we will see continue to increase in popularity moving forward in this metagame as we get into Indy and LA regionals. And also Lost Zone Giratina, still a deck that's out there. One of the few decks that has maybe a slightly favorable Charizard matchup. It's still one that can be close, though.
No, I have to agree. I think Giratina is a very powerful deck, just like we saw Isaiah Bradner play at EUIC. I mean, just to add to the data, I know we've had a couple of tournaments as well over the weekend, just like the Perth Regional Championship, the Singaporean Regional Championship. For Perth, the winner was Kaiwin Kababe playing Charizard, while in Singapore we have Brian Kwa, who's playing Super Tina, very basically Giratina V-Star with Raikou and Iron Hands. So just goes to show anything can still happen. How much space does Giratina really have in this format, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I think the rotation of Path to a Peak definitely open up some spots that Giratina needs to use in order to adapt to this new metagame, right? And the lightning type attackers definitely always come in handy.
Yeah, I'm actually really interested to see that Singaporean list now, to be honest. The Australian tournament is cool as well. Kaiwan was able to get it to the finals and able to win that tournament, but 4 of his friends were in day 2 with that deck, so 5 players in day 2 playing the same 60. 4 of them made top 8. That's a crazy conversion rate for one testing group.
Oh, yeah. How do we apply to these testing groups? I would like to get the lists as well, just going into that tournament. No, but of course, a good list is only, what, a quarter of the battle. You still have to play it correctly, put in the time, for sure. We know they're absolutely great players. And I guess just to change my prediction a little bit, Lugia V-Star. I'm not changing it all. Gotcha, huh?
Oh, Juancho, you'll learn someday. You'll learn eventually.
Pablo, I challenge you to a caster battle. Let's go. No, I kid. No, I think Lugia V-Star, despite it all, I think it does have a great matchup into Charizard. It does feel like one of the decks that has the time to set up. I mean, your Charizard can't one-shot Lugia right away. So even if you don't start the hottest, you can read the win like one turn, and then maybe work from there. But no, okay, I'm also on the Charizard train. I just wanted to say something else, but it is one of the best decks in format. And maybe the bigger question is, how do you play your Charizard deck, right? Do you play it with the Devolution? Do you play, I feel like everyone's playing Eerie now. Are we gonna start playing double Turo Yelshir? How would you guys play the Charizard deck?
I think it would be hard to bet against Tord's list at the moment. It feels like it was tooled to be able to have a chance against just about everything, and obviously on the back of one of the best attackers in the format, Charizard EX. So as long as you've got Charizard in your deck, you can't go too wrong.
I mean, I generally can't think of, like, I don't think we're too far off from people starting to play TM Evo with Pidgeot and like having the Pidgeotto in there as well, that we have the protection from the TM Evo, have that extra little bit of consistency and less reliance on Rare Candy, therefore less weakness to Eerie. I feel like somewhere along those lines there could be an opportunity.
I like it. Fight the Devo with the Evo. With that, I feel like we're just about ready maybe to get the action started. But before anything, I want to remind the folks at home to definitely follow us on our socials, our X, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. And of course, if you're watching at home, you have to be watching on YouTube or Twitch. I mean, Twitch with the community choice. Again, that's one of my favorite additions to the stream. You guys have been picking absolutely great matches. With that, I think we're going to go ahead and toss it to the casters and get some Pokemon trading card game action.
Thanks, y'all. Welcome back. I am Jeremy here with Kyle Sablehouse. We're locked in the Jaw House for today, our Sunday of this Orlando Regional Championship. How are you doing, Kyle?
No better way to spend a Sunday than in the Jaw House, right? It's quite a tournament out there still. The conversion rate into day 2 was ridiculous, to say the least.
Yeah. A lot of players.
A little too many IDs in that last round for my blood, but it still means you get to play more Pokemon, so I guess that's the benefit.
Oh yeah, everyone loves to play Pokemon, especially here in Orlando for this weekend. A lot of money on the line, a lot of prizes on the line. Let's go ahead and take a look at how this tournament has been shaping up.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon TCG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All Swiss and Top Cut matches are best of 3. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until Top Cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single champion is crowned. Who will take home the title of Regional Champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
And to remind y'all of the prizes that these players are playing for this weekend, $10,000 for first place in the Masters Division. bunch of booster packs, and of course that invite to the World Championship in Honolulu.
Yeah, another Connor Fenton pop-off would be what I'm looking for there. It's worth $10,000 and gets you a lot of boosters as well. It's pretty fun to be a part of an event as large as this and take away all these prizes, and goes all the way down to top 32 with the money as well. I know a lot of traveling players are going to be excited to hear that.
Oh yeah, just you roll it into the next event and then you keep going. As long as you're consistent, you can be at pretty much every regional championship.
That's right. Just rack up the rewards points with your airline. You're going to be doing all right.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at our day 1 meta that we've had for this weekend. And of course, Charizard EX up at the top. Who would have guessed?
Everyone. But that's the boring pick. Everybody knows Charizard's going to be one of the best decks. Over 500 players thought this was the correct option to win the tournament, with 42 of them being on Tord's list, Tord himself as well. But there's a lot of other great decks that are still out in the format. Shen Pao is the one that's really starting to shine in day 2, and I'm excited to see if everyone's rocking a pretty similar list or if there's any intricacies. It looks like everyone's settled on at least incorporating Iron Hands into the list right now.
A lot in day 2. Let's see if we can convert it into top 8 maybe, but a lot of the decks here outside of the Charizard are very similarly played. All under 10%, hovering around that 7 to 8%. Let's go into the day 2 analysis, and of course Charizard still on top. A little bit more Shen Pao though.
Yeah, sprinkled in, and it's not over twice of the other side there. Still plenty of Charizard. You know that going through this tournament, facing off in these final 6 rounds, probably going to run into at least 1 or 2 of these Charizard decks. It's just how it works. And you're likely prepared for that going into a tournament like this. It's been so popular, and it just continues to find success, winning even at EUIC there.
And of course, we can't talk about decks in the meta without talking about Giratina V-Star. The Worm himself, still hanging in there. 23 players in day 2 playing that deck. We'll have to see if there is that perfect list just yet. We still haven't seen it.
Yeah, a lot of players still believe in Giratina. It's obviously it's got the same power level that we see from the Roaring Moon deck. It just, the list is a little more tried and true, and people tend to lean towards the comfort of Comfey and finding all of the right cards. It's as soon as you know that you can get that turn 2 attack off and run into a Charizard with a head full of steam, you're feeling all right.
Yeah, Wancho was saying, how much space does Giratina have? Well, there's 4 cards.
Exactly.
Path to the Peak is no more. So you got 4 cards to work with usually, and that's what we've seen these players try to do.
Yep. And sprinkle in a little bit of grass if you want, or throw up a net line in there. Who cares?
Then Ancient Box down at the very bottom. I love to see that. Just a great single prize deck in the format trying to take over.
It's been a long time since we've seen a single prize deck just continue to find success, and maybe this is going to be the start of that. And Ancient Box, of course, no one really had the list figured out yet. We saw Vinny and Gabriel Fernandez playing this, and they found some success with their list. Looks like other players are taking a different iteration to that, and I'm excited to see which of these lists will end up with more points and end up prevailing.
Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at our standings updated for our round 13 here. Get a look at these players trying to make it into the top 8 at the biggest regional ever.
Yeah, and at the tippy top there, Mr. Reagan Retzloff playing the Shen Pao. He's been a believer forever. It's funny that and Lugia are 2 of the top decks right now. This is exactly what he's been waiting for years.
Of course, going down the list, a lot of Charizard, William, Luke, and then we got Joshua Frink with Gardevoir.
Yep, taking the loss last round to Reagan Retzloff in what looked to be a pretty great game. Liam Halliburton off to a slower start as opposed to the 9-0 start yesterday, but 30 points, nothing to scoff at. Still just looking for 2 out of the next 3 wins. We've got some interesting stuff going along at the end there. Hunter Butler, there's a Groudon in there, man.
There is a Groudon in there. Lost Zone can play pretty much anything you want. And reminiscent of a list I think Piper played pre-rotation. So it's definitely something to keep an eye on. He is a regional champion in itself, winning Dallas and Expanded.
He's played Groudon the last 3 events, and that's not what people do. So if Hunter's able to pull this off, Be pretty spectacular. Of course, looking for likely 2 wins and an ID at some point. If that can work out for Hunter, that'd be quite a surprise in top 8 and be very excited to see.
Well, I am excited to see our round 13. Let's go ahead and take it down to the stage and meet our players. We got Damian Fernandez Urdos on the left with Ancient Box, Roaring Moon, Koraidon up against McKinley, Freeman, Lugia, V-Star, Archeops, Wancho. You were a believer until the very end. You switched off now.
Yeah,
what's going on?
You can't switch to Charizard. Look at this. Lugia V-Star up against your selection there. I'll take a little bit of that selection there with the Roaring Moon, the single prize Ancient Box deck. It's a deck that has a lot of hype around it right now. Of course, with its own individual A-spec of the Awakening Drum that we've been talking about, but guess what?
What?
We don't need it.
What? I love drawing cards.
Damien does not want to beat the drum. He wants to use a Prime Catcher, and I don't blame him. It's a good card.
Yeah, having a switch out in the deck along with a Gust Effect paired all together in one, it's going to have to see if it's going to be fruitful. Meanwhile, McKinley is playing a pretty stock list of Lugia V-Star. You got those Chinchinos in there. You got the Snorlax, double Luminion. And then, of course, the A-Spec himself, Master Ball.
Master Ball. You only get one.
You only get one.
Use it on Mewtwo.
Or a Magikarp.
You know, I bet a lot of kids regret that. That does tend to happen in the junior division, but we're in the Masters. We'll see. Maybe it can pull a legendary Pokemon like a Lugia this time around.
All right, looks like both of our players are ready. Let's go ahead and take a look at these prize cards for Game 1 here.
Ooh, fancy Jacques.
Nothing too bad. 2 Dark Energy for Damien. It's going to be a little bit of a detriment. You only play 6 in this specific list, so you're going to have to work hard to find those Earthen Vessels. Meanwhile, the 1-1 Chinchino line of 4 McKinley, nothing too bad, I guess.
Yep, we can work with this. Not too terrible of prizes. It looks to be nicely spaced out. Plenty of ancient cards available for Damien to go on the aggressive, maybe take some big knockouts in this game. We'll see if the hands are conducive to those strategies.
Ancient cards, ancient casters, casting the match.
Back in my day.
Looks like Damien is going to start things off for us and has Earthen Vessel in hand. That's going to be great. And opposite discard that Explorer's Guidance. Going to take a quick look at the deck and see those prize cards.
Start the count. The ancient cards have reached the discard pile, and what a great way to start things off. Unfortunately, Damien's going to realize a couple of those dark energies aren't going to be available, but when you start to move that Radiant Greninja to the top, maybe you are in for a pretty solid turn here.
Listen, you just got to start taking prizes. It's the best way to get to those energies.
Yeah, I mean, if you get all of them, you win.
I'm just hoping the count doesn't go over 10. I only have 10 fingers.
That's tough, yeah. Well, that's why there's 2 of us. We'll get there.
All right, so 20 is our limit.
Which is not good, because then you can't even knock out a Lugia V-Star.
Oh, no. Looks like the hand for Damien is going to be pretty good here. You have an Ultra Ball. It's going to be a little costly, but you can go ahead and fetch that Radiant Greninja if you want.
It is worth the cost, as it is one of the most important cards in the deck. We've seen players time and time again focus on this as their Radiant Pokemon, the one-of card. And you combine that now with your one-of A-Spec card, too. It's those tend to be very important pieces to your strategy.
Yeah, most any deck should probably be playing a Radiant Pokemon and an A-Spec. They're just too powerful.
You start to get a read as McKinley taking a look at the way this hand is playing out. Energy's hitting the discard pile when a Radiant Greninja is played. It tends to mean that the rest of the hand's pretty good or full of energy, because here come the energies down, and you only need 2 for Sada, and you would have 2 concealed cards by the time you could even play it. So now there's likely going to be at least 3 in there.
First concealed cards for Damien, discarding that Fighting Energy, finds another Earthen Vessel and a Counter Catcher. Now the big thing about Damien's list is the only Gust he is playing is that Prime Catcher, and 2 Counter Catchers opting not for the one of Boss's orders. Just the energy and a pass for the turn.
certainly can be interesting when you focus on the counter catcher strategy. You usually want to fall behind in instances, but that means potentially you could be putting some damage on the board to make some knockouts easier down the road. But when you start Minccino on the other side, it means prize cards might be falling early, and those counter catchers aren't as successful.
Yeah, we already have the knockout with that Vengeance fletching on that Minccino if it stays in the active spot, but McKinley did flip a Tails on this Capturing Aroma, allowing for a basic Pokemon to be searched for the deck. Most likely going to be that Lugia V. That's pretty important to get into play for this deck.
Capturing Aroma, a lot of players, when we first saw Lugia, did not love this card because you don't love the variance that comes along with it, but it's the one card where you flip Tails and you're like, you know what, this worked out pretty well. I really needed this Lugia V, and sure enough, here it is.
We'll have to see what the rest of McKinley's hand holds.
Wow.
A lot of energy.
Ooh.
Lugia V-Star. At least you got the Jet. You can bring up that Lugia V and read the wind away in Archeops. There's a Lumineon maybe in hand, but McKinley opting not to play it down. It'll just be a different full art. Now it's back to Damien. Draws a Nest Ball. That's going to be pretty good if Damien wants to utilize Professor Sada's Vitality to the max.
And this is where Damien's strategy looks even better. There is no easy Minccino knockout. You don't really even want that knockout right now. You want to put a relevant amount of damage into that Lugia V. Sure enough, you can do just that. Counter catcher is not going to be as important right now, as you already have a lot going for you. Let's get some energies, throw those in the discard pile, and try to find those supporter cards.
And just like that, all of the dark energies that are in the deck are now searched out in play or in the discard. And this Pokegear is going to have to be pretty good, but we're going to conceal cards first.
You see Damien there playing those ancient cards off to the side, and that looked like a pretty good draw. Yeah, Sada's lined up.
It's never great when you're staring down your opponent, taking 2 energies out of the discard, prepping for that Professor Sada's Vitality.
What are you doing there?
Stop! 3 cards for that supporter, and more importantly, those 2 energy in play now. Damien has another dark, so you can opt to even attach that to the Bench Roaring Moon or save it for concealed cards later on.
Even more ancient cards reaching the discard pile there. It's like that alternate art of the Flutter Mane, along with Explorer's Guidance there. Already saw off the 3 cards from Sada, it was 2 Explorer's Guidance and another Pokegear. So when your supporter finds you supporters, you're doing all right.
And with Damien fetching out another Roaring Moon, we could see the energy go on that one, kind of spread it out a little bit in preparation for another Sada. And there is that Vengeance fletching, going to be 130 damage due to those 6 ancient cards in the discard. And that's going to help try to make this a 2-hit knockout against the Lugia V-Star.
Basically locked up at this point, even if the Roaring Moon in the active were to fall to a Lugia V-Star, just means 1 more card is a knockout. And that's very easy to find. Just play your supporter and you're already there.
That was a Lumineon in hand for McKinley. Opted not to play it last turn. Now we have Lugia V-Star going onto the active. And then just a ton of energies in hand. We might have to see the Iono. Oh, there's just an Iono in hand. McKinley opting just to save everything for this turn. Hoping to get a second Archeops in the discard now.
You need to find some, you need to find some discarding effects. They're not as easy to find as they once were. It's not the quick balls. You need all the Ultra Balls rolling your way. Looks like there is Ultra Ball, double Ultra Ball.
Double Ultra Ball can do it.
You can do it. You lose the hand, basically. But we'll take that. You're left with, what, 1 card? But you do have 2 Archeops to work with.
Hey, that 1 card could be a Professor's Research. That's always going to be great for next turn.
Pretty fortunate to find those. It can be so difficult. You're on the clock immediately as you see this Lugia will be knocked out next turn. You want to make the most use of it as you can, and now both Primal Turbo Archeops will be lined up ready to go after the use of this V-Star.
Now, Kyle, is McKinley ever going to want to bench another 2-prizer in this match now?
Absolutely not. At this point, you're ready to just continue to push forward with the Chinchinos and the Snorlaxes. Try to make sure that the prize counts continue to just go back and forth, 1-to-1, and use resources like Iono to try to disrupt your opponent's hand. Hopefully, they're left with fewer of those resources, as you've seen the Explorer's Guidance and the Sadas played out, and maybe they don't have energies to draw back up with Radiant Greninja. You can leave them on a dead hand and find an opportunity to come back.
Well, the Chops are back in town, Kyle. Both of the Archeops onto the bench thanks to that Summoning Star V-Star power from Lugia. You get to charge up some energies here, maybe take a knockout.
Yeah, sacrificed a good amount of energies to get to this point. But McKinley plays 17. I think we'll be okay.
That's a lot. Second Primal Turbo. First one charged up. That Snorlax on the bench. Just a single V-Guard. That means we're going to have a retreat from the active McKinley, trying to save those two prizes and take them away from Damien.
What a read. Yeah, I mean, you know typically you're only going to run into one boss's orders, maybe one or two counter catchers in the list. You've already seen a counter catcher fall by the wayside from Damien as a discard, and it's going to be pretty difficult to target down this Lugia V-Star. But McKinley does not know yet that the aspect of choice is Prime Catcher.
And there's no therapeutic energy on that Snorlax, but we got one heads. Oh, Snorlax is a little bit tired this morning.
You know, it's an early morning. I don't blame him. But ultimately, you don't need the therapeutic energy in spots like this. Your opponent's probably going to knock out Snorlax if they want to.
And that's why that gift energy is so important on that Snorlax. Being able to draw up to 7 cards after a knockout. And we see a Nest Ball from Damien here, eyeing down maybe a Koraidon, maybe another Roaring Moon. But we do know there's that Professor Sada's Vitality already in hand.
Right, at this point, you just want to continue to present threats. And Koraidon is one that doesn't necessarily need all those cards in the discard pile that we'd see from Damien throwing resources away left and right. If you can present Koraidon in the mid stages of the game, usually ends up being a benefit when you're going for those big knockouts at the end.
Damien going to start with the Pokegear here. Finds maybe an Explorer. No, there is a Sada in there. So able to chain together Professor Sada's Vitalities turn after turn is really the biggest thing for this Ancient Box deck. And Damien seems to be doing just that, having 2 in hand already.
Wow. Yeah, this is a dream hand. You see still multiple Earthen Vessels as well. The issue now is how many energies are left in the deck. If you had a couple more that weren't in the prize cards, maybe it'd be a different story, but at least these resources are reaching the discard pile.
I think there's like 1 fighting energy left. Now, Damien does have access to Superior Energy Retrieval if he's ever able to draw into that. Also, you can have your 2 Super Rods, shuffle back some energy, but it's kind of a non-bow with that Professor Sada's Vitality. Concealed Cards is going to get rid of that last fighting energy, so it's all up to the supporters for right now.
Yep, have not seen the energy attachment for the turn, but also haven't seen the supporter, and that's what Sada's all about in this spot. Get that dark energy to the active Pokemon. We already see upwards of 9 ancient cards in the Lost Zone. Make it 10 with this Sada. You clearly have that knockout already lined up on Snorlax.
3 more cards, 3 more ancient cards to the hand. Not able to discard those just yet, but has the knockout already with plenty of ancient cards in the discard.
All right, a little additional hit points there from the capsule, and maybe that can make this a little more difficult for Chino to follow up for a knockout.
We're going to have a Vengeance fletching for 170 here, it seems like. Remember, that is going to trigger that gift energy. McKinley only has 2 cards in hand. Granted, one of them is that Professor's Research.
McKinley's very excited about drawing 5 cards right here.
I mean, I would be.
That is pretty great. It's basically a built-in supporter.
Important to note, Damien did find one of the dark energies from the prize cards there. And McKinley already knows. Yeah, I want to attack with this Cinccino. I'm going to order the special roll.
Ooh, I like the special roll.
Comes with eel sauce on top.
Okay, sign me up. Yep. I'm not sure if I love the ordering here. We saw the Great Ball and the Capturing Aroma, and now you're pulling out a Pokemon that you would like to find off of the Great Ball. You could first use the Archeops, grab those energies, then use the Great Ball first, then follow up with the Capturing Aroma. The only issue is you don't know what you're going to flip off the Capturing Aroma, heads or tails. So it is tricky to maneuver around these stages, and it looks like gonna end up with like a middle ground here of we can search out what we know with the resolution of the Aroma, get some energies, then play the Great Ball and see what happens.
Yeah, I think either way you're just looking for that Cinccino there. So being able to grab it off the first one, that's fine.
We'll take it.
3 energies from both of the Primal Turbos onto that Cinccino.
To your point earlier about maybe ever playing down another 2-prize Pokemon, there is a world where you eventually would try to sneak in another Lugia V-Star. It just depends on how many ancient cards are in the discard pile, because if you can make use of those hit points and stick around for an additional turn, maybe you do take the risk and play down another Lugia. But if you do have the resources to continue to just present 1-prize threats, you go for that.
Archeops was found off of the Great Ball, which is pretty good now because the Ultra Ball is able to be played from the hand, discarding that Archeops and that Professor's Research. I think McKinley drawing into those energies off of the gift energy means you're not going to want to discard this hand.
Getting a read on the counts. He's going to realize 1-1 Cinccino in the prize cards. So you can grab Minccino for now, and hopefully off the next few prizes that you find, you're able to grab another Cinccino and use that Pokemon to attack.
It'll be interesting to see if McKinley has another supporter in hand to go along with those 2 energies. It is another Professor's Research, so having to discard more resources here. That's all the Jet energy's gone.
Yeah, I'm curious what we're searching for at this point. Playing supporters for the sake of playing supporters isn't my favorite thing to do, especially when you're holding on to some precious resources like those energies. If it comes down to the end game and you know that you have to present 5 threats to try to win a game, that's a lot of energies. And even though you play 17, we've seen, what, 4, 5, 6 thrown away already at this point. It's getting pretty drastic. I think we'll have 11 in the discard pile by the time this Cinccino's knocked out.
And it's definitely scary trying to manage your resources as the game goes on, especially against a single prize deck like this Ancient Toolbox. Koraidon brought to the active. After the knockout, Damien's going to try to sneak in a Primordial Beatdown on this Cinccino. Going to have a few more bench Pokemon, though. And by a few more, I mean 1.
Yeah, I'm like, I think we'll get there.
Yeah.
It's not too worrisome.
Damien does opt for the Explorer's Guidance here, trying to build that discard, maybe find that superior energy retrieval, which he did. Gonna have to discard a Palpad, though.
It's funny, I'll be critical of McKinley's discards as the resources are so vital, and meanwhile on the other side for Damien, great job throwing away 4 resources, but that is the way that the deck works, and sure enough, you just need to continue to build up that discard pile. It's unfortunate to lose the Palpad, but 2 more cards to build up for the Fletching is pretty solid.
A 3 with the Explorer's Guidance as well. Don't forget, those supporters are also ancient cards. I think opted for that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule over the Palpad.
Superior energy retrieval looks fantastic in this spot. You see 4 cards in the discard pile, but you can continue to just build that up. And you want to have some still remaining for the Sada at whatever point you'll need it. But if there's no hand disruption, you just continue to build on this hand size. You definitely want to get a count for Ionos right now, and that's what Damien's thinking. So how likely am I to keep this hand? Oh, there's only one Iono. Maybe I got to be careful with the Superior.
The thing is, there's only 2 Iono in the list for McKinley.
Oh.
So just having 1 out left to try to disrupt the hand from Damien. Does have access to Luminion V, though. So if he decides he wants to bench that liability, you can get that Iono. And now might be the time just to do it. You have a Pokegear being used on that Professor Sada's Vitality. I think all of them are in the hand now that are left. No Pal Pads. So if Iono does get played, that's going to be putting them to the bottom of the deck.
Wow. Finds 3 items there. Trekking Shoes continues to dig, finds a counter catcher.
Ooh, that counter catcher is pretty good right now. Bringing up that Lugia V-Star.
That was a calculated risk there from Damien, continuing to pull through even after using a supporter. Just uses the Pokegears to try to burn through a little more. And then the Pokestop finds that counter catcher to take the 2 prize Pokemon here.
And now Damien is forced to bench down a Flutter Mane just to get enough damage off this Primordial Beatdown to take the knockout on Lugia V-Star. But I think it's worth it.
Oh, absolutely. It's one issue now that we see. You're using the Superior Energy Retrieval. We've already seen plenty of Earthen Vessels. You get all these energies back into your hand, but if this is Iono Knockout on the other side, you're not left with much. It's all the Sadas to the bottom of the deck, too.
And attaching the Dark Energy to the active instead of the fighting means it's just 1 less out for you to get the knockout with a Roaring Moon on the bench. Ancient boosters galore. But again, McKinley still just might be out of resources in the next couple turns.
Yep. Damien wisely trying to identify every resource available left for McKinley.
I guess the one good news with knocking out the Lugia V-Star for McKinley, that's not knocking out the Chinchino with the energies.
Yeah, that's a very great point. Every threat typically is going to require 3 additional energies. You're now allowing Special Roll to happen twice. 2 knockouts for these 3 energies is a great trade-off for McKinley. You just see attachment for the turn here from McKinley. It's trying to play out some of these energies that we had seen in hand. And there's no Luminion. There's no Iono.
Wow.
That is not good news. 3 prize cards, but Damien has every resource available.
Damien decides to bring up the Koraidon with that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, hoping to just Sada to it and attach for the turn to take the knockout. Already has enough Ancient Pokemon in play for Primordial Beatdown.
Jeremy, I don't know. We see capturing Aromas there. There were chances to dig for the Luminion. Pokestop even. Find your Master Ball.
Yeah.
There were outs to maybe disrupt this hand. I think this was the hand that you could not allow to continue, because this leads to a board state that's almost inevitable.
Board state's almost inevitable, and just 1 card in the deck. Damien has his entire deck in his hand, basically, and that's going to be pretty good news if Iono is played now. Just easier to go through the deck. You know what you have to search for. There's a knockout. Too many cards in hand for Gift Energy.
This is where we need amazing rare Raikou.
Yeah.
Oh, Lugia,
wow.
What tricks do you have?
Imagine.
Because this is it's a little too singular of a strategy at this point. Yes, you can take knockouts with Chinchino. You can remove Koraidon from play. Boss's Orders. It's going to target down the Radiant Greninja and just try to stall here. 1 card left, but there is plenty of energies to retreat this Pokemon. You have to assume that there's a way to get cards back into the deck.
Yeah, plenty of energies. You have Super Rod in hand, I believe. And then even Prime Catcher to be able to get out of the active spot. And this is a strategy that a lot of people try to use against Ancient Box towards the end of the game when they know it's just inevitable that they're going to be able to take those big knockouts. Yep. And that's trying to stop it. But
can't blame McKinley for trying there. Yep. Understands that was the plan. If the Super Rod was in the prize cards, maybe Damien overplayed their resources. but now realizes that that is not going to happen. You got to save as much time as you can. Let's move on to game 2 with Damien up 1-0.
And that was with a turn 2 Summoning Star for double Archeops. You got Chinchinos in play, able to get energy on your attackers. It's just unable to get through all of those single prize Pokemon from Damien's side of the board.
Yeah, I mean, you think about how the prizes fly in this matchup. It seems like you need Damien to have an off turn and either miss a knockout, waste time attacking into a Pokemon that won't be knocked out later. If you maybe have a situation, well, we'll go down into that rabbit hole later. I've got plenty to go on for that, but for now, let's take a look at how this game closed out. Just knockouts left and right. Damage left on the Lugia. Gift Energy activated. Gave McKinley plenty of resources to find answers. But the answers didn't lead to additional prize cards, and that's what we needed.
And I think this upcoming turn was probably the biggest. Damien able to just truly try to get set up, but opting for the Explorer's Guidance over pretty much the Sada just to guarantee yet again. Damien brought up that Lugia V-Star, took the knockout, and McKinley already had the knockout on the active, but decided not to try to go for that Lumineon Iono play.
Yep. The clock was ticking there. Damien identified that the Collapse Stadium was an out to remove that Lugia from play and avoid those prizes being taken, and that's where I want to see a difference here in game 2. If McKinley is able to use this Lugia V here, and sure, read the wind, do whatever you need to, but eventually let this Pokemon absorb a shot, get it to the bench, remove it from play if you can, and then that damage is cleared up, you then have this free reign to take over in the prize race.
And I don't like that bench of that second Lugia V there. There's essentially a 0% chance that you're going to get knocked out from a deck like this Ancient Box deck on your lone Lugia V. You even have a Minccino on the bench, but now there's two prize Pokemon in play for Damien to try to work around. Starting Earthen Vessel is just great.
It's so good. Just not only getting the energies, but thinning those out of your deck so that you have more opportunities to find the Sadas and the other resources that you're looking for on that opening turn. This can be a dangerous turn. It's rarely ever a knockout, but to deal at least 140 in a spot like this would be huge. 120 even, just something to leave the Lugia V, which would soon be a V-Star, in range of being knocked out on the next turn would be excellent.
We'll have to see if the Professor Sada's Vitality is in the hand for Damien. Plenty of energies, plenty of Earthen Vessels too.
Yep, this is the way to do it. Continue to thin out, pull all the energies out of the deck, and then use that Pokegear. And we've got a lot of good hits. If you find the Explorer, then you're not going to get the attack this turn. It has to be the Sada. And that's a lot of the danger that comes with the opening turn here.
Well, it's all on this Pokegear, Kyle. 7 cards, trying to find a supporter. Other than that, there's nothing.
Woo! First one in the window.
Oh, wow. Okay, we're going to have a game here.
Yep, this is the danger you've talked about so often, which is why a lot of players tend to go for the Awakening Drum in this deck. You just want to have opportunities to draw in this opening turn to get to the Sada's Vitality. It's that important. It's vital to the deck's success with that initial attack. And it's everything Damien needs right here.
And I believe, yep, there is a Roaring Moon in the hand to be able to benefit from the Sada as well. Sada to 1 Pokemon never feels great. Still pretty good, but being able to get the full 2 Pokemon charged up, now that's better.
Sada. Plenty of Pokemon being added to the bench here now, too. That was a pretty great draw there.
Going with the 4 on the bench now. This means it's going to be dealing 150 damage. It's enough to take a 2-hit knockout. Other than that, though, Damien's hand, not very good.
You know, we'll take it. This board state looks terrifying. It looks Ionoable. We'll see what McKinley even has to work with. It's a Master Ball sighting. Okay.
All right, Master Ball.
Could be anything you want.
For a Pokemon. Yeah, it could even be a Lugia V-Star.
Ooh.
Or an Archeops.
Or a bird, yeah. There is the Ultra Ball in hand, so place this Archeops in the discard pile. Maybe find Lumineon if you don't love Serena, but I think I like Serena. There's Ultra Ball into Archeops. Discard Archeops with Serena, draw 5.
And then just hope.
Rip the Lugia V-Star off the top.
Ooh. Or you can Ultra Ball for Lumineon for Jacques. No, that doesn't do it.
Boo.
No.
Do the fun one.
I think you have to.
Yeah.
I mean, I believe all 3 Lugia V-Star are in the deck. You still have Capturing Aromas. You can flip heads on.
Absolutely.
Your other Ultra Balls. Great Ball even.
No, I'm pretty sure this is just correct at this point. You have to play to your outs. Your outs say, we got to get a little risky. And 5 cards is plenty. McKinley with the biggest smile of the day so far says, oh, yeah, it's time.
It's going to be a big 5 cards to keep McKinley's hopes alive.
YOLO.
4 top 8. Serena. Do we see a Lugia V-Star?
Ooh.
It's that beautiful play Pokemon 1, 2.
This hand isn't good, but that's exactly what you needed.
That just means both players' hands aren't good.
That's true. All right.
And this is a smart thinking from McKinley here. That Lugia V in the active spot is already going to get 2-hit knocked out by pretty much anything that Damien has. Evolving that Lugia V on the bench to the V-Star, able to still use Summoning Star, get those Archeops out, and you have that double turbo to retreat already.
Yep, and this leads to the play I was talking about earlier, is if you can make use of the hit points of the Lugia V-Star, then collapse Stadium away a damaged Pokemon like the Lugia V, then the prize race becomes that much easier.
This first Primal Turbo. What do you think he's going to be charging up, the Lugia V-Star or the Chinchino?
I like the Lugia V-Star. I think Chinchino's an easy Pokemon to knock out at this point, and you're going to use that for the later trades. Let's use Lugia while we still have the hit points. There's potential to get 3 uses out of this Lugia if the energies aren't there for Damien. You don't have a strong read on the hand right now, and it's not strong.
That is true, and I think McKinley agrees with you. Gift Energy and Double Turbo found off that first Primal Turbo. Missed energy from the hand, and then it might as well use your second Primal Turbo, charge up that Chinchino anyway.
Yeah, these are energies you don't want to draw off the top, so throw them down. Protect
Ooh.
the Lugia if you see the counter catcher here in the early stages.
I do like that.
It's a strong read as well.
Especially with how weak McKinley's hand is left after that Serena.
Yep, can't leave 2 prize cards available and then not get rewarded for losing this Pokemon.
There's the retreat to the V-Star, freshly powered up, and there is that Tempest Dive for the knockout. And Damien needs to find something quick off the top of the deck.
Well, it's not going to be an energy. We've pulled all those. Oh, no.
Oh.
We're in theme deck mode. This is a dangerous place to be. There's no additional energies for the next turn. This is nowhere near a knockout. And Lugia is going to be eaten good in game 2.
McKinley looks almost surprised. Finds an Ultra Ball off the top of the deck. That's going to be able to clear this hand out a little bit and find a Lumineon if you do want to support her. But honestly, I just like attacking.
It doesn't, yeah, like it doesn't really advance what you're doing at this point, but we've also seen McKinley loves playing supporters.
Oh, there's the heads from the Capturing Aroma. Going to be able to thin out an Archeops for this Ultra Ball potentially.
I like to think of it as fate signaling McKinley not to go for Lumineon yet. Take an evolution. You're doing great. Just calm down. You're fine.
Archeops to the hand. Yeah, there is also the thing about the matchup as well. You're playing against an Ancient Box deck that does not play hand disruption. Like, your cards are going to be safe.
Yeah, but it goes against the strategy of the Collapse Stadium. But also, maybe you've already got enough of a lead here with the Lugia absorbing 3 potential attacks.
And it seems like McKinley agrees, finds that Minchino, has the Chinchino in hand. So you just got attackers. You got Primal Turbo for your energies. What else do you need?
Yeah, this is completely fine. Pull all the energies out of the deck, load up your Pokemon so that you have answers built in on board. That's what supporters are meant for anyways. They're built to get you to situations like this. And if you ever are in a detrimental spot, probably means your opponent took a knockout. Board space will open, and then you have the Lumineon ready to help.
Couple of energies on that Chinchino and Minchino. Important note, Gift is not on that Minchino, so that's the only Pokemon that if it gets knocked out, McKinley would not be able to draw a new hand.
And that's Damien here. How much time do you give this? If next turn's draw is bad, do you run away?
Yeah.
Because 17 minutes after the astounding game one that you had, you have to think that you're ready to just play a real game of Pokemon here. We'll give it one more shot, one more look at the top of the deck. Earthen Vessel is a big no-no. Let's run away. Okay. Game 3 coming up.
We got a game 3 to start off our day 2 here in Orlando. Sound that alarm. And I think our players are going to have enough time to actually finish this in a good fashion. That's exactly what McKinley needed to do.
Yes, yeah, that was a quick-paced game. Also builds a lot of confidence, realizing that your strategy wasn't wrong. It's just your opponent had a pop-off start game 1. Everything was going Damien's way. Sada played basically every turn, and then you also saw the counter catcher at the perfect time. So a lot has to go right for Damien, but his deck is also built to do that. So maybe McKinley now feels a little more confident going into this final game that we can definitely work in this prize race.
And I was criticizing it on the first turn, benching that second Lugia V, but it came in clutch for McKinley, being able to promote that fresh V-Star, to be able to take a knockout, take a hit coming back, and able to just clean up the game in this game 2.
Yep, this is all she wrote at this point. Simple knockout there. You got 4 energies in hand. Yeah, here you go, just take an Earthen Vessel. You know what? I need to go to the next game and see if I can get a better hand to work with. And yeah, as you were saying, the Lugia bench, it's not the worst thing in the world. Obviously, you think about resources and how they're used in this matchup. They're so vital for McKinley. A resource that's not spoken about a lot is hit points. If you have hit points to use, put them into a position to give you a little bit of an edge. And McKinley was doing a great job there with that.
Now, Damien did get that Professor Sada's Vitality on the first turn, being able to get that attack off, but was unable to really convert it into anything else and just ran out of steam directly after that round, or game 1. We'll have to see if this game 3 is any different.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the opening hands here. This could be a great closeout to our inaugural round of day 2. Both these players fighting to stay alive, get themselves some additional points, and maybe work their way into top 8 contention here at the largest regional so far.
Yeah, both of these players sitting at 9, 1, and 2. That means they have 29 match points, hoping to get to that 36 number. Master Ball, double Super Rod, Pal Pad.
Double Rod, double Ultra Ball, and then the Master Ball of all things. Oh no. But hold up.
Right.
There's a lot of opening search here from Damien. This could be pretty good.
Nest Ball able to grab a Pokemon from the deck, get it onto the bench. Usually you want to grab that Radiant Greninja, but Damien already has it in hand. Able to just fill out the bench a little bit for this primordial beatdown in the future.
Jimmy, I can't talk enough about superior energy retrieval, Super Rod. Those resources in this deck in particular are vital to having success. It's such an overlooked thing, but attaching energy for the turn in this deck is difficult if you don't have those cards to work with. And Damien's going to find the bad news eventually. It may not be the first thing you search for when you're going through the deck, but you're going to find out by the mid stage you have 1 superior energy retrieval to work with, and if you don't find it, you're in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, game 1 came down to Damien having that last Super Rod to be able to just put cards back in the deck so he doesn't deck out.
Yep. And we're burning. Trekking Shoes rolling through. We've got a lot of cards hitting the discard pile. Of course, it's how the deck works. You have to use that Sada's Vitality to continue to play these energies, but if you're not attaching energy for the turn, when it comes to that turn 3, 4, 5 in the mid stage, when you're trading with McKinley, it ends poorly. It means that you need a Sada every single turn.
Now, even with the poor prize cards for Damien, able to couple together a pretty good turn one, get some cards played. You have that Professor Sada's Vitality in hand with another energy for concealed cards on the next turn. The thing is this hand going to stick around or not? There's a couple Iono in McKinley's hand.
Yeah, you can feel it's just not the setup that McKinley wants right here. Going to tentatively play down those Pokemon onto the bench. Save the Ultra Ball for another day. Yes, it goes to the bottom of the deck, but there's plenty of ways to shuffle that back around, and maybe that will be the Ultra Ball that leads to Archeops, but this is not the hand for Energy's double Aroma.
Yeah.
We need birds. I don't even like attaching here. I think we need to just start using aromas and read the wind with one of the birds.
All right, well, capturing Aroma needs a heads, finds a tails.
I know what you're looking for. Here we go. Yeah,
you want a Luminion, right?
This is nightmare fuel of even considering the second Lugia, as this one is in a lot of danger. You don't know what the other flip is going to be off that Aroma, and then you know your hand is going to be terrible. So yeah, this is when you go for that Luminion, play it safe. If the Aroma is tails, you go find the second Lugia. If it's heads, one bird down. Oh,
wow.
My.
2 tails for capturing Aroma here. Doing its best nest ball impression.
It's a great job. Yeah, I don't know about this. I think this one is supposed to be second Lugia. This is a dangerous spot.
You think Damien pulled together 15 ancient cards in the discard along with a Roaring Moon attack?
I think having this Lugia as your sole answer to this board is terrifying. You're going to need multiple turns to recover from a hand that is just energies. Read the Wind has to be so good here, and the board state's going to be a wreck after you play the Luminion.
Well, we were talking all about McKinley's hand after this Iono. Let's talk about Damien's. Has the Earthen Vessel, discards the Fluttermane for a couple energies. You can concealed cards, and then there's a couple Professor Sada's Vitality just hanging in the hand.
There you go. That's additional 3 cards added. Pokestop can add some more ancient cards to the discard pile. Maybe even find you some item cards that lead to more ancient Pokemon, ancient cards. You're going to attack with Koraidon in this spot, but there's a world where you are threatening Lugia V-Stars next turn.
This hand is so good from Damien here. Don't have a count just yet on how many ancient cards are in the discard. Looks like they are deliberating a little bit with the judges.
Yeah, we slowed down a little bit. This is a pretty important time of the game. Just 10 minutes remaining, so not sure what there is to deliberate about, but
if I had to guess, there's maybe a couple times for insufficient shuffling for Damien.
Sure. All right. Yep. Looks like you eyed it up pretty good there. Just want to make sure that we've got some sufficient randomization, even though players are trying to move quickly. I'd hate for this to lead to a penalty here, but of course the stakes are so high in the late stages of day 2.
All right, just making sure you can get that good shuffle going.
Thankfully, just a warning. I'm sure
good.
Damien will keep an eye on that as we go along, and can't change your pace though. Got to play fast. And this is ancient, ancient, ancient. Goodbye.
I think I'm actually fine with that. You already have 2 Sada in hand. Losing that one's no big deal. You don't have Pal Pad though, but just trying to build up those ancient cards in the discard is priority number 1. 3, 4, 5, 6, it seems like.
It looks like 6 so far. Still working with the 2-hit knockout from the Koraidon here onto Lugia V, inevitably V-Star. And you're just thinking about building up these Pokemon. You want Roaring Moons to be able to easily knock out Luminion Vs that could potentially be played down.
Well, Sada attaches to the first Roaring Moon of the game. here on the bench. Damien gets to draw 3 cards. Not going to be very useful, though. 3 Pokegear in hand, along with that Explorer's Guidance and a Dark Energy.
This is a great problem to have.
Until they go to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, well, if those Ionos with one being played and one being placed on the bottom of the deck don't ever show up, then I think you're going to be all right. Wow. All right, we're spinning the wheel, right?
I think you have to here. Lugia V-Star on the active, and then Professor's Research. You get to attach a double turbo energy, I guess. Maybe you attach the gift. You're already guaranteed 1 Archeops, but no, we're going to Jet Energy the Snorlax to the active, hoping to attack with that for the turn and save this Lugia V-Star on the bench.
Yep, just McKinley thinking about their resources at this point. You play that 1 Archeops into the discard pile, and if you don't find a way to place another in there, then maybe that's the time where you spin the wheel, but that is exactly what you're looking for. Double Archeops with the Ultra Ball.
We did it. This is what Lugia players dream of.
Maybe not this board state against it, but yeah, sure.
Summoning Star, grab 2 Archeops from the discard and get these Primal Turbos flowing.
This is a dangerous board state. We see Lugia V-Star did its job. It absorbed the shot. It saved a prize card from being taken. And maybe if the hand finds that collapsed stadium at some point, you remove that Pokemon from play. And just continue to attack with your ridiculous army of hungry Snorlaxes and special roll Chinchinos.
It's a scary army.
It's a delicious army. They're having a good time.
McKinley taking a look here. Just getting account of the energies that are left. This first Primal Turbo is eyeing down. Double Turbo Energy, it seems like maybe V-Guard. All right, looks like V-Guard and a gift on this Snorlax. That gift will help McKinley come back if a knockout happens next turn. And then this second Primal Turbo is going to be used to charge up this Chinchino.
Damien has to be thinking about the time left at this point. Under 5 minutes to go. And this is a game that looks like it is going to be exchanges of single prize Pokemon left and right. Has to move quickly at this point. Hoping to see a little more pace from McKinley to try to maybe find a resolution here as well. But there's a lot of actions. There's Snorlax flips that go along with this too. And each one of these cards is another 25, 30 seconds of play.
Great ball. Looking at the top 7. Finds the Chinchino. It's going to be good for the future. Now you have a couple of attackers lined up and ready to go. It'll be interesting. I don't know if they got the minute or 2 back from the deliberation about the shuffling.
Yeah, I would hope that that would be something added to the stream. I know that at least when I was playing a lot more in situations like this, they'd say if it was under 2 minutes to find a resolution, they weren't going to add the time. But
that's what I'm worried about.
I mean, those minutes can be so critical.
Our timer just went up, so.
All right, let's keep talking and see if we can get it up to 8 minutes, because I think that's what we really need to get this going.
Earthen Vessel going to discard a Flutter Mane, find 2 Dark Energies for Damien.
Yep, this is once more the insufficient randomization now is a thing weighing on Damien here. Wants to make sure that he does a good job, but it just eats up the clock.
Yeah, there's so much search and shuffle from Damien's cards. Pokegears, Earthen Vessel. You got to shuffle in between each one of those. Does find Asada. Didn't even need the full 7. Another Pokegear.
Just moving at this point. Got what you need.
Is there maybe a moment where you just Explorer's Guidance this turn instead of Sada?
I mean,
you just Sada every time.
It's not the worst, but it also you haven't built the inevitability yet. So I think if this is a turn where you get all the energies in play and also have an attachment for the turn, then next turn looks like Explorer's Guidance. I want to have 3 energies on board on a turn where I use Guidance, but that's also a lot to ask for.
We are moving through the deck. Pokestop after those Pokegears that concealed cards. Unfortunately, discarding a Dark Energy and a Roaring Moon, but did get that Explorer's Guidance in the discard.
Yes, I mean, this just has that feel of I want Counter Catcher so badly I don't care anymore. I'm going to use every resource I can to go find it. And it's not there, but the Prime Catcher's found. But that doesn't really work here.
Yeah, that's a Nombo right here. Prime Catcher going to be able to bring up a Lugia V-Star, but has to send back that Roaring Moon to the bench, and it's already hard to retreat in Damien's deck.
Yeah, I mean, you could retreat the Radiant Greninja, but then you're attacking with the Roaring Moon. You have 0 energies on board when this Pokemon's knocked out, but woohoo, at least you got 2 prize cards out of it. Moral victory would be unlocked.
Ancient Booster Energy Capsule on the active. That puts this Roaring Moon out of range of the Thumping Snore from Snorlax. And we do see the Prime Catcher on the Lugia bringing up that Radiant Greninja. We're going to see an energy to retreat, but that means Damien is left with just the 2 energy on this Roaring Moon. Does get the KO, and there was no gift energy, I believe, on that Lugia V-Star, so no extra cards for McKinley.
Prizes, 2 Super Rods.
Now, I believe Damien still has access to that Superior Energy Retrieval, although I think it's in the deck.
No.
But off an Iono, that could be something that's easily drawn.
2 minutes remaining here. This hand is not it. When do we spin the wheel, McKinley?
Never. Therapeutic Energy on Snorlax. McKinley's going to need to play a little bit faster, though, if he wants to try to get that extra turn out of this time. This Primal Turbo is going to attach to the Cinccino in the active.
Not sure what you can find at this point. Just add energies onto the board, build up your resources. 1, 2, 3 Pokemon there will be able to take knockouts and get you down to at least those 2 prize cards remaining. But how do you clean up in a spot like this?
The second Primal Turbo fails for McKinley. And yeah, he has access to Professor's Research, the Jacques, Lugia V-Star, and a double Turbo Energy in hand. This would have been the turn where Iono could have done something, get those Sadas on the bottom of the deck.
Well, it's not going to be the case. Just was not in the cards there for McKinley, and we are down to our last 45 seconds remaining. And that does not spell out good news for either player in this spot. You need to be down to 2 prize cards to really accomplish anything when you don't see a V or EX in play.
30 seconds to go, and now it's at the point where McKinley kind of just wants to burn these last 30 seconds. Capturing Aroma gets ahead, so you can search out for an evolution.
Sure.
And I think McKinley's going to get his wish. Oh, yeah. we're playing cards.
And that is just about all they wrote. That's should be time there with 4 prize cards. It is impossible to close out a game in this spot. Unsure if there's a gentleman's agreement already played down. I mean, it would have to be McKinley playing Lumineon here, it being knocked out, and then another Lumineon being retreated to and promoted at some point. Don't think we're going to see that. But it's important to note there with the way that the players are lined up with their records. 29 points. Tie here, 30 points. But still 2 opportunities for win-and-ins. So the tie is not the worst for either of these players. It's certainly not what you reached for, but we'll take the point.
Yeah, it's not the best. It's not the worst. It does put a lot of pressure on your last 2 rounds, though, trying to get both of those wins in a match where you'd have to think if there was maybe 3 more minutes, this would have finished up. Well, that was turn 0. McKinley goes down to 4 prize cards with neither player having a 2-prize Pokemon in play.
Did you see how the dice were played out?
Yeah.
it's Damien was turn 1 and McKinley was turn 2 and 3. I'm like, that is a way to win, but this is not. This is going to be a tie between both these great players, and we'll see if either of them has what it takes to cross the finish line in these final 2 rounds. Great start to the stream, though.
Yeah, it was exciting. We got to see Ancient Box. I guess Wancho is sitting a little bit better. That Lugia didn't lose, but it didn't win either.
Come on.
Yeah.
Non-wins don't count. You got to get there. But, yeah, I mean, your prediction as well wasn't able to get over the finish line.
Saying it like it's not yours either.
No, of course not. I'm waiting for the Dunsparce to show up. What do you mean? I would never pick Ancient Box.
Both of these players are still in contention for top 8, but we'll have to see if they're able to close it out. Game 1 here was a Lugia V-Star getting both Archeops, but Damien able to get the knockout after knockout, turn after turn. Pokestop finding 3 cards and then able to grab the knockout with Counter Catcher on the Lugia V-Star, putting him up in prize cards, able to take out that powerful V Pokemon.
Yep, and then got into the exchange of single prize attackers at this spot. McKinley able to even up the prize exchange. Damien just continued to put on so much pressure. All the energies were in play because of those Sadas played every single turn. That led us into our next game. Game 2, McKinley able to make quick work of the board here with that the Lugia V-Star, which would have easily taken 3 attacks that game, but there weren't even 3 attacks available. Damien had to scoop up the cards after finding that Earthen Vessel top deck.
In this game 3, both players looked to be set up how they were wanting, and we were in the thick of things for this game. Just unfortunately, time was not available for both of our players, especially a crazy game with Damien prizing the Pal Pad, a double Ultra Ball, double Super Rod. Would have been interested to see how this game would have played out.
Yep, the collapsed stadium there still hanging out in the prize card. So Damien correctly identified, remove that 2 prize Pokemon as quickly as you can, but just couldn't find all the resources. Didn't have enough time to close out there, but it really is. I think resources the word of the day so far.
Yeah.
It's wild to see how those 60 cards get spread out between both players.
Yeah, you even have a game 1 where McKinley just was forced to discard a ton of energies, and even if it didn't play out in the way where Damien had the win, just having enough attackers and attacks for that game.
Yeah, it's difficult. When we think about the old Lugia days, what, 14, 15 energies, but you had so many different attackers that you could work in. It's pretty streamlined at this point, and you just add in a bunch of energies and go for it. And sure, you can overextend with the Chinchino in some matchups, really go for those big knockouts that we haven't seen the deck capable of in upwards of 2 years now, and it just doesn't work against single prize Pokemon. It's not the mix you're looking for.
Yeah. All right, well, while we wait for our next round, we're going to go ahead and check in on our most improved decks poll that we've been running throughout the weekend. This time, we have a Golden Go EX up against Pidgeot Control.
Okay. What are your thoughts initially before we jump into this, Jeremy?
So I think with the way the format has turned out and Charizard being at the top that it is, Control got better. Not even by the card pool, but just by the meta.
Right. Pidgeot Control was a thing, but it wasn't that great. And I feel like it's now become something that could easily take down a tournament of this magnitude.
Yeah. Now let's talk about Golden Go.
To compare it to Golden Go seems unfair, because Golden Go, yes, it could potentially take down a tournament, but it doesn't get played in the numbers that Control does. Control sees a lot more representatives, a lot more already established players on that meta or on that deck, and then they really start to inflate the numbers that we see but I don't want to discredit Golden Go in this spot.
It definitely got better.
We've seen that deck looks stronger. It definitely plays into the meta very well. It's got potential to go toe-to-toe with Charizard decks, and sometimes having 260 hit points is exactly what you need in order to stick around. So they're just really tough to compare.
Yeah, they're two very different styles of decks. One, you draw a bunch of cards, deal a bunch of damage. The other one, you play 20 to 30 one-ofs and hope to not misplay a single time in every game so you can win.
I don't know if this is going to just come down to like voting your friend as the treasurer of high school just because he's popular, but it feels like that would be the case in this situation. Who doesn't love Golden Go? Like, it's such a goofball, and it's really fun to play. Meanwhile, everyone hates Control. There's like 6 people in chat that love Control right now going, yeah, Pidgeot! But it just doesn't have the fan base behind it like you would expect. So we'll see if people are voting with their hearts or if they're truly judging this for what it is.
Listen, I was my senior class high school president.
Of course you were.
But I was the only one that ran.
That makes it easy. You're passing out buttons to all your friends. It's just you.
They forced me to make posters for campaigning. So I said, vote for me. I'm your only choice.
That's wow. That's a slogan. Yeah. Okay. Well, you have 2 choices in this vote here, so you don't always have to vote for Jeremy.
You can though.
Well, it looks like we do have our answer here.
All right. Well,
I may have had a read on this.
Oh, we'll see. We pull up the updated bracket. Maybe it's a little too soon, but we get the information a little faster, you know.
Yep. I mean, this has been an interesting segment. Of course, it feels more like debate team than Pokemon, but sometimes that's all right. We do like to jabber up here and talk some smack, and I've got a lot of smack to talk. But here we go. We see Golden Go moving on, a fan favorite. But oh man, look at the semifinals here. This is a doozy. Charizard versus Chien-Pao, Dialga V-Star versus Golden Go. That's a lot of fan favorite decks.
Yeah, Golden Go in the semifinals up against Dialga V-Star. That's going to be a tough one. And then Charizard EX, of course, like Chien-Pao. These are the 2 top decks in day 2.
Yeah, and there's a great argument for all of these. I'm not sure if it's going to be me and you or Pablo and Chip up here debating these decisions, but I'm excited to hear what the thoughts are either way and see what the vote ends up being. But we're slowly but surely moving along in this opening day of day 2. We've got a lot of great competitors still hanging around, and looks like we have community choice coming up. So be sure to take a look out for that on Twitch. Get your votes in for which players you want to see. And we are picking the cream of the crop. It's table 1, 2, 3, and 4 there for you. We're excited to see which match you choose and which decks we get to feature on the way to seeing who will make top 8.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this tournament and this day 2 shapes up. A lot of great players still viable for that top 8. A lot of great players still trying to just get those last 2 wins, like our 2 players from this round 13. We'll have to see how this is going to go. 8 players out of over 2,300 to start the weekend.
Yep.
It's crazy to have to whittle it down.
I mean, there's a lot of players still left with a chip and a chair, and that's all you need at this point. And we talked about mathematically being in the equation, as Juancho and Pablo awkwardly did for 5 minutes in the opening broadcast. But yeah, that's all you need. It's an opportunity here. Any player that's sitting around 30, 29 points, whatever it may be at this stage, does have a way to maybe make it into our top 8. I'm very excited to see which of those players it'll be. And we've got a lot of great options here. A lot of good matchups too. Look at that spread.
Yeah. All right. Well, we have an interview ready with Caleb Rogerson. So let's go ahead and toss it down to Juancho.
Thank you so much, casters. And I am here joined by Caleb Rogerson. He was our round 5 winner yesterday, and I didn't get the chance to interview him, so we're pulling him today. Looks like he had a pretty good run as well. You're in day 2 right now. Recap us a little bit. What did we miss?
Yeah, okay, thank you. I started the tournament 8-0 with Charizard. I went on stream against an ancient box, I believe, and in that run, I played against 3 Ancient Box and a Roaring Moon Dunsparce deck. So those were all pretty nice, easy matchups for the Charizard. I think with the cape really helps to either put on the Pidgeot or onto Charizard. But then I lost round 9 to Liam Halliburton in a Charizard mirror. And then I started today 0-1-1 against a Chien Pao and a I forget what I what I tied against. Oh, it was a Lost Zone box deck. But I am now 9-2-2, so I'm out of top 8 unfortunately, but I could make it to top 16, I believe, with 2 more wins. So that's my goal from here.
All right, you've got this. 2 more wins. Again, there's 2 rounds left. And you're playing a very, very interesting version of Charizard. You mentioned it a little bit earlier, playing Charizard with the cape, with the Bibra, with the Pidgeot. That's a lot of text. Tell us about the deck and how you prepared.
Yeah, so the deck is mostly the same as Tord's international winning Charizard deck. I played some games just like against random decks, assortment of different decks, and I really like the Bibarel in lots of matchups, especially the mirror match. The Cleffa really helped with the consistency, so I made sure to keep those. One of my differences from Tord's is the Hero's Cape instead of Prime Catcher, which I have been liking. It helped me a lot against the Ancient Box and Roaring Moon decks. Also, it's really nice against Lugia because they need 2 more energy with Chinchino to take a knockout on Charizard. And if not, they can't even 2-shot with Lugia V-Star if they attach double turbo energy. So sometimes you just get them with that and run them out of energies. Same with Chien Pao, they need all 8 water energies. Most lists only have 8, so if they prize 1, they can't even 1-shot your caped Charizard. So I really like that.
That is pretty funny. That hit me in the heart right there. That's for sure. Having a 3-shot a Charizard EX with 430 HP potentially. Oh wow, that's math I'm definitely not prepared for. With that, I do want to make sure you get to your next round. Again, Caleb here is still competing in day 2. So anyone you want to shout out?
Yeah, shout out to a bunch of people playing the same Charizard list as me. A lot of them made day 2. Michael Davidson, Vaughn O'Brien, Gabriel Smart, and then also in seniors, Justin Templar made top 8 with the deck. I know a bunch of people that were in top 8 of seniors. So hopefully one of them goes on to win the tournament. And I'm also hoping to close out the tournament with a couple wins myself. So thank you for having me on.
All right. No, thank you for the interview. I'm glad we were able to catch up since that round 5 win on stream, round 5 on stream. And with that, fingers crossed, I'll let you go back to the tournament. We're going to go on a quick break, but there's still a lot of Pokemon TCG action. Don't go anywhere.
I first got into Pokemon with my dad back when I was in elementary school. I ended up playing with him on these little mats that we had made, and we played back and forth for a lot of years. And then I ended up finding a niche in high school where I started a Pokemon club, and then I went to college and I found, hey, there are people that actually do this and travel to tournaments. I want to get involved. And so in college at Michigan State, I really got into the competitive scene. That was about 13 years ago now.
Some fun facts about our players here. JW has performed with Sting, which is pretty insane to think about.
My drive to keep competing really comes from my desire to win. I'm just a naturally competitive person. I have been for a long time. And Pokemon is a great outlet because I feel like it's a very family-friendly environment. Pokemon is very welcoming, and yet still there's a high level of competition. My favorite moment from Pokemon competitive history, it would be my first regional win. I mean, that meant a lot to me personally with a deck that I had created on my own, and something that was so fun when I won and I had friends that just mobbed me after the win. That's a feeling I will never forget. My starter Pokemon would be Pikachu because I loved Pokemon Yellow, and replaying that over and over and over, I'll go with Pikachu. My number one goal was a regional win. Does a lot of things. Obviously, the prize money is great, and the chance to call myself a 3-time regional champion. But more so, I now get to attend the World Championships in Hawaii, which I am stoked about.
Let us give you an experience.
At the Pokemon Center, EUIC, London.
Hello, Pokemon fans. Welcome back again to the Orlando, Florida Regional Championships. I was walking the floor and I spotted someone interesting to be able to interview. I'm joined by Emmy Sonier, or Poke Emmy. Poke Emmy, how are we feeling today?
I'm feeling really good. I am playing in the Cup. I didn't quite make day 2, but yeah, feeling really good today.
Great to hear, great to hear. So, for what I know, you've been doing a lot of traveling for Pokemon this past couple of weeks. You came from EUIC straight to Orlando. You played in the tournament yesterday. Again, didn't quite make day 2. That's okay. And you're still playing Pokemon in the Cup. How are you feeling? How does that feel to be traveling so much?
I mean, it's an amazing opportunity. I'm so blessed to travel all over to play Pokemon. One of my favorite things is I have a little Gloom plush that I bring with me everywhere. He's been with me to every single tournament I've ever been to. So now 3 different countries, or I guess 4 with Canada, right? United States, Canada, Japan, and then to Europe as well. So yeah, no, I mean, I'm still looking for the deck to play post-rotation, but it's been really fun.
I feel that. I have a Metapod myself that goes with me everywhere. But yeah, let's talk about that. You're still soul searching for that perfect deck. I know you from last season. Well, not even last season. Pre-rotation as Mew VMAX. I'm Mew VMAX 10. Like, you love the deck. I love the deck. Everyone loves the deck, right? But yeah, how does it feel now that we don't have access to Fusion Strike system?
Yeah, it's really tough. So I ended up playing Qian Pao to EUIC. I got points, but I didn't quite make day 2. And then testing for it, I was just really struggling against Eerie and like TMD Evolution, and I just wasn't having fun. So what I found, and maybe fellow VMAX enjoyers can attest to this, is I really like Sada decks because you're attaching extra energies, you're hitting for lots of damage, but I'm actually playing Great Tusk Mill right now in the cup, and it's really fun. I know it's nothing like VMAX, but it's a fun deck to play, and I think that's what I'm really looking for right now, is something that feels fun.
I like that, something that feels fun. And, you know, Sada does feel like a discount Alessa Sparkle. And sometimes you're not decking yourself out with your Fusion Strike system. You're just decking your opponent out. Yeah. I love that. Again, it's just something fun to play for sure. And, Emmy, you're part of Girl Power. Let me know, how is everyone else doing in the tournament?
Yeah, so with Girl Power TCG, we had 4 team moms for this event, and 2 of them made day 2, which is amazing. I don't know if they're doing the greatest so far in the event, but Lexi, I think, is playing Lugia, and then CJ is playing Espathra EX. So CJ hit a bunch of Charizard, which is great. Unfortunately, Lexi hit quite a few future hands today, so that's a little tougher, but yeah.
Definitely scared of those future hands as well, but great to hear the team's doing well. Again, they have like this initiative called the Pokémon, so if you're in a big event and you need some help, just find one of them. They've helped me out as well a ton for sure. With that, before I let you go, is there anyone you want to shout out?
Yeah, I mean, huge shout out to Girl Power TCG, shout out to my locals, Dragon's Lair and Forest Grove, and also Team EGS, Elite GameSpot in Crespo, Oregon.
Awesome, thank you so much, Emmy. With that, let's get back to the Pokemon TCG action.
Thanks a bunch, Juancho. Great to hear from Emmy, such a great member of our community, someone who's always willing to lend a helping hand. My name is Chip Ritchie, joined here by Pablo Tablemon Meza. We're excited to get into our next Swiss round, and it's going to be a very exciting one.
It is very exciting. We have some of the top players of the day so far, and it's round 14, and still no one has guaranteed their spot in top 8, so lots to play for still here.
Without a doubt. Let's take a look at those matches that our community was choosing between. That's right, this match will be the choice of the Twitch chat of our community. Some really stellar options up here, some great names, some extremely interesting decks as well. But our ultimate winner was actually table number 1. So we will be seeing Reagan Retzloff facing off against Cyrus McCain. Reagan Retzloff, a regional champion. He's just in his 2nd season as a master. Has not quite found the success that he found last season. You know, he won the Fresno Regional Championships. But he made a really strong push at the end of last season, and he's setting himself up to do just that, playing Chien Pao, already sitting at 35 match points.
Yeah, and with the nature of the game, there's always like these sort of moments in the season where you have momentum behind you, and it feels like you close your eyes and you're already in day 2 every single time, and then there's other moments where it's tough to make it past that threshold, but Reagan definitely one of the most consistent players, and also sticking with Chien Pao for a while now, and finally getting that success. Only, I would say, probably 1 match point away from top 8, Chip.
Should be, yeah. His resistance is definitely very solid. Well, let's get down to the table and introduce both of our players and get into this Swiss round 14 match. Now, this will be a win and in match. Whoever wins this match will be guaranteed to lock up a spot into top 8. Reagan sitting at 35 match points. Cyrus on the right sitting at 34 match points. And he will be playing the Roaring Moon Dudunsparce deck. I'm extremely excited to see this in action, Pablo. This was my favorite deck, I think, coming out of EUIC.
I agree. I absolutely love Roaring Moon. And now it's found a new partner with the Dudunsparce and the non-rule box Roaring Moon as well for fantastic support. And I think the Dudunsparce engine is one of the most unique support Pokemon that we have seen so far in the history of the game, honestly. It's always like draw a few extra cards with the Pokemon in play, but sending it back is actually very relevant. And wow, the prize card for Reagan, Chip.
A bit of trouble here, Pablo. 2 of his 3 Frigibacks, which normally wouldn't be too bad because you could work with the Hisuian Heavy Ball, but that has also found its way into the prize cards.
Oh my, can Reagan like navigate this with only 1 Baxcalibur all the time? I mean, luckily for him, the one of the Frigibacks is at the very bottom of his prize card, so that could be his saving grace depending on Cyrus' start. But as you're playing against Chien Pao, if you're not able to get ahead quickly, knocking out those Chin Pows, then you want to target down the Excalibur and the deck falls apart, especially if there's no backup Frigibacks.
One of the things about this Roaring Moon deck is that it aims to attack very consistently on its very first turn. So many of the card choices in this list are committed to that, to finding the super quick attack. So there's not a lot of gust in this list. There's one Boss's Orders, one Prime Catcher, and one Counter Catcher. There is also, I believe, no, there is no Pal Pad in this list, actually. So just Boss's Orders and Prime Catcher really are going to be Cyrus's only way to be aggressive after a Excalibur. So Reagan may have a chance to get a little wiggle room there, as he is going to kick things off, starting that Iron Bundle, a really cool tech that he has chosen to play in his list this weekend, and immediately kicks it off with the Nest Ball for the Radiant Greninja.
Now, this is definitely something where you check your deck for the first time and you only see one Frigibax, and then you immediately are like, well, I probably missed it, right? And then you check again and you're like, uh-oh, something's up. But as you were mentioning, Chip, not a lot of gusting possibilities for Cyrus overall, but it might just take one to turn things around in this situation.
Reagan is playing the Iron Bundle. We saw that he started it. If you look at the lists that made day 2 at EUIC, it was about 50-50 between which ones played the bundle and which ones did not. What are the matchups where the Iron Bundle can come into play? Why would a Chien Pao player think of this as an inclusion for their deck?
I mean, I'm not sure if there's like very, very specific matchups, but more it's like a good general all-around card.
Sure.
Maybe a Lowland Vulpix Vista or something that comes into mind that would stop you from attacking, but it's just a good option to sometimes you want to target the one Pokemon they have on the bench, which is so much more crucial than whatever they have active.
I mean, and similarly as well to Cyrus's deck, Reagan does not have very much gust in his list. He's got the Prime Catcher and then has a Silene actually as well as a way to potentially reuse the Prime Catcher. So even though Bundle is not quite the same as Gust, sometimes all you want to do is push your opponent's active out of the active spot. Something like a Charizard EX that has a lot of HP that you can't get over otherwise. Now Reagan has played the Ultra Ball, does find a Frigibax, his one single copy of Frigibax, and that will be it. A little bit of a lackluster turn from Reagan, no Bidoof on the bench. And Cyrus has a pretty solid opening here with the Nest Ball. I think another one to accompany it as well with the Darkness Energy. We'll probably see a Concealed Cards, and his goal here will be to attack on turn 1 with Roaring Moon.
And coincidentally, Chip, Cyrus top-decked that Prime Catcher. We're talking about how many options or lack of options there are as compared to, we've talked about how decks improved or not improved from rotation, and these sort of decks used to feature 4 Pokemon Catcher, but now with a guaranteed Prime Catcher, they're adapting, they're saving a little bit of space in some situations, but that Prime Catcher could come crucial, and there's a Dark Patch, there's an Energy. I think we might see that snipe on turn 1, which is going to be really harsh for Reagan here.
Yeah, and this is a spot where it would be excellent, even without Cyrus knowing for sure that Reagan has prized multiple Frigibacks, just because it is, regardless of that fact, the only Frigibacks in play. And if you, as Cyrus, take out that Frigibacks, Reagan just will not have very many plays on the next turn. Cyrus also has a Trekking Shoes, I believe, in this hand. Can be a nice extra card to get through the deck. I think the only thing he's missing to pull off this attack is potentially another Darkness Energy. He's got the one that he can use with the Concealed Cards, that combos with the Dark Patch. But with the 2 cards he'll draw, plus the Trekking Shoes, he has a lot of ways to get Darkness Energy. Not just the energies themselves, but also the 4 copies of Earthen Vessel.
Exactly. A lot of dig available for this particular turn. And the perfect sequencing is to wait until you've seen all the cards and then determine what you're going to do, right? So we'll see what choices Cyrus gets. And there's a second energy. So already Cyrus in a fantastic spot. I mean, even if Reagan hadn't praised multiple Frigibacks because he only benched one, Cyrus, this is always Cyrus's best play here.
Cyrus does have a bit of a choice here. Can go for the Sadas or the Explorers as a supporter card. What do you like here, Pablo?
I think I like, the Explorer, because you're not getting maximum value of the Professor Sada, and Professor Sada powering up double Roaring Moon EX is usually your preferred choice, and you have enough to take down the Frigiback. So I really like the Explorer. Give yourself more options, dig through the deck a little bit deeper, and Cyrus in a fantastic, fantastic spot, Chip. And I think this shows the power of the Prime Catcher, right? You can play a supporter and still Gust. That is so, so powerful.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing this turn play out. Cyrus going to be in a commanding spot. Also was able to find a Dunsparce to get set up. Reagan just kind of having to nod his head and accept his fate as this Frigibax is going down. Roaring Moon takes the KO.
Oof.
Almost draws a card per turn. Nope, we got to take
Those are
prize
not the prize cards.
Do not draw that card, Cyrus. And now Reagan definitely on the back foot here. He does have a pretty decent hand with double Irida. Normally that could get something like Buddy Poffin, get yourself a couple Frigibacks, but that's not going to happen here, right, Pablo?
Right. Under normal circumstances, you'd be okay-ish. You know you're going to fall behind a little bit to this very aggressive deck, but in Reagan's current situation with the prizes, what they are, I'm not sure. I mean, you have to dedicate the Supra, you get the Buffin to get back that Frigibax, right? And that's one less costing effect that Cyrus now has to try and pick it off again.
Yeah, I think Reagan can maybe stick this out for one more turn, right? See if he can get a Baxcalibur into play next turn. Was able to make a pretty good decision there, I think, to use the concealed cards before using the Irida. Let himself see what he draws. If he draws into Super Odd, then he can Irida for the Poffin, vice versa as well. So since he drew the Poffin, now I totally expect to see this Irida find a Super Odd. Now, he has already discarded a Super Odd to start things off. He is playing 3 copies of that recovery option in his list this weekend, but having to burn 2 of them in the first 2 turns is not usually what you want to do as Chien Pao.
Certainly not, Chip. And that's another change that we have seen from Chien Pao pre-rotation to this post-rotation format. Now that there's no more cross-switchers, that does open up a little bit of space for the Chien Pao deck. And why not play more recovery, right? Your Baxcaliburs continually go down, your Frigibaxes continually get hunted down. Therefore, having that little bit of extra recovery definitely helps.
Irida finding the Chien Pao EX and a Super Rod. Reagan does also have his own Prime Catcher in his hand currently. Something that he could do, you know, Reagan's a pretty smart player and is definitely aware of the meta, is he could try to stick this Roaring Moon active for a turn, right?
Yeah, that definitely could be an option. If you have studied the EUIC results and you know what possible options your opponent could have based on the top 8 deck list, then you could assume that there's a lack of switching cards in the deck other than a copy of Penny, right? But them having that Prime Catcher on turn 1 and having the Penny on turn 2 is going to be very difficult. So that could buy Reagan the time he needs in order to come back into this game.
Yeah, of course, the list that has become normalized is the list that Mark Hallstrump used to get top 8 at EUIC. And Cyrus is playing a list that's only 2 cards different from that top 8 list. He's got a Temple of Sinnoh in here, as opposed to an Artisan, which is a tech we've seen pop up, people being a little afraid of the Mist Energy, and also added a second Super Rod, as opposed to the 3rd copy of the Roaring Moon. And Reagan has gone for this play, sticking this Roaring Moon EX in the active, and Cyrus really will only have a couple of options to get this out of the active. Of course, that Penny you mentioned. Also, Sada plus an attachment could technically get there, right?
Yeah. That would allow Cyrus to retreat, but this is not a dedicated ancient box deck, right? So it's a little early, and even if we were in the late game, it's not guaranteed that the Roaring Moon would be able to get enough ancient cards in the discard pile to be able to KO this Chien Pao. So this might buy Reagan just enough time to pull this off, as the Prime Catcher itself is another switching card that is now no longer available.
We do see Cyrus has that Professor Sada and will get full value from it, attaching 2 Darkness Energy to 2 Ancient Pokemon and drawing 3 cards. There is that Dunsparce being drawn for the turn, and I do believe there is a, that's not an Ancient Booster Energy capsule, but there is one being attached to the Roaring Moon. And there is a Darkness Energy in hand, so Cyrus was able to find a way to get this Roaring Moon EX out of the active spot, but I think he would need 15 ancient cards in the discard pile. We're not quite there yet, Pablo.
Not quite there yet, as your math does check out, Chip. And I love that Ancient Booster Capsule here, giving 200 HP total to Roaring Moon. That means Chien Pao needs 4 energy just to take a single prize card. That's a full superior energy retrieval. And that's generally, if you're continually having to use so many resources to take a knockout, all of a sudden, the resources get very, very intensive for the Chien Pao player.
And Reagan here with an interesting hand, a pair of Irida, a couple of energy cards, and superior energy retrieval. Kicks things off with that Shivery Chill on Chien Pao EX, searching the deck for 2 basic water energy and adding them to the hand. As Reagan here with Irida, you've got lots of options here. What would you like to see from Reagan as far as his sequencing on this turn?
I mean, definitely try to get or see what you draw off of Radiant Greninja, because other than the rare candy of Excalibur, you probably need other resources for later in the match. Therefore, you use concealed cards to see the unknown cards, right? And then once you see those options, then you can determine what else you're missing and directly search for it with the Irida.
Sure. Yeah, for example, if he draws a rare candy here, he can now Irida for maybe an Ultra Ball to try to establish Bibarel, which would be another strong option this turn. Here's that concealed cards 2 being drawn from the top, and there is that Baxcalibur. Probably not one of the 2 pieces he would have loved to have found, but now Irida can grab some other water Pokemon out of the deck.
Yeah, which also helps you thin, right? So it's not bad at all having that backup Chin-Pao as well for the incoming next Roaring Moon. And now Regan is a little bit behind in the prize race at this point in time. Will or should be able to take this knockout, and then the Chin-Pao will probably go down. But speaking of resource intensive, Cyrus doesn't have infinite Professor Sada's vitality, right? And right now, this Roaring Moon can't really attack unless there's a Sada plus Dark Patch or double Dark Patch. And the more resources you ask your opponent to have during their turn, the better it will be for you, or the higher chance that they will not have exactly what they need.
Is there ever any argument to use the Iron Bundle here, potentially? Or do you just get through this Roaring Moon? It looks like that will be Reagan's call. 4 energy being discarded to the Hail Blade, and one of those Frigibacks found off of the prizes. Reagan perhaps holding his breath in this spot, hoping that Baxcalibur does not go down. He was not able to load any extra energy cards in to play. Cyrus has that Professor Sada, will get solid value here. An energy card apiece to the Roaring Moon and the Roaring Moon EX. Now 3 cards found from the top. Does find yet another Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. We have seen quite a lack of Dunsparce so far from Cyrus. Just the one, and he has not even used it.
Yeah, just the one has access to that, the Dunsparce, in case he does need something else. But so far, Cyrus has drawn enough, and I think that's something important to talk about for the Dunsparce, is that just because you can use it doesn't mean you have to. It's really great backup for when you really need something specific. That's when you go all out to find those resources, or to also help protect from potential Ionos, Roxannes, or even Judges from your opponent, which, if you're knowledgeable about Chin-Pao decks, you know that at most you're probably facing down 1 Iono, if that.
Vengeance fletching, seeking vengeance for the fallen brethren from last turn, the Roaring Moon that fell previously. Cyrus jumping back ahead in the prize trade. 3 prizes now to Reagan Retzlav's 5. We'll see how he can navigate his way through this situation. Once again, a Roaring Moon in the active with a Ancient Booster Energy Capsule up to 200 HP. No really strong way to deal with this Pokemon except for throwing a Chien-Pao EX at it.
Indeed, and that's a lot of energies required, Chip. That's probably another superior energy retrieval needed. And once you do, your reward is only 1 prize card. And then what are you going to do when this Roaring Moon comes up and potentially takes your Chin-Pao down, leaving Cyrus to 1 prize card? So Cyrus with a really big advantage at this moment. And Reagan, it's like you can't even try to trap the Dunsparce somehow, even with Silene, because the Dunsparce ability can be used from the active spot. So it's looking really difficult for Reagan to come back into this. Needs a big whiff off of Cyrus, who has very properly conserved the Dunsparce for that dig he might need.
A pretty solid draw off the concealed cards. Reagan was able to find Bibarel. Super important piece of this Chien-Pao deck. Honestly, nearly as important as Baxcalibur itself, drawing you up to 5 cards every single turn. 3 cards found off this Industrious Incisors. Reagan has not played a supporter, so has the option between Irida or Silene. I don't think there's anything that he wants to get back right now, but Irida can help to establish his board a little bit more and also find that superior that he needs to pull off this attack.
Yeah, could be superior. Could also be Supra to put energies back into the deck and then Shiver Chill them back into play. Reagan does have both options, but it's a little too late, I feel, only taking 1 prize card. This is one of Chin-Pao's biggest weaknesses, right? Having to deal with those multiple 1 prize attackers with your 2 prize attacker, which is generally the only Pokemon you have to attack with, because with Roaring Moon sitting at 140 or 200 HP, Iron Hands is just not a good asset for you in this match.
And the only supporters that Reagan plays are the 4 copies of Irida, the 1 Silene that we've mentioned, and then also 2 copies of Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking. So no copies of the Iono that we have seen in the past from Chien Pao decks. Perhaps if Reagan had Iono hanging around, there would be a chance for him to come back in this game, get a little bit of disruption, and hope that Cyrus doesn't draw what he needs off of the Dunsparce, but that's not a play that's available to Reagan in this spot. He was able to find the superior energy retrieval, just debating which cards to discard here. It looks like Chien Pao and perhaps a Buddy Poffin, though, will think better of it, hanging on to the Chien Pao EX and actually discarding a rare candy to get up to 4 basic energy back from the discard pile.
Exactly, 4 right there available, so we'll be able to take this knockout, can power up something else if he needs to, has a lot of energies in hand, but needs to hope that Cyrus doesn't have access to another Professor Sada, another attachment, or a double Dark Patch, which can combo very nicely with the Dunsparce coming into the active. Then you get to Dark Patch, then you get to shuffle back, and you're ready to go. So the Dunsparce acting like a very nice pivot, and I think that's what we're going to see here, Chip.
Yes, exactly what we're going to see. That runaway draw, such a cool and unique ability, and Cyrus has so many options available. Multiple Dark Patch, Professor Sada as well, even another Roaring Moon. I think there's a chance that Cyrus could even set up a checkmate from this position.
I agree, Chip. I think he's very, very close. If he was able to set up 2 Roaring Moons, then there's nothing stopping Cyrus from taking a KO, even if he had a 0-card hand, right?
Now Cyrus will still try to establish 1 baby Roaring Moon, small Roaring Moon Junior, whatever you want to call it.
Non-rule box Roaring Moon. That's so difficult to say, though.
We're not saying that one. Plenty of dark energy in the discard pile. I believe Professor Sada already lined up to the front of the hand. So not choosing to establish the second Moon EX. Perhaps couldn't have gotten all 3 energy on that card right now.
I think he could have, because he does have another Dark Patch and an attachment in hand. But either way, he's in a fantastic spot, and he might not know it. I feel like I would like to see him, as you mentioned, like play more towards, you don't know your opponent's exact 60. There's always a possibility of an Iono. So having those 2 Roaring Moons would be more than good enough, because I don't think there's 15 cards in the discard pile for Roaring Moon, for the non-rule box Roaring Moon to threaten an upcoming Chien Pao in this case.
Cyrus does have Ultra Ball in hand. Will use Runaway Draw first, drawing the 3 cards, and then now shuffling the Dunsparce back into the deck. Really cool the way that ability works from the active position, because you get to see what cards you draw first before you have to shuffle in, so you get to see what you draw before you even have to choose what to promote. Obviously, in this position, Roaring Moon EX was always coming into the active spot. And I was going to say the one thing Cyrus is missing from this position is the Stadium card, so that he can utilize Calamity Storm as opposed to the Frenzy Gouging, but he's got it hanging on in the hand, able to put it in play, and able to grab another Dunsparce into play.
Yeah, Artisan, a pretty fantastic resource with the Dunsparce, allowing you to get back the Dunsparce that you just put back into the deck. Also comboing perfectly with Calamity Storm, as you mentioned, to take this very clean 1-hit KO. Leave yourself with a Pokemon that requires 4 more energies to take down. But if only this Roaring Moon was an EX instead of this one, Chip, I think Cyrus would pretty much have this game completely locked up. So far, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 ancient cards in the lost zone. I mean, in the discard pile. If the Roaring Moon goes down, that's 11, but that's still 4 more. Cyrus will need to KO the upcoming Chien Pao here.
I think Cyrus had Ultra Ball in hand, had some other ancient cards, had an Earthen Vessel. Maybe could have played a couple more of those just in case an Iono came through from Reagan. But Cyrus also could be having some list knowledge playing to his benefit here. These players have been up at the top couple tables for the whole tournament. They've probably played next to each other. Perhaps they even played in day 1 of Swiss. So Cyrus able to perhaps utilize some of that information to the advantage here, knowing Reagan does not have Iono. That's something that he could certainly be working with. Now, Reagan has promoted the Radiant Greninja, a pair of energy cards on that Pokemon. Will utilize concealed cards, discarding the basic lightning energy, hoping for some help here. His only chance is to stick a Chien Pao EX in the active spot and cross his fingers that Cyrus has no way to respond.
That's a big hope. Mathematically, it's possible. Realistically, it's probably not happening. Do think it's a big opportunity, or a big missed opportunity for Cyrus not to just have that backup Roaring Moon ready to go in this situation. But Reagan's going to try and make the best use out of this. Maybe this is where you Silene tried to get the Prime Catcher to Greninja multiple times. I don't think so with Cyrus's humongous hand. 12 cards in hand, I believe, Chip.
Super unlikely, but gotta play to your outs or decide,
do you?
or decide to move on to the next game. For now, though, Reagan will choose to hang on for just a bit longer, playing 3 energy cards back into the deck from this Super Rod. Has not used Bibarel just yet, still tapped from the last turn, and does just have that 1 card remaining in the hand. It is the Silene. Do you think that's worth playing right now, Pablo?
I mean, honestly, I'm not sure. I mean, getting back the Prime Catcher, what else could you possibly want? I mean, you have the Iron Bundle still left to be used. If there was a way to make Iron Hands do more damage somehow, sure. I'm not seeing what the play here is for Reagan.
Reagan's going to swing with this Chien-Pao, cross his fingers that Cyrus can't get the KO. And if Cyrus can't get the KO, Reagan could respond with a Chien-Pao to close out the game, right?
Yeah.
He could totally do that. That's, I think, the line that he's thinking for here. Here comes that Silene. A couple of flips coming in here. 1 heads and a tails. Going 50-50 on that supporter card. Now, any card from Reagan's discard pile he'll be able to grab and place back on top of the deck, and Prime Catcher will be the choice. One of the few ways you can reuse multiple A-specs, but Reagan, seeing that even with the Prime Catcher, it's super unlikely he'll hold on, decides to concede. We're going to have to go to game 2. Cyrus gets the win in that first one.
Yep, might have asked Cyrus, do you have energy to retreat that Greninja? But yeah, not a great spot for Reagan at that point in time. Just fell a little too far behind. And honestly, the Frigibacks being prized didn't really come into play because Reagan didn't even have an opportunity to bench 2 on the first turn. It's not like he missed that opportunity at all. So not the biggest of deals, thankfully, those prizes, but overall, the aggression and the pace of Cyrus's deck proved to be too much to handle for Reagan.
And it was that aggression, the turn 1 Prime Catcher play, taking out Reagan's 1 Frigibacks, and really from there is where things started to fall apart. Reagan was able to get that turn 3 Baxcalibur after finding a Frigibacks, was able to try to claw back into the game, but it was really just too little too late. Cyrus was ahead on the prize trade, and as a single prize attacking deck with, you know, the 2 prize option in the end game, it's really difficult to lose whenever you find yourself that far ahead and your opponent has no disruption.
Indeed, and with the backup the Dunsparces, it wasn't really easy for Reagan to make up the advantage that Cyrus was able to get from the very beginning. Definitely a lucky strike to have that Prime Catcher readily available on your first turn, even when you only play 1 copy and you're not digging through the deck that much, but that is what can happen in the game of Pokemon.
Cyrus rocking the Hawaiian lei there, perhaps signaling to the future for Worlds in Hawaii. Prize cards now going out for these players. Radiant Greninja in the prizes for both of them. And Cyrus has prized the Prime Catcher, so will not be able to have that early aggression we saw in game number 1. It is a card that is at the bottom of the prizes, however, so more than likely he'll be able to utilize it pretty early in the game if he would like. Reagan Retzloff kicking things off with a Chien-Pao EX in the active, immediately searching the deck thanks to that Shivery Chill ability. Did not get a look at the hand just yet. He'll certainly be hoping to get down a Frigibacks, Bidoof, and perhaps Radiant Greninja.
Perhaps if only were available, Chip. I think the Radiant Greninja being prized is probably more impactful for Cyrus than Reagan overall. Reagan, of course, would love to get those extra cards, but has the backup Bibarel, whereas Cyrus, the best way he can get energies into a discard pile and extra resources is that concealed cards ability, so it being prized is going to be very problematic and could actually slow him down just enough for Reagan to run away with this one.
Pretty solid hand here. A pair of Frigibacks. Also, Nest Ball. This can find the Bidoof. I think there is an Ultra Ball in the hand as well for the next turn in order to get Bibarel in play, in order to draw through the deck, find yourself some combo pieces in order to piece together exactly what you need. No, was it not a Frigibacks in his hand? Oh, perhaps the Iron Bundle was that other water Pokemon I noticed.
Yeah, I do believe so. And I think this is always something that you need to be very aware of your opponent's capabilities and what they can do. And you want to play it super, super safe. in this case. As Reagan, he'd rather have the double Frigibacks in case one of them does go down in that first turn, just like last game, as opposed to having the reliability of Bidoof. But, of course, that's going to cost him, right? That means his hand could be a little limited in that regard in the upcoming turn. So setting up that Bidoof and the B-Rel still a priority, but you first need to play it a little bit safer in this instance.
Pair of Frigibacks into play. And then the attachment to this Chien-Pao has the Ultra Ball, but will choose to hold onto it for now, passing it back over to Cyrus McCain. Cyrus has started a Roaring Moon, also playing a Nest Ball here. Would maybe be thinking of grabbing the Radiant Greninja in this spot, but as we have called out, it is in the prizes.
And Days Greninja will be missing in action this time around as he realizes that. And
I think both the players here are laughing about the fact they have both prized their Radiant Greninja.
Which is like, what are the chances of prizing any given card? It's 10%, right? So if you combine those, both players prizing the exact same card in the same game might be a 1% chance if my math doesn't fail me. So yep, very peculiar game we are seeing, but like we mentioned, I think it's going to be more impactful for Cyrus overall than for Reagan.
Yeah, there's just less ways for Cyrus to discard energy, and it's more important for Cyrus to discard energy than it is for Reagan as well. He needs to utilize those Professor Sadas. Does have the Trekking Shoes. Perhaps here Cyrus will be crossing his fingers to find a Darkness Energy on the Trekking Shoes in order to discard it. He does have the Earthen Vessel in hand. And using this Artisan is able to find another Dunsparce.
Yeah, that Artisan a blessing for Reagan as well, as he will be able to utilize it to establish the Bidoof next turn essentially for free. So I'm sure he's very grateful to Cyrus for playing that down. But Cyrus, with the lack of Greninja, definitely needs to rely a lot more on his Dunsparce engine, which last time around didn't feature as much, but I feel like based on the current circumstances, with the lack of Greninja, the Dunsparce will play a much bigger role.
Trekking Shoes sees the top card. Cyrus choosing to discard the Roaring Moon EX and is rewarded by finding a basic Darkness Energy. The perfect thing to discard with the Earthen Vessel. And I think there's a Sada in the hand as well. And if that is the case, we can see the turn 1 attack would be pretty nice.
Indeed, very, very fortunate energy find right there to be able to chain that vessel, discarding the energy, finding more energy, then possibly going into that Professor Sada, as you mentioned, Chip. But I don't know if I saw it. If it is, then fantastic. But 3 cards can sometimes be a little underwhelming. I don't see it, Chip.
No, Professor Sada, my eyes deceive me. There is a Darkness Energy and a Dark Patch, but no way to get this Roaring Moon out of the active spot, and really nowhere for Cyrus to go with this hand, even in future turns. That Temple of Sinnoh attack for the potential Mist Energies that people were talking about a little bit this weekend. Good against the Mist Energies in the Charizard deck, good against the Mist Energies in the Control decks. Cyrus with just a pass, a rare miss on the turn 1 attack from the Roaring Moon player.
You can see how important that Radiant Greninja is. It's one of those cards where if you could play multiple copies of, it could easily be a 2, 3, or 4 of in some decks, right? It's that powerful, but the Radiant rule does limit it, and you like basing your deck around it can factor in these sort of situations where it ends up being prized and you're left with a pretty underwhelming hand.
Reagan uses Shivery Chill immediately, grabbing a couple energy and eyed up the Bidoof. Sure enough, Artisan being utilized in order to grab the little bear from the deck, the little beaver from the deck, and put it directly onto the bench. I believe Reagan has an Irida, correct? So should be able to piece together the Baxcalibur here. Not before potentially drawing cards. Maybe there's a Pokestop in the hand. I'm not sure.
Yep, there is indeed a Pokestop, which with what you are seeing from your opponent, I'm not sure you want to play that. Also, it gives them resources, energy discarded.
This could have been a little risky because Reagan also prized a Baxcalibur this game. If he had milled his Baxcalibur on the Pokestop, that could have been a little awkward for him. I think that's the Iron Bundle there in his hand. So
yeah, I thought that
was
a
little bit of a risk, if you ask me.
Yeah, agreed. I feel like you would rather play the Irida, get that rare candy Baxcalibur guaranteed, and then Pokestop away to your heart's content. But Reagan factoring in the risk versus reward and choosing to Pokestop right there instead. Even getting rid of B-rolls could have been a little risky, right?
Could have been tough, yeah. But as it stands, it does work out just fine. Irida finding the rare candy, Baxcalibur. Name a more iconic duo. Here comes the backs into play. And with no Ancient Booster Energy Capsule on this Roaring Moon, Reagan will have a little bit easier of a time. A few less resources, one less energy card needed in order to get the KO. And now Reagan finds himself ahead for the very first time in this match. And what a draw for Cyrus. Finds that Dunsparce. Is going to be crossing the fingers for a good draw here. Just 3 cards to do it. Not before using the Pokestop, though. And does get rid of a couple supporters. He would have drawn those if he used the Dunsparce first.
Those would have been amazing draws for Cyrus if he had used the Dunsparce, as you mentioned, Chip. It's always an interesting discussion to decide whether you Pokestop first or you the Dunsparce first or draw cards with whatever other resource you have. And I think there's always probably a mathematically correct answer, but a lot of the times it just comes down to feeling, right?
Yeah, it depends what you're looking for in many spots. And I think in this spot, Cyrus is looking for a supporter. I feel like, sure, if you Pokestop into Nest Ball, Earthen Vessel, you can get some other cards out of your deck to increase your chances for the Dunsparce to hit you a supporter. But also, you potentially get rid of your supporters, and Cyrus has not found one just yet. I do think found an Ultra Ball, though, so we could see another Dunsparce get another runaway draw.
So actually did find a supporter, but it's Penny, the most underwhelming supporter in this scenario. Definitely would have loved Asada, definitely would have loved a Professor's Guidance, but unfortunately not available here. So Cyrus will be able to do an attack, but at this point in time, if you're Reagan, your Qianbao worth 2 prizes, is going to be able to take 2 prizes. So you're trading evenly, you're the one with the initiative. So it's a very comfortable position compared to the last game. It's another world.
Absolutely. The Dunsparce being grabbed from the Ultra Ball, runaway draw incoming, and Cyrus here will be hoping perhaps for a supporter. Actually is going to choose to hold off on even using the Dunsparce. Has everything he needs to get the attack this turn, wants to perhaps guarantee some draw for the next one. Hasn't played a supporter yet this turn. I don't know. How do you feel about this, Pablo?
I mean, I think it's fine. It also protects the Dunsparce from getting sniped, or the Dunsparce from getting sniped by a potential Radiant Greninja, which Reagan might have unlocked from the prizes at this point.
Also has Heavy Ball in his list.
Has Heavy Ball as well, so decent protection, and then you get to see your top deck. You also have the pivot right to the side after seeing your top deck, but definitely a dire situation if you're Cyrus, and I feel like if both players would like to guarantee their spot in the top 8, now potentially picking up his cards might be on Cyrus's mind.
Yeah, Reagan here is okay to come away with a tie. A tie would get him to 36 match points. He'll be able to ID one of these last couple of rounds here, and he'll be finding himself in a good spot. Cyrus, on the other hand, probably needs to win one more. If he ties this one, he could potentially ID next round in order to get to 36 match points, but more than likely he'll be playing against someone who has 33 match points, who needs to play for their shot at top 8.
Yeah, with the tournaments getting this big, Chip, it's never easy to figure out because we're literally in uncharted territory, right? We've never had day 2s this big. We've never had players without 35 match points not making it into top 8 like we had at EUIC, so it's always not super straightforward to figure out exactly how many you need or if you're going to risk it based on your resistance.
A pretty excellent Pokestop there for Reagan, discarding an energy card, but finding 2 superior energy retrieval. Actually has 3 copies of the card in his hand currently. Has yet to establish Bibarel, and I expect that's what we're going to see here grabbed off this Ultra Ball. Oh, perhaps a Qianpao. Maybe wants to attack with a clean Qianpao, force his opponent to find a Gust if he wants to clean up this other Qianpao that's already been hit.
Indeed, if you're this ahead as Reagan, making your opponent need as many cards as possible to even get some prize cards, get some resources, right? Prize cards are resources, and you don't want to just hand your opponent 2 more. Also, the more the game advances, the more likely it is that there might be enough ancient cards in the discard pile for the upcoming Roaring Moon to get a KO. So the more you make your opponent work for their best possible play, the better it is for you and the more likely you'll come out ahead.
Yeah, this is a super smart play here from Reagan. Just needs 1 more energy card in order to get this KO, which if he doesn't have it in hand, he certainly has the superiors to pull it off, and there are plenty of water energies available. He'll be able to get this one-hit knockout.
Yeah, plenty of superior energy retrievals as well, and a super. So all the energy and Pokemon recovery Regan could possibly want, even decides to leave one energy pre-attached to that Chimpao, feeling pretty safe, pretty comfortable. I think if you're Cyrus, time's running out, and he could even get benched out if he doesn't draw any Pokemon with this Dunsparce. Once again.
See the same thing. Needs a supporter card, uses Pokestop first, and that supporter gets discarded from the top of the deck. Now, off the Trekking Shoes, will discard the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, does find a Nest Ball, does thin one more card out. More than likely will grab a Roaring Moon, but is there even another Roaring Moon in the deck? I don't see one. May have to settle for a Dunsparce instead. So this is Cyrus's final Roaring Moon in play at the moment. He does play a couple Super Odd. He'll need to shuffle a couple back.
I want to point out the sequencing. We just saw that Trekking Shoes being played before the Dunsparce. I really wish the Dunsparce had been used before even the Pokestop, because with the Dunsparce, you're getting extra resources into your hand, which is extra information, right? And then with the extra cards you have, you can make a more informed decision on those Trekking Shoes and a more informed decision on whether you need to Pokestop or not.
3 cards are drawn here for Cyrus. Does find the Super Rod and able to promote the Dunsparce. One of my favorite things about this little guy, he's got free retreat too. It's pretty interesting. I mean, anytime a card has free retreat, it just makes it all that much better.
Yeah, that free retreat coming in super, super clutch, especially in a deck that needs to power up on the bench through the dark patches, right? So the Dunsparce, it's almost like it was made for this deck. It's a perfect partner for Roaring Moon.
So Super Rod will shuffle back into the deck. A couple of Roaring Moon, also 1 Darkness Energy. There is a Roaring Moon in the prize cards currently for Cyrus. And this does take an Ancient Pokemon out of the discard pile, so Vengeance Fletching will do a little bit less damage, but in this position, you were never getting the one-hit knockout anyway. You need 15 Ancient cards in the discard pile in order to get there, and that was not happening this turn.
Yeah, now there's 22 total Ancient cards in Cyrus's deck. That means getting almost all of those into a discard pile is really difficult, and I think all these draws are giving Cyrus that sort of like false hope, in the sense that sure, he's still in the game, sure, he's getting attacks off, but Regan's just going to come out more and more ahead, and if he's able to close out the game, then, as you mentioned, the tie is definitely preferable for Regan than for Cyrus in this situation.
Yeah, Regan even just asked the judge exactly how much time was left, trying to be sure of what is available using this Pokestop. Does discard a few supporters, but finds perhaps the strongest card in his entire deck, that a Spec Prime Catcher. Also having Irida in the hand, Ultra Ball as well. The problem here may be that these cards are a little tough to want to discard. He's got 3 Superior and Ultra Ball. Which cards can you even choose to discard?
I mean, probably the Irida, or with Irida, you're going to grab something like Manaphy and a Puffin just to discard them, right? But yeah, Regan's hand might be too good for his own benefit at this point, because you need cards to discard for the Ultra Ball, cards to discard for the Superior, and because you have so many Superiors and the Super Rod, you're not going to draw too many cards with the B-Barrel anyways.
Regan does choose to find the Hisuian Heavy Ball. Perhaps getting the Radiant Greninja from the prizes right now could be a strong play. Could do a couple things here, right? You can draw cards with it. Would you ever consider going for the attack into the Dunsparce? I guess you wouldn't have to, because you could always just use the Iron Bundle. Maybe this is a good turn to target that Pokemon down. You know your opponent is struggling to set up, right?
Yeah, you can definitely give up 2 prize cards in exchange for your opponent's draw engine. However, there's definitely merit to getting rid of your opponent's only relevant attacker and threat in play. So both options I actually like. I think both options put you far, far ahead. What I would like to see, though, is seeing that Radiant Greninja find extra resources for Regan, as it's probably better in this spot than even the B-Barrel.
Is debating the Superior Energy Retrieval here, I believe. Is going to discard the Ultra Ball to do it, which would be a way to get that B-Barrel out of the deck. We'll see what he can draw here from Radiant Greninja. This does at least guarantee that he'll be able to take the KO. we'll see if Cyrus is even able to find the pieces. And we're actually going to see the Radiant Greninja go in for the attack.
Yep.
Okay, so not using not using the concealed cards here, just going straight for the Moonlight Shuriken.
Yeah, I'm not sure I love this play chip because with no backup B-Rail, I mean, there's not much threatening Reagan at this point in time, and the Pokestop probably remaining in play for the foreseeable future.
Cyrus has to find a basic Pokemon here.
Nope.
He didn't.
There we go.
Yeah, no out to a basic Pokemon. He had no way to find it otherwise. Knew that his active Roaring Moon was going down, and we're going to game number 3.
What a contrast between game 1 and game 2, right? Game 1, Cyrus was flying through his board, didn't even need to use the Dunsparce basically to fully set up, got that turn 1 aggression, and then game 2, Reagan was able to just completely take over, and prices once again didn't really factor too much for Reagan in either game, but that Radiant Greninja being priced for Cyrus definitely slowed him down so much.
We're going to have right around 9 minutes left for this third and final game for one of these players to hopefully lock up a spot into our top 8. And it was all about the aggression here for Reagan. Had a really strong setup and was able to just go in and take the quick prize cards.
Yep, I think once you're the one with the initiative, it's usually on your opponent to disrupt you or make something happen, but neither deck offers any disruption, right? Both decks are trying to do their thing, both decks have their resources and their powerful attackers, but neither can really affect what their opponent is trying to do other than ghosting a potential support Pokemon or a threat. So with both of those scenarios happening, I do think Reagan has the slightly stronger deck in the long run, but a fast start for Cyrus can definitely be problematic for Reagan.
Yeah, and I think there is a chance we see this game conclude with a winner. It's going to be tough. Both of these decks, Reagan's mostly, do require a little bit of setup, but we'll see how things develop. Starting this game is going to be a little delayed, however, Cyrus with a mulligan. Now, heading into this game, I think I would like to see Cyrus actually choose to go first. Normally with Roaring Moon, you just kind of choose to go second, pretty much against everything. But I think Chien-Pao actually is one of the few decks that you want to go first against.
Yeah, honestly, I agree, because it gives you that little bit of extra turn. You're not going to play a supporter. You might not do too much, but it gives you that one extra energy attachment, which means you're not reliant on Dark Patch, or you're not reliant on a turn 1 Professor Sada in order to get that aggression going, which is so key to disrupt the Chien-Pao player. However, you are giving them the possibility essentially to have access to 8 total body puffins between the 4 Irida that can search for them and the 4 actual body puffins. So it's a little tough to say, but I agree. I would love to see Cyrus choose to go first here.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot. You know your opponent will set up a little bit more, but you also know your opponent will have one less turn to get off an attack. So you're more likely to attack before your opponent, pretty much, right?
Which is so
Which I think
key,
is the most important piece in this matchup. I mean, Reagan would much rather go first, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's another benefit for Cyrus choosing to kick things off here in game number 3, and is going to start it off with the Radiant Greninja, but I don't see a Darkness Energy. Does bench a Roaring Moon and now uses Artisan to search the deck for any non-rule box basic Pokemon to put directly onto the bench. Dunsparce immediately being eyed up.
Yep, Dunsparce to get that Dunsparce sequencing and combo rolling. No energy available, as you mentioned, Chip. And speaking of energy, 3 energy were priced for Reagan, which in the grand scheme of things could definitely affect things. Even though the Chien-Pao deck relies so much on attaching so many energies each turn, there's only 8 water energies played, and with almost half of those being priced, that could be a little troublesome for Reagan in the beginning.
Yeah, Cyrus's hand is not amazing, does have the Explorer's Guidance to utilize on the next turn, but no energy attachment, no energy in the discard pile. We're now back over to Reagan here with the Buddy Puffin, with the Irida. He has plenty of options available. We'll start off with the Artisan, however.
Yeah, also has a Heavy Ball, but this is always an interesting discussion, right? Reagan could have immediately checked his prize cards off of the Heavy Ball, but if you check your deck first and you figure out if there's nothing really too crucial priced in terms of Pokemon, that Heavy Ball can actually be useful for discarding into an Ultra Ball, into a Superior Energy Retrieval, so very correct sequencing in that instance for Reagan.
Yeah, especially in Chien Pao specifically, because you have so many cards that you need to discard. I mean, we saw him have kind of a difficult choice in the last game. Had the Ultra Ball in hand, had the Superior Energy Retrievals, and was forced to discard the Ultra Ball to the Superior because he needed the energies more than he needed the Pokemon. And so having access to Heavy Ball as a way to just be an extra card to be discarded can be pretty nice. Now, one thing that's missing in this hand currently for Reagan is there's no energy cards. No way to get Bidoof out of the active, no way to get a Chien Pao active, which is normally what you want to do in order to get some energies from your deck with Shivery Chill. We'll see if Reagan has that one of Earthen Vessel potentially. That could be what he goes for.
Yep, and that's exactly what he's putting to the front of his deck chip. So, yep, we're seeing with 3 energies prized, getting those early energies is going to be so crucial. And the one piece of information you have as Reagan is that your opponent doesn't have energy. If they had energy, there's no reason not to use concealed cards, or at the very least, get an attachment onto the board. So this is definitely an opening for Reagan to take advantage of the fact that he didn't get to start, but he did get to play that area to fetch the Earthen Vessel.
I'm going to be honest as well here, Pablo. I think there's a decent shot with this hand that we could see Reagan be aggressive with his Iron Hands EX. Not really a card you normally attack with in this matchup. It only deals 120 damage. Unable to knock out the Roaring Moon, but it can knock out the Lightning Weak Radiant Greninja. It also can prey on your opponent's Dunsparce, which are very important pieces of their draw engine. So that is something we could potentially see Reagan utilize, and that would be a way that he could swing the prize trade in his favor quickly enough to ensure that this game completes.
Certainly, Chip, certainly. Finding that opportunity to take 2 prizes with your Iron Hands for not a lot of resources essentially is very important. And this could be the prime opportunity to do so, as you mentioned, because now, even if Cyrus is able to find energies and whatnot, he will probably need to dedicate his energy attachment to retreat the Radiant Greninja to the bench, meaning getting an attack off could be difficult, and we could see that still stuck in the active given Cyrus's very underwhelming turn 1.
Also, for Reagan as well, it's pretty low risk to go for the Iron Hands because you're almost guaranteed to at least tie this game. It's going to be very difficult for your opponent to take all their prizes in the remaining time. So you could at least try to set up the Iron Hands, be aggressive after that line. Already even has Prime Catcher in hand as well with Rare Candy Excalibur. There's a decent shot that Reagan can do this. And worst case scenario, if it doesn't work out, if you end up whiffing, you're going to be able to ensure you get the 1 match point from the tie.
Yeah, and Reagan's hand's so good that he's even able to discard that excess rare candy that he has. So pretty amazing start for him. Will be able to also retreat into the Chien Pao, get those 2 energies out as well. And now he has pretty much well, most of his energies because there's so many prizes here.
Right, yeah, just another 1 remaining in the deck, I believe, which he'll be able to get out of the deck with Shivery Chill on the next turn. Assuming Cyrus does not, in some miracle way, find a way to get 15 ancient cards in the discard pile. I don't even know if that is technically possible. It probably is with Dunsparce, Explorers, Ultra Ball. Like, there's maybe a combo of cards that gets him there, but it's pretty unlikely.
Yeah, very unlikely. And, yeah, there we go. What a top deck.
Yeah, it does find that Dunsparce from the top, so that will be a way to accelerate. Also, if Cyrus wants to try to play around any Iron Hands shenanigans from Reagan, something he can do is not put another Dunsparce in play, ensure that Reagan can't accelerate the prize trade in his favor in that way.
Yeah, but it's always very key, as you mentioned, Chip, to try to find those opportunities where you can accelerate your win condition through the use of unorthodox measures such as the Iron Hand, such as the double KO with Radiant Greninja, which is not unorthodox for a deck like Chien Pao, but it's not always something that a lot of decks have access to.
Yeah, and even for Chien Pao in this matchup, not something you often go for. Cyrus, with the draw on the Dunsparce still unable to find an energy card. That is the piece that he's missing here. Explorer's Guidance, he would love to discard a Darkness Energy or perhaps find a Vessel in order to get the Radiant Greninja up and rolling, and he does choose to keep the Vessel right away and has a couple of Darkness Energy, can choose to hang on to one to discard or just throw them both away.
He does keep that Nest Ball and that Earthen Vessel. Cyrus really not choosing to focus at all on the Roaring Moon EX in this matchup, but that just is going to give so much more power to the Iron Hands, because if the Iron Hands is able to take down this Radiant Greninja, then what response do you have? You're not going to have 16 ancient cards in the discard already, and even the frenzied gouging is your only answer, but it's not a great one because you leave yourself vulnerable at 30 HP left, where even a Frigibax could take down the Iron Hands.
And I think our players here recognizing less than a minute left, there's really no way for either of them to take 6 prize cards. Reagan would have had to play at lightning speed, and also Cyrus probably would have had to make a mistake, would have had to leave an extra single prize Pokemon in play, maybe put a Roaring Moon EX in play to let Reagan take 6 prizes in 3 turns. So they recognize that's not going to happen. We'll take the tie. And I think that's something Reagan's okay with here. He moves to 36 match points. He's locked up a spot in top 8. Cyrus, though, has a little bit more work to do in this last Swiss round coming up.
Indeed, 36 match points could be safe, could also not be safe, as we saw one player bubble out in EUIC. However, when you're off to a solid start here as Reagan, you have to assume your resistance pretty good. Obviously, it's just tied against Cyrus, who also is at the very top of the table. So you would imagine Reagan might be able to get another ID in the coming round to secure his spot in the biggest regional ever.
In game 1, it was all about Cyrus's aggression, targeting down Reagan's lone Frigibax, the turn 1 Frigi KO. You don't see it too often, but it'll come up every once in a while. It set Reagan back just a little too far. Perhaps Reagan could have conceded this game 1 a little quicker, but also it's not necessarily something he was pressured to do because he was okay with a tie, right?
Yeah, and that's part of why the points transitioning from day 1 to day 2 is so important, and knowing how many you're gonna need in order to make the top 8 is very, very key. Reagan, very aware of that, and then was able to take game 2, honestly, very convincingly, switching around those Chen-Paos, tanking those hits, using Greninja as well to eliminate Cyrus's only resource to potentially find him more cards. And then the Pokestop failing to provide Cyrus with an extra Pokemon, was able to close out the game that way.
And here in game 3, really don't know what would have happened, to be honest. It seems like Reagan was in a decent spot. Cyrus was having kind of a slow time getting going, but not enough time to finish that game out. A tie is a tie. 1 match point awarded to each of the players. And we've only got 1 Swiss round left.
1 Swiss round left, and gosh, I really hope it's a clean cut. Yeah, like imagine being so close and then not making it based on resistance.
It is pretty crazy that we are living in the days of 36 match points bubbling out of top cut. 35 match points is crazy enough. But you got to go 12-3 or better to have a chance.
To have a chance, exactly. That's the crazy thing. And I feel like we're not too far off where you're going to need to win 13 rounds at this point in time. So these tournaments are getting bigger and bigger, Chip.
No more exciting time to play the Pokemon TCG than right now. More and more players getting involved. I've spoken to so many people out on the floor this tournament weekend that are telling me this is their first tournament. Players who didn't even play in the competition. They're just checking things out, maybe playing in some side events, things like that. There's so much to do at a regional championships outside of just competing in the main event. So if you're ever on the fence, you're thinking about it, we'd love to see you out here. We've got a couple more this season, and I'm sure next season is going to be one to remember as well.
Oh, certainly. I'm very excited for that as well. But still plenty to play for in this season. 2 regionals remaining after this one, as you mentioned, Chip, in North America, but still there's still other events. There's so many events in May.
Yes, so many events, tons of Latin America events as well. I know there's going to be a special event in your home city of Mexico City, which I'm sure is going to be extremely exciting for that community. You were telling me about it earlier. Well over 200 players registered, and it seemed like there was way more people who were interested in it as well.
Yeah, the virtual queue had over 1,000 players at one point, so I'm pretty sure if we had a bigger venue, it would also be at max capacity. So very exciting times to be playing Pokemon. Also in Mexico, I think everywhere.
No matter where you are, truly, yeah, an exciting time to be a part of the community and be a part of the game. And speaking of the community, let's take a look at some of those tweets that you've been sending us throughout the course of the weekend. One of the things I love looking at here on the broadcast is seeing how our community is enjoying the streams. Abby here with the wildest day of her life ever. Can't believe she finally made it into day 2, 3rd ever regionals, got interviewed and got streamed all in day 1. Of course, Abby, we got to feature yesterday with her Golden Go EX deck. She did make it into day 2, so congratulations on that accomplishment, Abby. We hope to see more from you in the future.
Yeah, representing Goldengo very well, and also Palkia, right? Showing how important Palkia is to that deck. And I think we didn't see Goldengo attack at all, so Palkia very important for that. And congratulations to Abby on so many accomplishments on a single day.
Yeah, what a day indeed. Rahul Reddy here finished top 8 at Perth Regionals. We did see a handful of Americans go from EUIC down under to Australia. Rahul was one of them, and I would say it paid off, right? 10-3-1 record gets him into top cut down there. Able to get top 8, awarded $3K for the prize money. This is going to put him in great standing as well for future stipends, future international championships. So I think the trip was worth it, I'd say.
Oh, certainly worth it, yeah, and especially with the bump in prices that we saw this season. This makes a lot of sense, and getting to Perth is probably quite expensive, but when you're getting top 8 at the event, it's going to be worth it.
There you go, able to make it in there. And this was one of my favorite things I saw on Twitter this morning when I woke up. Natalie Miller posting this. Kywin versus Jordan Palmer, 2 of the great Australian players, played in the finals of the Perth Regional Championships today and also played back in the national finals in 2013. I mean, what a comparison there to see that picture of how the 2 trainers have grown.
I mean, I would say Kywin looks very similar in both pictures, right? But yeah, I mean, it's crazy to think that 11 years apart, both players still at the very top. I don't know about you, Chip, if you have someone at your locals where you just continually face them across all these years.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be, for me, Grant Manley.
Grant
you know,
Manley,
we live in the same city, and I met Grant when he was in high school, I think initially the very first time, and now to see him being one of the top competitors in the game. Another one for me as well, Caleb Rogerson, also living in Central North Carolina. He's someone who I've known him since he was a junior division player, and then now he's up here seeing success at the Masters level. Yeah, pretty crazy to see how people continue to grow through the Pokemon TCG.
And then Boo sent a challenge to everyone who is here in Orlando. Anyone at the venue today, I challenge you to the Pokemon Stadium 2 minigame Egg Emergency. She did 100 eggs on hard mode yesterday, and she is ready. So if you're around, and you're around the retro area that we always have at regionals, be sure to challenge Boo.
Yeah, Pablo, you think you want to go challenge her?
See, the last time we played this, our L and R buttons didn't work, remember? So we lost in that one.
We did. But, you know, I mean, maybe they've got better controllers set up out there on the floor than what we had back in our lounge. Yeah, we'll see if anyone can top Boo's number here.
If this was Pokemon Puzzle League Challenge, oh, I'd be ready. I'm really good at that game. I love that game so much.
Of course, we do not have just the trading card game being featured over the course of this weekend. We have our video game stream happening, Scarlet and Violet being played by those competitors. They're whittling down over there. And also Pokemon Go getting towards the end of their event. Lots of exciting action happening at the Orlando Regional Championships. We're covering the TCG here, but there's something for every Pokemon fan this weekend.
And we're seeing Ogerpon coming to the field for VG, which is really cool to see. That's coming next in our Twilight Masquerade set, right? So, which we are sure to see some of those Ogerpons at NAIC. So, very exciting times.
Yeah, very unique mechanic as well. They revealed some of those over on Pokemon.com. So if you haven't seen them yet, go check it out. It's very exciting to see that even 25 years into the Pokemon TCG's existence, we're still seeing the game developers finding ways to make new and interesting mechanics, ways to keep the game fresh, which is really cool. Yeah, we see some things recycled, some old favorites come back, maybe some old not-so-favorites come back from time to time, but always still pushing the envelope and finding new things for us to enjoy.
I think Iono is one of those great examples, right? Similar to Rocket's admin, similar to N, but in a very unique way with that to the bottom of the deck mechanic, which as a player makes you rethink and makes you assess when to thin, when not to thin. That's always important.
Without a doubt. Well, Wancho did have the opportunity to catch up with our junior division champion this weekend. So let's hear from Wancho and that champion.
We are back once again, Pokemon fans, here at the Orlando Regional Championships. My name is Wancho Saldana, but it is my absolute honor to present to you one of our champions for today from the junior divisions. Theo, Yoon, Theo, how are you feeling today?
I'm very excited, and I'm very thrilled and kind of nervous about the next tournament.
Oh, that's for sure. But hey, you have this one in the bag. You're now a regional champion, Theo. Tell the folks at home, what deck did we play to the tournament?
I played Ancient Box. I'm so lucky I didn't face any turbo hands, and I only faced 2 Zards, which is really lucky for me. And I faced a lot of Tinas, which is also good for me. Yeah, and I won against both of them, which made me the champion. Yeah.
Amazing, amazing stuff. What did you face in the finals, actually?
I faced another Tina, and I just top decked the boss's orders, and I just bossed for game, and guess I just got really lucky at the final game. Yeah.
Tina Mirror, that's actually a very hard matchup for sure. I wouldn't put it all into luck. I mean, you made it all the way here. You seem like a very skilled player for sure. How did you get this good? How did you prepare for this tournament?
I didn't really prepare that much, but I did practice the Tina matchups and the Zard and the Chimpao, and but I practiced them a lot. But I didn't practice the Tinas. But my dad told me some tips, and I just overcame them.
Wow, that's great to hear. Sounds like you have a great support system for sure. Just a couple more things I do want to ask you. Now that you're a champion, are you going to play? What's the next tournament you want to play in?
I'm probably going to the Indiana regional. I'll be playing Ancient Box too there probably.
That's for sure. Also, now that you're a champion, hey, you're going to the World Championships as well. That's exciting. That's exciting. And of course, best of luck in Indiana. Maybe we'll add another medal to that belt. With that, I do just one last thing. Is there anyone you want to shout out and give thanks to?
I want to shout out to my New Jersey crew. I have a lot of them. 2 of them actually also won a regional. Actually, no, 3. And I also want to give a big shout out to my dad, who supported me this entire time and fed me and kept my spirit alive.
That's great to hear. Yeah, I can see your dad over there. Very, very supportive for sure. And wow, your crew seems stacked. 3 champions, now 4, right? Including you. With that, thank you so much for that interview, Theo, and best of luck with your future tournaments. With that, I'm going to throw it back and for more Pokemon TCG action. Thank you.
So I started playing Pokemon at the end of 2017, beginning of 2017 area. I really got into it because my locals in Florida were so welcoming and nice, and they really taught me, the ins and outs of the game. My first competitive event was St. Louis Regionals, where I actually ended up getting top 16. I lost my Witted in the top 8, but for my first event, I was super happy that I got a few boxes and just had a great time. My favorite Pokemon is probably Lugia, since I played it all last year. I did great with it last year, and I always enjoyed watching it in the TV shows. I look up to Isaiah Bradner. He's a super awesome friend and a great person. My gym would probably be the colorless type, since colorless Pokemon, Lugia, it's my favorite Pokemon, so I think I'd be a colorless type gym leader. The one trainer I would probably battle is Azul, since I've never beat him before, but would be super happy if I could. My favorite part about Pokemon events is just my friends. Obviously playing Pokemon is super fun, I enjoy it a lot, but hanging out with your friends, you can't really beat that. My go-to event snack is probably just chips and a drink. That's usually what I have throughout the whole event. I usually don't eat lunch because nerves, but then I make sure I have a big dinner afterwards. Yeah, if I won the World Championship, I'd probably make a call to my parents first to start. They've supported me ever since I started playing the game and just been a great supporting role. I do not think I am Team Rocket.
Hello everyone, everyone. We are here at the Latin America International Championships, and there is so much to do and see. So we're going to be checking out some of the things that are happening around the venue. And we're here checking out one thing right now. I was hoping that you could introduce yourself and tell everybody what you're doing here at LAIC.
Hello, I'm Sarah, and for this event, I'm the side events lead.
So what are side events, and why should people come play?
So, not everyone on the Pokemon community are competitive or being able to register for the events. So they always have this thing that it's called side events. It's smaller events. We also have championship ones, smaller. But it's the place for the players to have fun and to do other stuff when they are not in the main events. They have all kind of different events. We have some that has a schedule, so it has a time to start, and usually we don't have a player limit. And then we have the on-demands. The on-demands are the events that is always happening. We just need 4 players. As soon as we sit them and they start to play. For every side event, you can collect prize wall points. Those points you can keep it or spend it right away, and you can go to our amazing prize wall and change for any kind of products we have there. You just need to exchange the number of points for the products you can get for those points. And yeah, that's it. Each person picks whatever they prefer. We have a lot of different choices, a lot of different sets, and this is usually the mode that we have for these internationals.
Sounds like there is so many different ways that people can compete in side events, so many different ways that you're able to enjoy the game. What games can people play here to really participate in these side events?
So in side events, we always have TCG, VGC, and Go, of course. In TCG, we have a lot of different formats. I can tell that some special ones we have. It's the raids format that it's a bit of new here, not new in America or Europe because it's a very popular format there. We also have the Journey. The Journey is a format that it's being done for the first time, and it's in the first event ever on the planet. The idea is to be fun without all of the big Pokemons, you know. For the Vici, we have the regular standard format, but we also have the Chaos Cup that some of you may know. You also participated in one. So the Chaos Cup is very fun. We usually have people that do rental teams, and the players need to sit to play to see which team they will play in that round. So it's very chaotic, that's why the name. For Go, we also have all cups. So imagine you're a Pokemon Go player and you already played the Great League on the main event and you just want to do something different and fun. We just need 4 people and you can pick whatever league you want to play. It's very flexible for them and they can get prizes for that. That's the biggest part because they are not just playing for fun, but to get the prizes, to get to the prize wall and the products, yeah.
There's so many amazing products back there to be able to win at the prize wall, but if you had to pick one to go for, what do you think that would be?
It's difficult, I didn't decide it. And most of the products are in Portuguese because this event is run by Copag and it's Copag products. So to be honest, I don't know, but you guys can pay attention, but we will have some special Cosmic Eclipse boosters, so maybe that.
Sounds like that might be the prize of choice. Soda, thank you so much for joining me to discuss side events. It sounds like there are so many different ways that players can get involved, so we hope to see you there at some of the side events.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to Orlando, Florida, home of the largest regional championships we've had yet so far. I am Jeremy Jallin, joined yet again with Kyle Sablehouse. We're locked in the Jall House for Championship Sunday here today, and it has been a great couple rounds so far. I'm excited to see who's going to be playing in our last round 15 of the Swiss. We're going to get that top 8 all cobbled together.
Yep.
Any things you're excited about for this top 8?
There's a lot going on.
Yeah.
Obviously, the first thing that came to mind was who's going to make it? Because there's a lot of confusion going on at the top of this tournament, and likely so when you have a field of over 2,300 Masters. 36 might not be safe.
It's insane to think about. You can win 12 games on the weekend and still bubble out of the top 8. Let's go ahead and take a look at the updated standings we have going into our round 15 and see where these players and what we're talking about. And look at that, all the way down to 15th seed, 33 match points. A lot of these players are on the make or break round here, and a lot of players had to take ties last round too to maybe even knock them out of top 8 contention. So they're gonna have to put in a lot of work this last round.
Yeah, this is a very intimidating field at the top. We have a lot of great talent, players with the potential to make their way into the top 8 here. See, John on the outside looking in, knows his fate already. 35's probably not going to be able to get the job done, but still fighting for some great points there. A lot of great names. We see Liam Halliburton, the 9-0 player of this tournament, on a winning in. Just saw a tweet out from them. They know this is the one. Going to go for it all. Big LeBron fan, so maybe they've got one more in them.
Yeah, of course, tons of great players throughout this entire list. A lot of former regional champions, Reagan Retzloff, Hunter Butler, and you got Cyrus McCain that we just saw on stream with that to Dunsparce. Going to be able to hopefully make it into top 8. Jake Ewart, Luke Morsa, and Josh Frink, Joe Turrentine, Caleb Patton. Going down the list, it is just a lot of good names.
Yeah, who had Groudon on the bingo card?
I guess maybe Hunter.
Hunter did, because he's played it the last 3 tournaments he's been to, but is the only representative I know of in the field who would even bother trying to make Groudon work. And sure enough, it was the card that won the game against John Ang and put Hunter in this position to potentially ID into the cut. We will see how all that plays out, though. It's going to be difficult to do all the math and determine which of these players will make it into the top 8 and who will be on the outside looking in.
Looks like a pretty good day 2 so far. A lot of different decks in these top 15 or so players that we have going in. Is it Charizard's tournament yet again? We're going to have to try to find out. There's still quite a few left in contention. There's an Ancient Box left in contention too.
Okay.
It's still good there. And a lot of Chien Pao.
Yeah, there's some big names. I think is Caleb on the Giratina this time around too?
I believe so, yeah.
Because that would be maybe the lone representative there. There's a fighting chance for a lot of your favorite decks out there still. So we will see which of these players is able to do just that.
Hey, well, while Caleb may be rocking that Lost Zone Giratina, good old Jay Jewell is going to be playing Arctina.
Yeah, that's definitely a deck that can be played by players. It's sitting on the tier 3 of a lot of big lists that we've checked out, but that is the beauty of Jay Jewell's mind. Just identifies so often that Arceus and that consistency can get you there. Finally pairing it with Giratina, though, this feels like a first for Jay, as so often it was a lot of other wacky pairings. That we saw a lot of rainbow energies, too. Just a plethora of every basic energy to pick from.
Well, let's go ahead and take it down to our stage for round 15 and see our players for this win and in scenario. It's going to be Jay Jewell on the left, Arceus V-Star, Giratina V-Star. Up against Fabrizio Inga Silva playing the Chien Pao EX with that Baxcalibur.
Yeah, this is going to be an excellent one to see which of our players can make it into the top 8 here of Orlando. Jay Jewell, Arceus V-Star. Name a better duo, I'll wait. Starbirth is typically the ability we see being used so often. It's not going to be that Star Requiem this time around like we see with the Lost Box players, but when you have Lost Impact, that's all you need. You get to knock out just about anything you want, and Chien Pao does not love that.
Yeah, not at all. And honestly, you were saying this deck's what, tier 3 you said?
Maybe 3.5. I know a lot of people don't like the halves.
Listen, Arceus transcends the tiers.
Oh.
It's the god of all Pokemon, right?
Wow, that's actual facts. And we see there too, Arceus hanging out there on the stage with us. Fabrizio, we'll work on getting you one. You want a Baxcalibur, a Chien Pao, Iron Bundle gamer perhaps?
Even just a Greninja. You know, Radiant Greninja is so important for this deck too.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see. Obviously, another Chien Pao with the potential to make the top cut here. Fabrizio, an excellent player, already winning in Liverpool this year, looking to build on that resume, take down a great player. So this is not exactly where you want to see superior energy retrievals.
Yeah, 2 of them in the prize cards for Fabrizio along with that Iron Bundle. Meanwhile, Jay Jewell has 2 Psychics Arceus V, Bidoof, and 2 Nest Ball. It's a lot of basic Pokemon.
All right. Well, anyone who's followed the story of J. Jewel knows you never win on stream, ever. We've tried. You've had plenty of opportunities, and it usually ends with a ridiculous opening hand with a Pokemon not named Arceus or an Arceus without an energy. But maybe we're ready to turn the tides. There's a fist bump. Let's get this thing underway.
Round 15, win and in to top 8. And it's crazy. I think there's only one person that's technically guaranteed in the top 8, and that's Reagan for this tournament so far. Looks like Fabrizio's going to start things off going first. Has that Buddy Poffin in hand.
There's like 8 cards in hand. That's a
lot of mulligans.
That's a couple mulligans there. That helps out with definitely locking in. How great this hand could be. Nest Ball to start. Buddy Poffin in the hand too. It's quite a board to work with.
Got a quick look at Jay's hand, and there's an Ultra Ball. There's an Energy. That's step 1 and 2 for Arceus.
That is so much more than what we've had in the past.
Now Fabrizio does start that Radiant Greninja. It is also a great attacker in a deck like Chien-Pao Baxcalibur. Granted, against a deck like Jay's, there's not very many low HP Pokemon that Bidoof has that ability to stop bench damage, but starting the Squavit could prove detrimental.
Yeah, it's a bit of a liability. It's not your favorite Pokemon to start, and meanwhile, on Fabrizio's side, you love to see that. You love to see that energy in the opening hand, too. Leads to the Shivery Chill to get a couple of those energies out of the deck and just have all those resources in hand. You think so often it's difficult for the Chien-Pao players going first, but if you draw like you already played an Irida, I think you're doing pretty well here on the opening.
Yeah, who needs supporters? Fabrizio just has everything in hand, waiting to use that Buddy Poffin until you get the concealed cards off. Just try to draw as much basic Pokemon as you can. And then having a supporter for the next turn as well in hand in that Irida. Wants to try to find something, or Iona wants to try to find something like the Irida.
Is it intimidating to see your opponent grab all of the counters, potentially signifying that they're going to be using a lot of abilities? That's when you're like, oh boy, this turn's not even close to over, is it?
That's a little better than Attach Pass to Arceus. Eyeing down 2 Frigibacks off this Buddy Poffin, but ooh, Fabrizio's eyeing down 2 Bidoof as well. Is there another one in hand?
Buddy Poffin.
That's 4 buddies.
Wow. My MySpace top 8 was pretty big. I thought that was pretty good.
You had more than
I tried.
friends?
I had a lot of bot friends.
Oh, okay. It's a problem nowadays, too, am I right?
Oh, this is a ridiculous board. How do you do this as Chien-Pao? Well, it definitely is probably going to lead to something pretty nice here with that opener. I mean, you can evolve all these Pokemon next turn with the supporter, the Irida, get things rolling. Jay's just going to try to play an item to get rolling.
Drew the second B-Barrel. Was not greeted well from Jay here.
Ugh.
And having to discard the Ultra Ball in hand along with the first one means there's no other way to search for Pokemon, it seems like.
This is often an issue that we see with Arceus. It is slow, very slow. That opening turn, you're just thinking about survival. As Arceus energy, please don't be active. Give me a couple of other Pokemon too. There has to be a supporter. Thankfully, it's that Iono.
That's a pretty good one. Going to put a Irida Baxcalibur to the bottom of the deck for Fabrizio. And allow Jay to draw 6 new cards. Hopefully finding a way to get something like a Bidoof in play. Maybe even another Arceus. And oh no. Looks like not much anything going on. Just the pass of the turn is going to be a big turn for Fabrizio if he has the right cards. Ultra Ball, B-Barrel is going to be a good start. Earthen Vessel as well. Oof.
Yeah, there's definitely some action, but this is one you have to sequence fairly well, as we don't see the Irida just yet, but with the B-Barrel, there's some playing down the hand. There's Earthen Vessel to play down some more cards. You could draw up with the B-Barrel, but potentially hold on to an energy to draw with the Radiant Greninja.
Well, it's all going to start with a shuffle here. wanting to get that Irida that's on the bottom of the deck back into the mix before you concealed cards.
Yep.
And Ultra Ball's going to find the second B barrel. There's going to be a lot. I think you were right in saying all those coins going to be used for these abilities, because that's going to happen this turn.
Fabrizio is flexing. This is a phenomenal open here, and it's all about sequencing as cleanly as possible to finding Irida. Irida unlocks a world of pain for Jay. If this turn ends with Prime Catcher,
don't
see
even.
ya.
That would be so much to try to get together, but with the amount of draw that Fabrizio has, if luck is on his side, a simple Irida could do it.
Honestly, is Irida even the best card? Even like a Cypher's Maniac could be even cleaner at this point.
True.
If you find one of the pieces, then you can go for either the backs, Candy, or Catcher, whichever one unlocks the combination.
We're going to see attach for the turn onto the active Champao.
Yeah.
Just to get that card out of the hand. Industrious Incisors finds the Prime Catcher.
Finds the energy as well.
Another Frigibax is not going to be useful, but you can discard it to that Earthen Vessel. You have enough energy. Just where is that rare candy Baxcalibur?
Yeah, now you try to determine, do you want to play down some more of these cards? Or is Radiant Greninja going to be the piece that unlocks this? Finding Ultra Ball, or obviously the supporter, the Irida.
Irida and Superior Energy Retrieval found off the top. Is this it? You have that Earthen Vessel. We have Chivalry Chill.
We're done.
Whoa, wow. we're going to a game 2.
Oh,
what
my.
a turn from Fabrizio here.
Yeah, there's no coming back from this. Chivalry Chill, get those energies. Irida lines up perfectly for Rare Candy Baxcalibur. We already see the Prime Catcher at hand. That's a simple retreat, Superior Energy Retrieval. Kaboom! Onto the Arceus V. And when you're left with Scovet in a dream, your dreams are nightmares.
Fabrizio did this without even using the second Industrious Incisors. Still has more draw to go. But look at that. That Chivalry Chill, 2 energy to the hand. Earthen Vessel discards that. Frigibax, 2 more energy to the hand. And that's already enough to take a knockout on that Arceus and get the retreat off that Greninja.
I mean, this just speaks to how cleanly Fabrizio is able to play this. There's a second Bibarel that's able to be played, and he's going to make sure to play down all of these cards perfectly, use the Prime Catcher, move all these resources, play down all the energies, and the second before I attack, might as well look at a couple more cards with Industrious Incisors, put myself in an even more winning position. Here comes the terrifying card. Cho already knows the bad news.
And we're going to a game 2. What a turn 2 from Fabrizio there. Able to go from basically just basics in play all the way to that Prime Catcher knockout, forcing the concession from Jay.
Why do you want to be on stream? Every time. It is uncanny how unfortunate this is for Jay. And you just look at his face. He knows. I mean, you try so hard all tournament, and sometimes you're just dealt that hand. But I mean, it wasn't even about Jay's hand. What do you do against
the buddy popping into Ultra Ball, draw some cards, knockout with Prime Catcher.
You can't put a better hand in your lap. That was ridiculous.
And he started the Greninja.
That was, everything works perfectly there. And then both players are just smiling in awe of what happened. But that was a 5-minute opening game here for the win and in Orlando.
It all started with that first Industrious Incisors drawing into that Prime Catcher. That was the one big piece needed for the knockout on that Arceus V. And then finding that Irida from the concealed cards, already having enough energy with that Earthen Vessel and the Chivalry Chill. And, jeez, he was still drawing 3 cards after this play.
There was still a whole Bibarel ready to go. What is it like to don the green shirt?
Probably a little better than what Jay's feeling right now.
Well, that's why we made it 2 out of 3, right? We've got great opportunity for both of these players. Fabrizio eyeing down 1 more win to lock up contention here in the top 8, most likely. Jay Jewel 34 points, so winning in guarantees.
Yeah, that's always the thing, too. If Fabricio does win this, still needs to battle one last opponent. Win percentage.
Yeah. So, nobody knows how to play against that one either. It's terrifying.
Taking a look at our players' opening hands. Looks like a mulligan from Fabricio. And a hopeful Arceus V start for Jay. I think Arceus moved up from the benches to the table, trying to get more of that luck.
I want some luck. Oh, this hand is looking a little better here, and got a quick peek at it.
Hey, you get an extra card. It's always going to be better.
And going first in this matchup seems pretty
Also
good.
better, yeah.
An opportunity to play down an Arceus and know that they can't attack you. There is no one energy attack that removes this Pokemon from play. And that's all you need if you're Jay.
You get to try to collect.
Oh, that hand was good. There was the quadruple poppin' going again.
The buddy to the 4th power.
Yeah, ultimate friendship poppin'.
It's basically just like...
You can let it go. It's fine. You don't. There doesn't always have to be a joke.
No, I was gonna say it's like a Pokemon collector or something like that. But
Okay. I mean, yeah, pretty much. It's more along the lines of like hold on mentor.
Okay.
With the HP being a requirement. All right, we've got Pokemon. We're ready to play. Some additional cards. Welcome to the site for Jay. And not gonna hide that fact from Fabricio with an excellent head nod. These are not the worst prize cards for either player. We can work with these.
Yeah, not bad. And speaking of not bad, Arceus V double turbo energy. That's where Arceus players like to live.
That's it. Yep. We laugh about what a good start and a bad start look like. They're very similar. You don't do much, but this is all you need to do to unlock the potential of Arceus V-Star. And double turbo, hide on the bench, chill, works out fairly well.
Fabricio has the nest ball. Is going to be able to find that Radiant Greninja. Concealed cards, hopefully find some more basic Pokemon. Did start the Frigibacks. There's one retreat.
Yep. Thankfully, this is the little guy, and he doesn't worry too much about the retreat. 70 hit points has been an issue in the past. We've seen a lot of players focused on trying to work around that double Sableye Lost Mind, and but he's just a little chunkier. You don't ever want to see him in the active unless you have to collect.
Yeah, and when you have to collect, you know it's bad. Radiant Greninja is going to be found here. It'll be interesting to see if Fabricio has the 2 energy usually needed for like retreating the Frigibacks into like a Chien-Pao, get that Shivery Chill. Well, I guess you have the energy with that. All right, concealed cards. Are they any better?
It's
Bidoof.
Not the worst. There also is the Pokestop to go along with this, but the issue is...
I'm always scared with Pokestop and Excalibur.
We also just haven't seen any supporter to go along with this, which makes you think the second you spin the wheel, they're all going away. I think there's an Iono at the tail end of the hand. Or
no, that's a superior energy.
Yeah, okay, well, this makes it a little tricky then.
Oh, no. Pokestop, discard the top 3 cards.
Don't show us Irida. All right.
All right, that's fine. It's not bad. Although, you're still going to probably have to get rid of this entire hand.
Unless you find Propagate Execute. This is still tricky.
Could you imagine?
You're running out of resources here, throwing away all these cards with the discard 2 effect of Ultra Ball.
But I mean, the first step is trying to get a second Frigibacks, just because that Arceus is ready to go with just a V-Star.
Yeah, safety first. Make sure that you always have an opportunity for Excalibur. It's the only way that this deck finds success. Have to be able to accelerate those energies onto the Chien-Pao, Radiant Greninja, whatever it may be at this point, but you need to have the energy acceleration to unlock.
Strap on the knee pads and a helmet. Get things going. Safety.
Oh, I was like, are you going to go skateboarding? What
Yeah.
no one plays Skaters Park. That was an absolute meme of a card in this deck to start.
It was very funny to see, though.
There it is.
All right, second Frigibax is on the bench. Do we see the last Ultra Ball? Yes, getting rid of the Superior Energy.
Are we just
retrieval.
going doof?
Well,
all right.
Go doof.
I respect it.
You got B-Barrel in hand.
It looks like I think if Jay was offered $100 to guess that card in the hand, he'd be able to identify it fairly easily. It is so obvious when your opponent doesn't play a supporter for the turn that has to be the barrel if they're going to even stay in this game.
And with just the pass of the turn, it's Jay's turn now. Gets that B-Barrel in play. Be able to Industrious Incisors.
This is a great place to be. You basically fed a Friggy to start things off. Just need to move the Bidoof. It should be very easy to do with the fact that you already have access to the Arceus V-Star Starbirth. If you can do that without the Starbirth and use the B-Barrel to draw into those resources, that is a great win. And I think we've safely identified Iono isn't the play this turn.
Yeah. There is that Arceus V-Star being evolved. And now Jay is eyeing down those cards for this Starbirth.
But we'll wait.
What you actually might need.
Yep. We've got friends in low places trying to get the job done for us. If you do find those switching outs, which typically see just that one switch in the deck, but there also is the Jet Energy, which you could potentially find. We already got a maximum belt.
A lot of energy is found off the top. That's not really what you're looking for here in this position, especially with that Professor's Research in hand.
Well, this is not your favorite Starbirth, but it works. You hop into the deck. You can save that switch resource if you want, or you can, by going for the Jet Energy, or you could hang on to that for a later date.
All right, after this, depending on what Jay grabbed from the Starbirth, is it optimal to Pokestop to try to find something like a Nest Ball to get another Arceus or Giratina?
No, you start to wonder what you eventually will be cleaning up the game with. When the Chimpals are in play, Arceus does not line up well against that hit point mark, so you will need to find Giratina. And Jay says, you know what? I thought about Iono. Iono would make sense if you were able to draw into some good resources, but maybe this is an opportunity to find a Pokemon to load up on. And we've seen some players just go for the Giratina itself. Sometimes you go for the Nest Ball to thin that card out if that's not a resource you want to find later on.
It's looking like Jet Energy Giratina V is going to be the two cards found for Jay. That Jet Energy will allow that Arceus V-Star to get into the active spot. And that Giratina being something you can charge up with that Trinity Nova.
4 basic energy and a research, I believe, is the hand now.
Yeah.
Is that good?
No.
Oh. Well, who cares? This board state's great.
That's very Arceus.
If only you could put all these energies back into the deck with a card like, I don't know.
I don't know.
And then you were able to play them back onto your Pokemon. Instead, you don't do that because you give your opponent a brand new hand. They'd probably candy backs and go crazy.
It makes me think, because there was just the Professor's Research and Energy in Jay's hand. Do you just research and not incisors because you're afraid of discarding something like those?
Yeah, I mean, it was a huge punish to draw into 3 basic energies. Will you ever draw into 3 basic energies? If you're on stream, yeah, absolutely. And speaking of drawing pretty well on the other end now, Fabricio sees double Irida.
I was like, I did not see 3 energies in Fabrizio's hand.
No, it's just drawing cards and being punished. This is the rewards end.
Yeah, it had an Ultra Ball top decked, and off this Industrious Incisors, could even get another B-Barrel and still have Irida Rare Candy left over. Gonna start with the concealed cards. Another Irida.
Oh, right.
All right, this might be the time for Jay to try to disrupt the hand on the next turn. But for right now, Fabrizio's trying to pull together this equation to get Baxcalibur in play and a decent attack off. Pokestop discards the 4th Irida and Baxcalibur, but does find a nest ball for something like that Chen Pao.
Yeah, it's not the cost that you want to pay. Losing a Baxcalibur can be a big issue, especially if finding Super Rod down the line ends up being difficult. You're already down to Frigibax as well. It has to be Candy Baxcalibur this turn in order to put some form of pressure on, but are the resources all there to take a knockout on this active Pokemon? You'd think that would have to be the answer for Fabrizio in order to stay relevant in a game like this.
Well, you need 4 energy. No, 5?
5.
5.
Big maths.
Quick maths. And I know Fabrizio has 2 in hand, and maybe just the 1 after discarding it with that. Or no, it discarded the top card, the energy from the Pokestop. Yeah, just the 1 in hand. So it's gonna have to rely on Shivery Chill. Is there? Well, I guess you could search for Superior Energy Retrieval.
Yeah, I think the rare candy was already a piece.
Yeah.
And now you can combine that with the Superior. You have the energy for retreats. 4 energy to attack.
So with this,
that doesn't
he would
add up.
need 1 more energy. You have the
But
retreat.
then you have Shivery Chill.
Oh, yeah. There is that rare candy Baxcalibur. Just the 1 in play, though, for Fabrizio here.
Yeah, I think understanding the assignment, a lot of those other cards are important. You can lose the water energy, grab 4 cards, then just retreat with 1 of those energies. Shivery Chill back up to the 5 requirement and take the big knockout here.
Important to note is the maximum belt is on the active. Won't be used with Arceus to try to take a 1-hit knockout on something like the Chen Pao. You're going to have to be forced to use that Lost Impact from Giratina. A lot of resources to try to work through, but Fabrizio does discard that water in hand to grab the 4 from the discard, hoping the remaining waters are in the deck with the Shivery Chill, and you'd have to hope.
Well, I'm hoping there's no hope. We looked through with Irida about 30 seconds ago. It's all lining up here. Hailblade, big KO onto the Arceus V-Star. Jay now left with just those 2 energies on the Giratina V, and a hand that just didn't look very clean. Sure, finding the Giratina V-Star would lead to a knockout here, but then you discard those energies, and then how do you come back from a spot like this? You're really banking on using Trinity Nova at least once to full effect for 3 energies, or twice to just continue to build other threats.
Arceus V drawn for the turn. That's not really going to provide too much. Maybe a secondary attacker later on, but your energies are so taxed right now. There's the Psychic on the active, and bringing up the boss.
Shred. That lines up very well.
Yeah, this is a great way to play through this hand for Jay.
Big issue last turn was all of the resources could not be used alongside the benching of a Frigibax. With the boss's orders, that is correctly identified. Remove this threat, and maybe you can just continue to target down your opponent while they try to set up another Baxcalibur. But both are in the discard pile now after the shred.
It's going to force Irida to try to find something like a Super Rod to take a turn off, but Jay finds an Ultra Ball off a Pokestop, discards 2 other cards, grabs the second B-Barrel, so we'll be able to draw through this hand now.
This is a spot that Jay really enjoys because you play 4 boss's orders. You have double B-Barrel. Being able to draw through, if you don't find every single basic energy, likely leads to cards that can be played, cards that lead to boss's orders, chain those all together, and just continually knock out Frigibax.
Guess what? He grabbed energy from the prize cards,
That's
too.
Not real. Don't do that.
Fabrizio brings up the Radiant Greninja, hoping it could just take a hit for a turn. Don't really need it right now anymore. What he really needs is a Super Rod. You at least have some draw power with these Industrious Incisors to try to accomplish just that. Irida in hand.
I mean, every Pokemon resource that you want is in the discard pile. Pokestop to start sounds good. there's not really a punish left at this point. You're probably just going to find cards that lead to finding Pokemon, and then Irida could be the search with a Super Rod. Or, a Super Rod with the Irida, which would lead to just eventually drawing back into those Pokemon, hopefully with the Bibarel.
Well, Fabrizio did draw into a Nest Ball, so after a quick Irida for that last Frigibax and Super Rod, you can Super Rod back the Baxcaliburs and a Frigibax, and then get a second Frigibax in play, and that will prevent any Boss's Order shenanigans from Jay, even though, looking at that hand, there's no access to that.
Yep, but you have to play as though it is. And rightfully so, Fabrizio will do just that. I think with this, a 2-0-2 line of Baxcalibur will be available for the rest of the game. And, all right, just you know what? I'll probably only get one more Bax out of this.
Yeah. Putting back the energies just so you can potentially search for it, maybe even grab it in concealed cards if it sticks around, but there is the first of the 2 Frigibax needed for Fabrizio this turn.
Still plenty of Super Rod left. There's 3 in the list, so finding that Baxcalibur later on after establishing the Friggies should be just fine.
First Industrious Incisors for 1. I think maybe Fabrizio's debating if Prime Catcher could be worth it to maybe buy a turn.
Yeah. You wonder where the edge is at this point for Jay. Prize cards are the most important thing. I don't think it matters which Pokemon you remove from play.
Yeah.
Chen Pao's the only one that really leads to the prize race getting out of hand, but Jay can't remove that Pokemon. Switching over to Lost Impact before having an additional attacker just does not work here.
It is just impossible for Jay to actually get this hand under 5. Drew an Arceus V for the turn, can attach, and then attack for knockout.
Oh, this is Theme Deck mode, one of our favorite modes.
Is it?
It's, I mean, it happens a lot.
Ooh.
Uh-oh. See you guys.
It worked the first time, not this time.
I don't even know what would be considered working at this point. What could you have found?
I'll tell you that.
Jay's like, I'm not using that again.
I have 5 cards in hand. I can't use it.
I have 5 cards in hand, and I can't use the Bibarel. Well, with all the energies lined up, you do just continue to take the prize cards that are being handed to you at this point. But this is a turning point for Fabrizio. With 2 V knockouts, we would see them in the top 8. There's plenty of cards, thank you, that could lead to the Baxcalibur this turn, Irida being the one that gets the ball rolling.
Well, this equals Rare Candy Baxcalibur, and that is the first thing that Fabrizio needs to get a big knockout. I believe there's already a Superior Energy Retrieval in hand.
Yep. Jeremy, I don't know how you beat this.
Yeah.
What a great board. Both players, double Bibarel, should be able to find all the resources. There's just one slight problem. We are clogged up on Jay's side. Not much to do there, and Shivery Chill adds an additional energy now. Clearly the energies for the knockout on Hailblade will be available.
There is that Rare Candy into Baxcalibur. Now Fabrizio just deciding what to discard. I think the best part about this turn is you're going to be taking a knockout on Giratina V, which is the one way Jay can actually take a big knockout on Chen Pao. And if you're attacking with Arceus V-Star more than the few times needed, you're not going to be sticking around long.
Right. It's Fabrizio's job at this point to thin down, make sure that the deck is nothing But great cards at this point. Super Rods, Rare Candies, Iridas. These 2 cards do not correlate to that. Earthen Vessel throwing away the Buddy Buddy. That means 2 more cards can be added to the hand. You already have the backup Chen Pao if something ridiculous happens. Energy in play, and you're just thinking, if Baxcalibur's knocked out, do I have an answer? I'm getting closer. It doesn't matter if you target down one of these Beaveralls. I'm going to be just fine with the second one. And I've got 2 attackers ready to go to find the last 2 prizes. Let's go down to 2 prize cards. See if we can get one step closer to maybe getting into the top 8.
All right, Jay looks at the top card. It's Arceus V-Star, so we're going to have an attack this turn. But again, it's an attack that you're not able to take a big knockout to respond to Fabrizio's side of things. It would have been great to find a boss's orders, and there it is, a boss's orders, brings up the Baxcalibur. This is going to shut down the Super Cold again from Fabrizio, and that might just be what Jay needed.
This is all you can ask for at this point. Remove this threat, and hopefully Fabrizio was not able to find the resources to get the job done. We see the Super Rod in hand.
Oh, wow.
We see the Rare Candy in hand.
Is there another Irida? I think all of them have been used. Gonna have to rely on just drawing into it.
Jay wants the same information. It's gonna count the Super Rod, likely along with the Irida. I think at least 3 are in the discard pile.
So I'm pretty sure Fabrizio played 3, discarded 1 off Pokestop.
You might be right there. All right, it all comes down to how the hand can play out from this point.
Even an Ultra Ball would do it.
There is Nest Ball.
Jay got another energy from the prize cards.
Stop. Brutal.
There is the Super Rod. Step 1.
And do you take the safe route, put a fridge back in and search it out, or do you go aggressive and grab Radiant Greninja to end it all this turn? We're going for it. 1 Friggy and a Dream. If this does not work out, that is a boss, basically game-sealing play for Jay.
Was there a route to maybe using Pokestop first? Thin out some of those
There's
cards?
some resources in there that you could potentially find. The issue is you want your hand to be smaller so that these Beaverall can do their job. They're so close to potentially finding a way to draw into that last resource, that last Baxcalibur, whatever it may be.
Well, there is the Sheer Cold for the last energy in the deck. Fabrizio has access to concealed cards, and if he thins the hand down enough, the Industrious Incisors, but I think it's not really going to be too possible. The only card that discards cards is Superior Energy Retrieval.
Oh.
2 cards. Buddy Buddy. And the Iono. I don't know if that's going to do it. That may be the last Rare Candy.
Hang on.
Oh, you can Iono, get your hand down.
Yeah.
Then you can Industrious Incisors. You can't Buddy Buddy now because the bench is full.
Just trying to find out if there's a way to play this hand down. You could draw 1. I don't like that. I think it's Iono. But do you potentially want to just play the Prime Catcher first, target the Arceus V? Then you're required to have less energies to take the knockout.
See, my thing with the Pokestop is could have maybe thinned out cards like that Buddy Buddy Poffin and play it before filling the bench with that Radiant Greninja. But here is a Super Rod, another Baxcalibur, another energy back into the deck. Fabrizio can Lost Vacuum. Prime Catcher. You could thin out the energy yet again if you want. And this is where the sequencing comes down. You need to play perfectly with a deck like Chen Pao.
What does this water energy do for you here? Superior Energy Retrievals has to be the way to close out the game. You already have the 1 energy in play. You'll have access to dealing 300 damage, so I feel like that's a card you just don't want to see at any point. We see the Pokestop played back down. but wasn't used to begin. And this is going to be thin to win, hopefully finding the resource here. You can shivery chill if you want to and attach for the turn. It's water energy drawn. This is why I don't like seeing that card here.
And has he already attached for the turn with the Chien-Pao or no?
Couldn't tell you. I think we already had this energy in play last turn.
Okay.
I mean, we can look at the top there.
Yeah.
Production team saying no go.
Attachment for the turn. Last incisors for 2. Do we find Baxcalibur Superior Energy Retrieval? Cypher meaning at Baxcalibur.
Rare candy Baxcalibur. Oh, we have Cypher Pokestop? Can we get there? I think we're there then.
Wow.
Whoa. This works out.
Pokestop discarding the top Superior Energy Retrieval, and that will allow Fabrizio to find the energies needed to take the knockout and go to 36 match points, hoping to make it into the top 8 here in Orlando.
There's going to be a VOD review somewhere. There's so much going on with the sequencing of that final turn, but it worked out. Fabrizio finds the lines, is able to bring out that final Baxcalibur, take a big knockout there to remove Arceus, and the hopes of Jay. Another opportunity on the stream, but I'm sure we'll see him even more. You got to embrace the fact that
and this Chien-Pao deck. Just getting those Boo Barrels in play as quick as possible. You need as much draw. Finds that Prime Catcher super early in this sequence, and then has enough energies due to that Superior Energy Retrieval to be able to Prime Catcher, retreat, take the knockout on the lone Arceus V. Jay scoops it up. Game 2 looking a little bit better, and had that turn 2 Arceus V-Star, but Fabrizio responded with a big knockout with Chien-Pao EX. But then the tides started to turn. Jay got that boss's orders, brought up the lone Baxcalibur, used Shred, take the knockout. Is able to just shred again, but that's because the hand is full of energies, Kyle. And Fabrizio has to pull together another Baxcalibur, is able to do it, take the knockout, and then this led to Jay hoping to find stuff off the top of his deck. Found the Arceus V-Star, found the boss's orders with the Industrial Incisors for 1, but then Fabrizio went through the entire deck, Cypher Maniacs, to be able to put that Superior Energy Retrieval on top of the deck, uses the Pokestop, finds it, and gets enough energies to take the win and have to hope for this top 8.
Yeah, that was something else there. A great way to close out the Swiss rounds here in Orlando. 36 points. We're terrified. There's a lot of players out there still fighting for that mark or just a little bit more. We got a little bit of information. We do have a Gardevoir player that will be making it into the top 8, so excited to see what that deck even looks like at this point. It's taken on a lot of different new faces since the rotation.
Yeah, and the good thing about Fabrizio, he's no stranger to winning. Just won Liverpool in this season already, and is looking to take down another large tournament. Again, it seems like 36 is going to be on the outside, kind of trying to look in.
Just a couple of them,
just a couple, but that's still more than it should be.
Yeah, I think the potential we had was there were 10 players that were still in contention, and the way that would after we see potentially players winning. So then if there are those natural ties, if other players decide to ID at the 36-point mark instead of playing it out, and it gets a little bit hazy. We'll see how it all plays out, but there's potential, I believe, for 2 36 players to miss. We'll see if how that works, but I mean, 36 is a ridiculous mark to get to. If you win 12, the equivalent of 12 games here out of 15, you should be in top 8.
It seems like Brandon Dean, the person who was 33 match points playing down, ended up winning their match.
Oh, that just adds even more then, right?
Now that's basically guaranteeing 2 36s are going to whiff. Going down the list, Luke Morsa took down Case in the Charizard versus Chen Pao.
We got a Celios sighting?
Yeah.
Okay.
First table took an ID, so Reagan at 37 match points guaranteed in. Jake Ewart with Ancient Box, 36 points.
Look at you.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see if that's able to hang on.
Table 2, Hunter versus Cyrus. They both ID'd, so Lost Zone, a Groudon at 36, along with a Roaring Moon, the Duns and Dragons trying to make top 8 at 36.
Oh, there's so many good ones to look out for.
Joshua Frink, like you said, the one Gardevoir player, 37 match points already guaranteed in. And we're still waiting on basically the last 2 tables of these top tables to finish to try to work out how this top 8 bracket is going to look like.
I'm going to assume that's where the rest of the Charizard is hanging out there, right? That's Liam playing for his life.
Charizard, Mirror, and then Lost Zone Tina versus Gardevoir.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe I'll find my Tina. You've already got a potential Ancient Box. Got some Charizard sightings. Yeah, I'll take it. Sure. If Dun-Duns makes it in, that's what I'm talking about.
Me too, right?
Sure, we'll give you that one. Well, we're gonna include you guys in the mix as well. We've still got our bracket for the community choices to see which is the most improved deck following our format change. And we'd love to see what you guys think as we jump into our next sighting. It is going to be us talking about it. I didn't know if it was going to make it around. We get to talk about Charizard versus Chen Pao.
All right, well, Charizard before rotation was already becoming the most played deck. Now after rotation, there's a clear gap, right? It just took down EUIC, one of the first turns we had. Then for the Filipino regionals, there was 13 or so in the top 16. This deck seems like it is just on a roll. We're going to have a couple in top cut, it seems like. Well, at least one guaranteed, but you'd have to think the mirror match is, as long as it finishes, another one's going to make it in. Does a lot of damage, has a lot of HP. You can search your deck for anything. Seems pretty good.
Well, let's think about it for a minute. Charizard, it was already a successful deck in its own right. It was finding a lot of wins beforehand, and now it's in a spot where it is easily the most prominent deck. I think that makes it difficult for us to determine if it's made the leap because it already was so strong. Chen Pao in its seasons, we've seen Owen Cameron have success, and then who else?
Well, we've had a lot of top players playing it.
Sure, but what else? I think everyone was shocked when Owen had his first win there with that deck. Not that Owen did it, but that deck was the one that he was able to accomplish it with. And then he even determined that it wasn't the right play for the next event because he didn't want to play the mirror. Because he knows that it is a clown fiesta. You don't want to put yourself in that mix. This deck looks totally different now. This deck feels clean. I feel like all of the draws, everything just feels really well with the Cypher Maniac, the Buddy Buddy. It all flows so much better than it did with the VIP Pass builds. It was just super awkward, clunky. Going first or second looked completely different, and I feel like so many non-games were happening before the rotation switch.
And we're going to have to see what y'all think with the poll, but while that's still going, let's go ahead and take a look and check in on how our predictions are doing. Kyle and I have been, talking about ours so far, but let's take a look at what other people are doing. Pidgeot EX, Gardevoir EX, it's a good call for both of those cards going in the top.
Oh, look at Wancho and Pablo.
Yeah.
Those fools. I mean, honestly, I'm a couple bubble points away from all of my stuff being out of contention too, so I can't talk. But who would have thought? Chip, Gardevoir read.
Yeah, being able to have at least one in top cut, potentially two. And that Pidgeot EX. Now, I know he was saying control.
Yeah.
It's still on Charizard.
You do not get credit for Charizard because of Pidgeot. That's not how this works. You can say all you want. That's like me saying that Nest Ball gets me 7 of the 8 decks in Top Cut. All right?
I mean, it probably would.
Well, all right. Well, then I know what I'm picking next week. Watch
Ultra
out.
Ball, Nest Ball.
Yeah. Energy cards.
But which energy?
I don't know. Jet's pretty good. I like Jet. Jet's in a few of the good ones.
Yeah, the Lugia Heroes Cape, they had their time to shine. earlier in the tournament when they were still, playing.
Well, I've got maybe 3 potential opportunities for top 8 players. I've got the Dun Dun, I've got the Ancient Box, and 1 Tina. I believe Getimer playing the winning in there. We've got the 1 opportunity, potentially 2 for Chip. You've got the 1 opportunity in the box, and we'll give you the Dun Dun as well. So there's some options here, but I'd say we missed it on Shen Pao, which would have been a pretty easy one, seeing the top 8 that we're looking down now.
Now I believe our poll is concluded. Eventually we can see what y'all decided.
This was probably one of the closer ones we've seen. We saw some 90-10s along the lines when we were in the top 8. Top 4 got to the nitty-gritty, and we're talking about 4 percentage points being the separation.
Let's look at the bracket and see what's the most improved so far. Shen Pao.
Wow, I think the debate may have helped, or somebody using their channel points.
The Shen Pao believers in chat, all 10 of them have used their channel points
to get 119 votes, or no, 149. Yeah, they figured it out. Yeah, that's. I think it's a fair argument. Shen Pao is not better than Charizard, but it is more improved than what Charizard did. Charizard did not take a giant leap. It was already one of the strongest decks, and now it is the strongest deck.
Charizard EX took 1 small step. Shen Pao took 1 giant leap.
Wow, for mankind.
For Pokemon kind.
Alike.
Yeah.
Cool. Thanks, trainer. Well, we got 1 more that we will touch on later in this tournament. We will look at the Dialga V-Star versus the Golden Go. The 2 golden children of the TCG community at this time. I feel like everybody has a strong opinion on these decks. It's easy to love these decks. They're so silly, and they've been fighting on the edge of competitive for a while, and then we will have our finals to see which of these decks potentially can take down the Shen Pao.
Yeah, it's a lot of people looking at those decks being like, I can fix the matchups.
Yeah.
I can fix it.
Yeah, Skarsig back there. It just needs a couple more energy. It's fine.
All right, well, as we wait for our top 8, we have word from another winner with Wancho, with the senior champion of this weekend. Let's go ahead and take a look.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Orlando Regional Championships. It is my honor to present to you one of our champions in this senior division, RJ Squires. RJ, how are you feeling?
Exhausted, shocked. Didn't even plan on coming here except 3 days ago because I top 8 at EOIC, so we got some money and decided to come, and here I am.
That's amazing. How can you be shocked at winning the biggest region of all time when you're top 8 at EUIC? That's pretty impressive on my book. Let the folks know at home, what were we playing today?
Lost Tina.
Lost Tina. Any spicy techs in your deck?
I played 3 water energy, but other than that, not really.
All right. Tell us about the decision. Why did you decide to pick up Lost Giratina?
So I usually play Turbo Lost Box, but I didn't think it was really in a good spot. Didn't take a very good Zard matchup. So a couple days before EYC, I decided to play Lost Tina. And yeah, it just worked well in EYC. Made top 8, and then just played the exact same 60 here.
Nice. We run it back and just kept on winning. Can you let the folks at home give us tips? How do you prepare for a big tournament like this, a big tournament like EUIC?
So a lot of practice, playing against a lot of different decks, play with your friends, and yeah.
A lot of practice and playing with friends. I love it. With that, again, hey, you got money from EUIC, and you use that money to go here to the Orlando Regional Championships. Now that you've won again, what's next for RJ?
Indy.
We're straight up going now.
Yes.
That's for sure. And it looks like I look forward to maybe interviewing again in Indy, right? Potentially. No, but yeah, best of luck for sure. Before I let you go, is there anyone you'd like to shout out?
Yeah, my coach Gabe, the people I practice with, Austin, yeah, and then my brother, my dad for taking me here, and yeah.
Good stuff, good stuff. Again, congratulations, RJ. I'm looking forward to seeing more of you for sure. With that, ready to go back to more Pokemon TCG action.
I'ma tell you about the come up, how I learned the game. Every challenge that I faced, how I earned the name. Nobody said that it was easy going for the gold. You gotta take risks, you gotta be bold. But I'm here to run the race, yeah, I'm here to go far. Here to take names, here to be a star. And when I finally make it, I'll be at the top. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking. Where legends are alive, I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side, I'll be walking. Where everyone can see, I'll be walking. That I'm the best to ever be. Forging my path, just a matter of time. You better get yours, cause you ain't getting mine. Learned every lesson in the hardest way, but that's the path that I chose, that's the hero's way. Yeah, they said I couldn't do it, but I proved them wrong. At the top of the mountain, right where I belong. And now I finally made it, yeah, I'm at the end. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking. Where legends are alive, I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side, I'll be walking. Where everyone can see, I'll be walking. That I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high. Make 'em stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric, and I'll never grow old. Here on Victory Road, where legends are alive, I'ma be right there, right there. Just watch me. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking, and I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high. Make 'em stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric. I'll be a legend. Now I'm finally home, here on Victory Road. Victory Road.
I got into Pokemon in 2011 when I was just starting in seniors. Honestly, I would just remember playing in a flower shop with my friends. My best friend at the time actually introduced me to Pokemon. And I remember we would go just grind games after school, play, and then actually the store owner ran the league and she told me about this guy that was coaching and stuff like that. So I was able to contact him and he basically taught me how to play.
Former world champion Andrew Estrada. Anyone can put a stop to the Lugia mayhem. It could be him.
Finals, World Championships 2014.
I'll never forget when I actually won the World Championships in 2014. I was 15 at the time and his first year of Master. I was up against the #1 player in the world, Igor Costa. He was a legend in the game when he was still around.
What? If you told me 5 turns ago that Igor was losing this game, I would have never believed you.
Winning that was just nuts.
That means a red signal onto the Genesis. Yep, that's it. That's it. That's the game. Igor Estrada is your new world champion.
That was probably one of the best days of my life. I've learned that you can never be really the best unless you want to keep getting better. There's always more, and I find that your practicing reflects on your tournament. If you're just grinding it out last minute, I find that your decks are not ready to go or you're mentally not ready to go, and you really have to have the second nature when you play, especially against good players.
You've seen how Estrada's been playing right now. He is on fire. He had a turn 1 attack with a Raikou V.
I really like the game. I really like the competitive atmosphere. It's a very social game. It forces people to sort of step out of their character in a way. So it kind of reflects a lot of light on so many different personalities being able to be merged in the room.
Asking if we can play face up.
Sableye.
What we have.
Mirage Gate. That is super. Oh, wow. Punching his ticket to Honolulu.
To be honest, I'm actually retired because I just started my career. So I can't really dedicate as much time to Pokemon anymore. But it looks like we're going to Hawaii. I'm actually enjoying more to teach and coach. I really like to give back kind of what I've learned over the years, especially to kids in my area. I find that when people come to me, it's sort of a responsibility that I feel okay with undertaking. And it makes me feel great because honestly, watching my students succeed makes me feel better than actually winning myself. Like even though I feel great, just because I already have Worlds, I've been playing for a long time, right? And I just want to see the people I teach that look up to me succeed.
Welcome back, Pokemon fans. Juancho Saldana here, and we have some time before top 8. And hey, you know what? I found someone on the floor who was playing in the event, and I thought they were the perfect person to talk to. I'm joined in the booth with Frosted Caribou. How's it going, Shelby?
Yeah, totally random pick, just straight off the floor, right? I was just walking around, and now I'm here.
Oh, no, 100%, 100%. We're making you work, on your day off.
Yes, yeah, definitely.
No. But, Boo, you know what? This is actually an interview I've been looking forward to for the longest time.
Yeah, I've been dreading it, Juancho, because the tables have turned. The last time I interviewed you, it was like right after you weren't going to day 2, you're out of the event, and okay. I know you've been waiting for redemption on that interview.
Okay, I was going to start on a lighter note.
I'm scared.
Because I wanted to talk about how, the first time we've actually met was during an interview. And that was my first time on the Pokemon stream. I actually have a clip of that. Can we roll that clip?
What?
But maybe in the future we work together.
That would be awesome. No way.
But yeah, I'm having a blast. This is an amazing event. And I'm glad to be here.
Oh my gosh, so cute.
Ah!
That is adorable.
Okay, so maybe
How
I didn't pick her off out of the thing. I was a little bit prepared there.
Look how far we've come, Juancho.
Oh yeah. Now I'm the one doing the interview.
Yes.
And again, we have a lot of time before top 8, and this is actually I feel like our forte.
Yes, we're good at talking, right?
No, that's for sure. That's for sure. All right, now I'm gonna reel it back in. We'll be a little bit more serious here.
Okay.
So you didn't make day 2.
Yes, I did not.
No,
Thanks to this right here.
That's
my arch nemesis.
That's my Totodile, by the way. So unplanned.
Of course it is.
Unplanned. So tell us about the deck you played over the weekend.
So I know I wanted to play hands, some sort of form of hands, but I wasn't super sold on the turbo hands. I didn't think it was as fun as maybe I could have with a deck. And I also wanted to be Charizard, and I was not beating Charizard enough with that version of the deck. So I wanted to instead play a Future Box version of the deck. So it still had Iron Hands in it, but it had a lot more future Pokemon. It didn't play generators. It was definitely not a turbo version, but it had a lot more outs to different variations of decks, but definitely not the decks that I faced yesterday. That is for sure.
Yes, so Turbo Hands, that is a deck.
Yes.
I feel like you definitely have to build it according to the metagame. I think that's exactly what you did. I got to peek at her deck list. You played Iron Threads, the Iron Leaves.
Yes.
Of course, you had the Iron Hands, like all the
Iron Bundle.
Iron Bundles as well.
The baby. Yeah. And I played the Miraidon EX with the Cyber Drive move.
Oh, that's
too.
right. That's right. Yeah. So you have a lot of tools in your disposal for the metagame. Tell us about the decks you played against yesterday.
Well, I beat a Charizard, so that was sweet. I was having fun with that. Then my next match was a Torterra EX deck. And that's when it all started going downhill after that.
I don't think there's an Iron Fire Pokemon, Iron Moth.
No, there is, but it's not in my deck. So yeah, and that thing, if you don't know, it's 340 HP, which is just a tank of a turtle. and I could not take it out. There's just no way. And I think I started with Iron Hands, which has a major retreat cost, and they were also playing Spidops, which increases your retreat cost and then knocks you out based on your retreat cost. So that was just not a good time for me at all.
Those are big hands.
Toad Scroll EX, you know what that does? Me neither.
Wait. Toad Scroll, that prevents effects of attacks?
It does, yes. That's the ability.
But they were attacking with it too. Then.
They attacked with it, yeah.
Okay, I don't know what the attack is, unfortunately.
The Radiance Arena that heals. It was a nightmare. But it was a really cool deck to play against, and I had fun with it. Unfortunately, I actually would have tied it, but I did make a mistake, and I got a penalty. We were 1-to-1 prize card left, but I accidentally double retreated, so that was my bad. And they were like, you can appeal it if you want, and I was like, nah, I'm good. I'll just take the L to the turtle. It's okay.
How did you double retreat with an Iron Hands with, like, what, 5 retreat costs?
I know. Well, you have the Future Booster capsule, so it's free
Mm-hmm.
retreat. So, yeah, it was just a mistake on my part. But, hey, I mean, that just shows you can be playing a long time and you still make mistakes, and that was my fault. So I took the L on that one. I was like, it's okay. It's just one match. It's all right. Then I went into Control, and I was like, okay. That was a deck that I was like, I'm all right losing to this. And so that's what happened. And I was like, all right, well, that's just unlucky. Then I hit Incineroar. Yeah. What is that?
I have that card. I never read it, though.
You even had it signed.
I did.
Wancho, you haven't even read the card. That says a lot.
Incineroar. That's like an attacking Radiant Charizard or something like that, right?
It has Radiant Charizard, yes. But it has Incineroar. It has Entei V as well. And then I actually was able to one-shot it with my Miraidon, so that was cool. And it's 320 HP, but it has the Magma Basin, so it took the damage. And then, yeah, I was able to boost my damage output with my Miraidon EX and one-shot it, so that was really cool. But I ended up tying it. I had some unfortunate hands and such. Yeah, and then I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so sick of these off-meta decks. Just like, let me hit a Charizard next and I'll be good. I'm still in the contention. And then it was this. I hit a Feraligatr deck. I was out here battling gym leaders. Wancho, what happened?
Not gym leaders.
Yeah, gym trainers, my rivals.
You were battling the game protagonists, because those are the starter Pokemon.
I know.
You literally, you fought a grass, a fire, and a water starter Pokemon.
Yes.
I mean, hey, again, Boo, this is the biggest regional today. There's over 2,000 players.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a conceivable way to really predict the metagame. Besides, like, Charizard, right? Oh, you also faced Charizard. That's a starter.
I did. And a Chien-Pao.
Chien-Pao's not a starter, though.
Oh, no, yeah. That's not a starter, yeah.
No, but those are meta decks for sure. And you were prepared for the meta decks.
Mm-hmm.
But those are those X factors. And I still think, I think it was this great choice of a deck. I know that's, like, a lot of fun to play. You play the Reboot Pod?
Yes, I do. Yeah, that's my ace spec of choice. Honestly, the MVP was the energy switch. I played energy switch, a lot of different variations to get back your energy with the heavy baton for the Iron Hands, which, by the way, the Spidops increased my retreat cost for 1, so the heavy baton didn't even work. Because my retreat was now 5, and the heavy baton only works for 4. And if you get knocked out, you get to save 3 energy with the heavy baton. But unfortunately, my retreat was 5 because of Spidops, so yeah, that was brutal when that happened.
Note to self, play Spidops in my Lugia deck, because, the heavy baton. Wow, I didn't even think of that interaction. Okay.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Me neither, until it happens. That was a bummer.
You learn something new every day here in the Pokemon Trading Card Game, but I'm sure, after playing X amount of rounds, after playing day 1 in this absolutely huge tournament, I'm sure you're coming out of it like a better player. And do you think if you would play this tournament again, would you still play
Future Box?
Future Box.
Yeah, I think I would have still played it. It was unfortunate, the matchups that I had, but honestly, it just goes to show that in such a large tournament, you can't necessarily plan to just hit the meta decks, because there's so many players, there's so much variance out there. So maybe a deck that's a little bit more consistent and easy flowing versus kind of teched out for certain matchups would have been better. But I have a lot of fun with Future Box, so I was happy to play it.
All right. Well, hey, you had a lot of fun, and you played a lot of cool decks. I think that's what's important for sure. What were you up to now, day 2? You know, there's still a lot of stuff to do in the regional.
There is a lot of stuff, yes. Yesterday, after I was out of day 1, I went to the N64 straight away and started playing some Pokemon Stadium mini games, and that was super fun. And I did a little bit more of that today. It didn't go as well as yesterday, but that's awesome. But I'm also here to make a YouTube video. I'm working on a video for this event. It's going to be all about regionals. So I'm doing a lot of filming. So if you see me walking around filming people, I'm not a creepo, I promise. I'm just getting footage for a YouTube video.
She's just working hard for sure. And yeah, I did catch you. I did see that video of you playing that Chansey egg game in the VG stream of all things.
Don't bring this up, Macho, please.
I think that's a little bit more disappointing than losing in day 1.
Honestly, before we played, I was like, why am I more nervous to play this egg game than I was going into day 1? Like, that makes no sense to me.
Because you were representing all of TCG.
I know, and I let everybody down once again.
I believe you have an open, you have like an open challenge as well to anyone out there, right? To beat Boo in the egg game.
Yeah, I'm looking for redemption. So if you wanna verse me in the Egg Emergency Pokemon Stadium 2 minigame, find me. I will play against you.
All right, Boo. There's something I do want to do as well during this interview. Okay. I don't know. This is one where this is what you did to me in the last interview.
I'm ready.
I do have a clip for that as well. Roll it.
What is happening?
Hey trainers, welcome to Pokémon Championships history. The series where we take a look at some of the most memorable.
What worst mistake you've ever made in a tournament?
Agreeing to this interview.
Oh my gosh! Stop! That is cold. Okay. Oh my goodness.
We're going to do speed questions here. All right, are you ready, Boo? I'm going to put you in the hot seat.
I'm sweaty. Okay, let's do it.
All right, first question. Easy one. Favorite Pokemon?
Psyduck.
Psyduck. Okay. Okay. What is the best deck in format? Boo, this is your job.
It's a hard choice. I guess I'll say Charizard.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. Good answer. No, I don't think anyone's gonna dispute you there. What's the most overrated deck in the format?
Oh, probably Golden Go, actually. Honestly, I'm sorry, Wancho. Like, I know you're trying to roast me, but I'm roasting you again.
I think
Golden Go. Just play Chien-Pao at that point.
No, what?
Come on.
You don't get to coin bonus. This interview's done.
It's over.
All right. Who would you say is your in real life Pokemon rival?
Oh my gosh. Probably you.
Have we ever played?
Yes, and I think I have a positive record.
Okay.
Buddy, GLC.
Okay. Oh, that's true. That is fair. What is the best art for Professor's research?
Oh, Oak. Abby.
Oak? Okay.
Yeah.
I can see
like
that.
Like the full art?
Yeah. I like that. I actually like the non-full art better, where he's like writing on the card itself.
Oh, that one's cool.
Yeah, that one's pretty cool. Best boss's orders.
I like Grandpa. Giovanni. Also the full art.
Okay.
The first full art, though. Yeah.
Wait, there's a second Giovanni full art? Oh.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember. There's another full art Giovanni.
Oh, no. You know what? I'm thinking of a different card. Yeah. But yeah, the full art boss's orders, Giovanni. Yes.
Okay. I can see that. Pick a starter.
Squirtle.
All right.
My baby.
Last question. What is your worst tournament experience?
Worst tournament experience? I don't know if I can say this, but probably I played. It was actually the last time I played TCG in a regional. It was like 2 seasons ago in Indianapolis because I got robbed. So.
Oh, wait, okay, yeah, but that is. I was thinking maybe of a misplay or something.
No, I always have a great time playing with people.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, that was like the only bad experience I have. So I have no complaints about the actual event itself.
All right. Well, that's all I have for my fast question, your hot seat there.
Thanks, Sancho. You took it easy on me.
I did. I was trying to get you with the most overrated deck or something. Maybe we get a clip on Twitter and people argue or whatnot. But I think people can agree with your answers.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. With that, Boo, what's next for you? And are you gonna play in any other tournaments?
I think I'm going to potentially be working a lot, but next season I want to play a lot more TCG. So I will be playing at my locals, and hopefully next season I'll be at a lot more regionals.
All right. With that, thank you so much for the interview. Oh, anyone you want to shout out?
Yeah, my husband, it's his birthday today, so happy birthday, Taco!
Hey, happy birthday, Taco. And maybe we're gonna be karaoke or something.
Yeah,
for the birthday.
karaoke and pina coladas.
100%. All right. With that, we're gonna toss it to a quick break before top 8. Don't go anywhere.
Hey trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, the series where we take a look at some of the most memorable and exciting matches in the past of the Pokemon Championships series. My name is Jeremy Jallin, and today I'll be talking about the 2017 Memphis Regional Championship Finals, where we had a clash of two of the best players that the TCG has to offer, Azul Garcia-Griego and Michael Pramawat.
Hello, I am Michael Pramawat. My name is Azul Garcia-Griego.
Even back in 2017, both of these players were no stranger to the finals table, with Azul having 4 regional wins to Michael's 6, the most at the time.
Who's your biggest rival? Biggest rival? Yeah. That's a tough one. Probably Michael Pramawat. All right, yeah. My biggest rival would be Azul Garcia-Griego. We always have good games when we play. We play each other a lot in local events, and then in the top 8s, top 4s in major tournaments. Most recently, we met in the finals of Memphis Regionals.
But at the end of the day, we have 2 familiar faces, Michael Pramawat and Azul Garcia-Griego. Hey, these 2 players actually faced off in the top 4 at that San Jose Regional Championship not that long ago. And Azul got the best of Pram in San Jose, so this is perhaps a bit of a grudge match.
Azul was using a deck based around the powerful attacks of Golisopod GX paired with the obnoxious Garbodor with its Garbotoxin ability to disrupt the ability-ridden field of the tournament. Pramawat, meanwhile, was using a deck centered around 3 Pokemon GX and their powerful abilities, Zoroark GX with its trade, Lycanroc GX with its Bloodthirsty Eyes, and Tapu Lele GX with its Wonder Tag. Both Azul and Pramawat start with a Wonder Tag to search for a Bridget to get a bench set up. Azul is able to play down a Garbodor to start locking down abilities, but Michael has a quick Field Blower to start applying pressure early. Rising 2 Golisopod GX means Azul was focused on protecting the one he had, and thanks to the card Acerola, he was doing just that.
Acerola picking up that Golisopod GX and all the damage with it.
Garbotoxin, in combination with N, forces the game to slow down, and Azul jumps ahead on prizes once more. Michael responds with a Puzzle of Time, a unique item card that allows you to recover any resources if you have 2 copies, to bring back Field Blower and enable his abilities yet again. N disrupts Azul's hand once more, Pram's last.
What Azul draws off of these 2 could determine the outcome of this game.
And out of 3 cards Azul has set up for the winning attack on the next turn.
And the Float Stone.
Michael top decks the last Field Blower in his deck, which gives him access to trade once more. The first trade finds another 2 copies of Puzzle of Time. This enables Pram to get a KO on the heavily damaged Golisopod GX with Guzma, and with no cards in hand, it is looking like the scale has shifted in Michael's favor, as he has the strong energy needed for the last KO and takes game 1.
Everything went Michael's way after a few turns in the middle that kind of looked iffy, and he's 1 game up in the finals now.
Game 2 starts off much better for Azul, having Wonder Tag for Bridget and the Golisopod GX and Garbodor with Floatstone to go along with it on the following turn. Pramawat finds himself with not much going on and struggles to get much of a bench going until a late Bridget finally gives Michael a full bench.
Typically you want that Bridget on the first turn of the game, not the third, but he'll take it either way.
Michael draws N to keep his hope of a comeback alive. A Field Blower allows Zoroark GX's trade to be used once again, but the draws don't find an energy for him to attack. Azul responds with another KO and sees himself 1 prize card away from tying it up. Pramawat is forced to pass the turn to an empty-handed Azul, who top decks a Guzma to clean up game 2, and they're off to their final game of the set.
Your boy comes in the clutch and cleans up game number 2.
In game 3, we see Premwat to be the one starting off strong with a Bridget, as Azul just passes with a couple of Wimpod in play. Azul finally draws a Guzma and takes a KO with Glycepod GX, but he struggles to do much else. After managing a one-hit KO with Dangerous Rogue GX, Michael is able to set up a 2-hit KO with Field Blower, and is now in the lead 2-5 prizes. Azul finally plays the end that he has been holding on to and finds a tool for the Garbotoxin once more. Michael attacks back, forcing Azul to get the Glycepod GX out of the active spot with Crossing Cut GX. Crucially, Azul's last Guzma is in the prizes. Premwat misses Guzma while Azul picks up the heavily damaged Glycepod GX and continues the pressure with First Impression. The last 2 puzzle at a time allow Premwat to switch up gears and go for 2 Guzma with the hopes of trapping the Garboter in the active spot and deck Azul out. Azul looks at his hand and concedes, knowing the last card in his deck is of no help. Michael Premwat nabs his 7th regional championship win and cements himself as one of the best to ever do it. 6 years later, both of these players found themselves placing 3rd and 4th at the Yokohama World Championships, with plenty of energy left in the tank for that inevitable finals rematch. Thanks for watching, and make sure to let us know your favorite competitive Pokemon TCG moments using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Pokemon Black was the first Pokemon game I played. When the feature dropped, late 2018, I immediately started playing and I got hooked immediately. Through grassroots tournaments in my area, I was immediately presented with a lot of other extremely interested people that were willing to practice, play games anytime, really. And due to that, it just converted into me playing more and more and more and getting better and better. My first competitive memory was probably when, as a senior, I convinced my mom on Mother's Day weekend to drive me to Indianapolis on the hope that if I win on the seniors division, I can get her a trip to London, and that I did. My favorite Pokemon? Probably Quagsire. I love how derpy it looks, and I have very fond grassroots memories of using Quagsire a lot. Favorite Pokeball? Probably the Ultra Ball. I like the black and yellow. I look up to Lyle Jeffs and Elite a lot. Good peers of mine. Like, we've all helped each other win tournaments, win matches, and they both have done so well this season that it's like I'm trying so hard to match them in a way. I would battle Ash Ketchum. I love watching his journey through the first few generations of the show, and if Pokemon Go me could fight Show Ash, I think that'd be really fun. The farthest I've traveled is probably Japan, for most North American trainers, but especially me as from the East Coast. It was basically almost on the other side of the world. I'd say the blue one. I really like the color blue in general, and it's definitely also part of why I like Quagsire so much, is just the straight up blue. Very nice. I'd probably call my dad. As of the last 2 World Championships, I've gone with my mom, and because of that, I wouldn't need to really call her. She'd be in the stands watching me, but my dad hasn't, so I would definitely call someone that I couldn't just talk to in person immediately after getting off the stands.
Welcome back, Pokemon fans, to the Orlando Regional Championships here for the Pokemon TCG this weekend. And we have gone through 15 rounds of Swiss. Now just awaiting our top 8 players. I am Jeremy Jallin here with Kyle Sablehouse. We are locked in the Dollhouse for this top 8. And it is going to be an exciting one for sure. Community choice. So it's going to be up to y'all.
I'm trusting you. You got to make a good choice. We got a lot of great competitors ready to play in our top 8. They're getting their decks checked out right now. Yeah. Probably getting ready, getting themselves prepared mentally, physically, whatever it may be, in order
snacks.
To ooh, hold up, we got snacks?
Maybe.
They're getting ready with snacks. We don't get snacks. We're gonna talk to you guys for a little bit, get prepared for what is to come. A lot of great decks, a lot of great players, and we will be crowning the champion after 3 matches here on stream.
Yeah, let's do a quick recap of this entire weekend. Let's look at the day 1 meta breakdown. See these decks that were popular, trying to make it into the day 2. Over 20% Charizard EX, and then going down the list, Chen Pao, Iron
Chen,
Hands, Lost Zone Giratina, Roaring Moon, and Archeops Lugia. Was it a good day one representation?
I'd say we had a lovely representation. A lot of great decks out there. A couple not featured there that were able to squeak into the next day of contention, but we had a lot of that as the conversion rate was obscene, like 250 players trying to make it into the next day, and we saw a little bit of the same when we moved into day 2 as well. As Charizard with its 22% moved to 19, we'll give it a 20 if it wants, but 48 decks making its way over, including our 9-0 player Liam Halliburton.
And then, of course, the only change for this day 2 breakdown, Ancient Box squeaking in, 14 players. And yeah, look at that, just under 250 players in day 2, 246.
That's a whole tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I've won a regionals that was less than 246 players.
You won a regional?
I did, yeah.
Nice job.
Thanks.
A couple other decks that we saw. Iron Hands represented pretty strongly, but I think the only player I really saw at the top there was Diego Casciaraga for a minute. They might be floating around near the bottom there, trying to squeak in some top 64 points. Lost Zone Giratina, not represented nearly as much as it was at EUIC, but still see potential representative here in our top 8. And Lugia. what do you want to tell me about Lugia?
That would have been my answer for the most overrated deck in the
yeah,
format.
boo. That's a pretty clear-cut one. You could stab Wancho right in the heart with that answer, and you would not be wrong at all.
Yeah, so far, though, it's been a pretty good mix. I am surprised with just the ability for these Chien Pao decks to just actually get through day 2 Swiss and make it in the top 8.
Yeah, it's. I mean, we've wondered for a while now, does Chien Pao have the potential to find that consistency? Because nothing beats Run Hot Chien Pao. We've talked about that for over a year now. It's that deck, when it plays perfectly, you look a lot like Fabrizio, just going ham, blowing up Pokemon left and right, taking prize cards, having a great time. Does it do that enough? Apparently it does, because we see a couple representatives in the top 8.
At least for 12 rounds. That's all you need.
Yeah, well, give me 15 rounds, and then we'll figure out if it can handle the end of a tournament. We've only seen one player able to do that, and Owen Cameraman. We've got a couple with the opportunity to do just that here.
Yeah, we'll have to see how things shape up for our top 8. Now, I believe we're either going to go to the bracket now and see these players that made it into top 8. And yeah, that's some pretty good names there.
Yeah, we see some excellent players there. Jake facing off against Luke, Mr. Celio's network himself, in a great top 8 battle. Reagan versus Cyrus, Joshua versus Brandon, Liam Halliburton versus Fabrizio. It's going to be quite the top 8. We've got world champion caliber players in here. We've got regional champion Reagan. Got some great coaching going on at the top there in Celio. And Joshua, very competitive player, seen all over the place in these top 8, top 16s, with the potential now to potentially be crowned a regional champion.
So breaking down the matchups and the decks, it's Charizard versus Ancient Box, Chien Pao versus Roaring Moon, Gardevoir versus Lost Zone Giratina, and Charizard versus Chien Pao.
Yeah, believe the only deck that we haven't featured so far would be the Gardevoir.
Yeah.
And everything else we've seen at least a little bit of. So got the potential to show that off. Also, just a lot of great, talented players that we'd like to take a look at a little more in depth too. So that's going to be up to you with the community choice. Get your votes in, be heard. We can take a look at those players and which decks we'll see facing off.
Yeah, I do have to say it is a pretty good mix of the meta so far from the week removed that we've been from EUIC and the various other tournaments that have happened throughout the world these past 2 weeks. And honestly, with the way this meta has been, I'm excited for the future.
Yeah, it's certainly open, but it's not too daunting to select a deck. You could feel comfortable with your pet deck and find success. We've seen the players, Golden Goes, Dialga V-Stars, Spathros, whatever it may be, whatever your flavor of Pokemon that you love to play, you can go ahead and go down that route and get some wins. But if you want to play very competitively, we've got upwards of 10 options that you can pick from and find success. And sure enough, we see plenty of that here with what, 6 different decks making it into the top 8 now.
Yeah, 6 different decks, and honestly, I could see any of these decks taking down this tournament this weekend.
Yeah.
Really just how the matchups lie, and if you get the right draws.
It certainly, if you're going to win this many games in the opening segment, the 15 rounds of Swiss, probably on a little bit of a heater.
Yeah,
so
a little
I'm excited to see if that translates into top 8, or if we got another J. Jewel situation going on here.
Sit in the car, hit the heat warmer, you know?
Yeah, well, I mean, we've seen the hot hands the players
that
been
is
throwing
true.
around. Whatever you got to do. We've seen a lot of players with some techniques. We'll call it that.
Yeah, it is shaping up to be a pretty good top 8. One of these players is going to be your Orlando Regional Champion, the biggest regionals we've ever had so far. And it's a title that has been held by many players. Connor Fitton beforehand, Vinny Fernandez, and now one of them.
I mean, I remember talking about the largest regional ever, and that answer being 400 players. So the fact that we're getting close to those kind of numbers for our day 2 competitors is just it's unbelievable. We never expected to get to this point, although we knew that our game was capable of this. We love this game, and we've obviously spent so much of our time and effort trying to grow the scene, grow the community, but also just enjoy the fact that this is something that we've always had around with us, and it's now turned into this extreme performance. It's unreal.
Yeah, that video that we were watching just before coming back from break, I watched a lot of that Memphis regionals.
Memphis, yeah.
Yeah, and in the beginning, Puka was like, yeah, this is the largest regional we ever had, 800 players.
Babyface Sablehouse out there too.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, yeah. I don't even remember that guy, but he's been around for a while now. That was 2017.
Yeah, you have better hair.
Hey, I mean, honestly, fair. I'll work on it.
Again, looking at all our players still sticking around for day 2, getting to watch the competition of everyone who made it day 2 in their respective games. Still a lot going on. I know top 8 was pretty heated for VGC, Pokemon Go. A lot of great players
they got
there.
Some big names.
Oh yeah.
Over on VGC, it was looking phenomenal. Of course, all the hype of Pokemon Go. Those casters do a phenomenal job. I don't know what's happening, but I love it.
Yeah.
And they also look really good in my jacket. But yeah, that's a story for another day, I suppose. We still got plenty of TCG action. Players starting to slowly make their way over to turn into viewers now as we come over to the main stage to check out some great action. It's definitely a sight to be seen.
And speaking of sights to be seen, there's our own Chip Ritchie.
I've seen that guy.
Some of the players setting up for the top 8 there. Maybe we'll get some updates as things go along. Now, for those of you who aren't usually privy to how these tournaments work and top 8 and everything like that, we just finished our 15 Swiss rounds. Now it is top 8 bracket single elimination. If these players lose the best 2 out of 3, they are out of the tournament, and the winner gets to move on to the semifinals, finals, and then eventually champion. A lot of money on the line for these players who have already won some money even with a loss here in top 8, and championship points as well as that invite for the first place.
I'm looking around, and you can identify which of our players are not on the feature stream. If you know the back of some players' heads, or are able to identify from the little bit of what's going on over there, you get a little bit of an Easter egg of who we're going to be showing off here. We'll see if you're able to figure it out before we share.
It's like an I Spy book.
I see no Waldo here.
I am so excited to get this top 8 underway. It is always the best part of these tournaments. You get more time, so you don't really have to factor in a lot of these time rules unless, you're in top 4 of EUIC, but yeah.
You know what? It is time.
Oh!
We're going to the stage. Let's go ahead and introduce our top 8 players here in Orlando.
All right, and our players are there. Joshua Frink on the left, Brandon Dean on the right. Brandon was the one playing down last round, so able to make it in on those tiebreakers. Let's take a look at Josh Frink. They are the lone Gardevoir in top cut, hoping that this deck is the most improved going into this format.
We will see. We will see. We've heard stories of the Gardevoir players and their long, treacherous road. It's a different deck at this point, but we see a lot of great talent there from Joshua. The top 16 in Toronto, top 64s across the board in EUIC 2023, Fort Wayne and Orlando. Now with an opportunity once more. They've got their eyes on the prize with 2024 Orlando looking even better.
Choosing to highlight that Scream Tail, one of the many attackers that Gardevoir EX now has access to try to navigate through this metagame. Let's go and take a look at their opponent, Brandon Dean. He is top 128 at Pittsburgh Regional this past year, and then Charlotte Regional top 64. Definitely the best finish for him so far, but he's not looking to have it end now. Playing that Giratina V-Star with that Lost Zone engine.
Yeah, sign me up for some Tina gameplay. This is a matchup that was talked about so often before we switched over into our new format, and here we are now. The tide's turned. How do our players feel about this matchup now as we go in? Do we need to have a 7-game money match on stream, or can we settle it all here?
I mean, this is essentially a best-of-3 money match.
I'm not going to argue that here. We do see one Ralt in the prize cards. Can be a bit unfortunate. See pieces of that line. I'm not complaining if I'm Brandon. We can work with those prize cards. One Colress, not my favorite, but if you find them early, you'll be all right.
Colress, a couple basic searches in that Nest Ball and Buddy Buddy Poffin. But a super odd for Joshua there. They're going to have to deal with maybe a little bit of resource management, but it is at the bottom. Oh, we got a note that we can't read. It's fine.
Oh, I can't read anyways, so
that is true. Yeah.
This is just getting confusing for me.
Hey, you thought Squabbit was Apom.
You know, we got past that, Jeremy. Now we're going to jump into the top 8.
Joshua starts things off here for us in the top 8. Let's go ahead and take a look down and get things rolling. Already searching through the deck with a Nest Ball. They have Ralts in the active, a Ralts on the bench, and then a Fluttermane. Fluttermane's going to be, there at least seems like a pretty good card for against this Giratina matchup. What do you think about Fluttermane against Lost Zone Giratina, Kyle?
Well, Jeremy, if you invented a card that would be good in a matchup, this would be the one. Fluttermane is phenomenal. You want to shut down that Comfey as soon as you can, and you don't see it now, but it is always a looming threat. To see Comfey hop into the active spot and use that flower selecting can be a real big issue as it starts to load up the Lost Zone, get those cards stored away forever, but ultimately charging up the power of that Giratina V-Star or that Cramorant, whatever it may be. Those are threats you don't want to see, and if they don't have the Lost Zone, you're chilling.
Technically, I also have another horse in the race with Joshua and their Fluttermane in the deck.
All right.
That is why I picked it. I was like, it's also in Gardevoir.
Why you picked it?
Well, Ancient Box, but, you know, it's also in Gardevoir.
All right, we'll give you a half point there. You are a Gardevoir representative. This is a beautiful art, by the way.
Oh, yeah. All the new cards has every set. It just gets better and better, honestly.
Well, we'll see if the Hex Hurlin ever starts. But even just getting this Pokemon into the active spot can be all you need to slow down a player like Brandon. We don't see players using escape ropes or anything anymore. It's Pokemon's going to be hanging out in the active spot as soon as you find that energy.
Yeah, very reminiscent of the Klefki that we saw some play before rotation. But one key difference is Mischievous Lock negates all basic Pokemon and play abilities, so no Radiant Greninja, things like that. Fluttermane, just the active. Now passing back with the Fluttermane in the active. Brandon does have a Colress's Experiment to start things off, so that's step number 1.
Oh, this would be so good if Fluttermane wasn't real. But this is It's not exactly the cards you want to see off the course. It's everything that would line up fine, but ultimately, this might be a situation where you just play slow, awkward Pokemon. You've got the Giratina in the active spot. Let's build our own Colress, shall we?
Yeah, I guess Abyss Seeking here, taking a look at the top 4. Gonna have to get rid of 2 cards, and it's seeming like Ultra Ball Switch. Now there's 4 cards in the Lost Zone, and like you were saying, Brandon's hand was very good. Outside of that, Flutter Mane could even clean things up with a Cramorant, but no escape rope in the format anymore. Means it's a lot harder to combat a play like this Flutter Mane.
Well, we talk about the differences that the Gardevoir players have faced ever since the change in the rotation, and this is one of those, the Technical Machine Evolution. This is a way that you can now start to evolve into those Kirlias. You don't have the Mirage Step anymore. We like these routes, but we like them even more when they see their true potential and start to refine.
Yeah, a little unfortunate that Joshua didn't have a Kirlia in hand to evolve into and get the full use out of that Technical Machine Evolution, but still grabbing 2 Kirlia, get them in play. It's kind of like a Mirage Step, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is ideally a better one. This is a Mirage Step that you don't care about if it gets knocked out, and it stops Comfey from using its ability. It's a win-win.
Nest Ball for Brandon here. Going to try to fill out this bench a little more. Maybe another Giratina V, maybe that Radiant Greninja. Again, it can use its ability on the bench, so might as well try to get as many cards in your hand as possible before these Iono start coming down.
Yep, well spotted by Joshua to play down that Manaphy and avoid any shenanigans. This would be a scary turn to potentially run into the Moonlight Shuriken, although it is pretty difficult when you're only staring at Colress Experiments as your way to get cards into the Lost Zone. Flutter Mane pulling its weight.
All right, now that we're taking a look at the list for Brandon, we were talking about we haven't found that perfect Giratina list just yet in this meta. How's this stacking up? You got a 1 of Thornton, 2 Roxanne, 1 Temple of Sinnoh.
I mean, these are all cards that were either featured at one point in time or were the 61st card of a lot of deck lists, because Thornton is unbelievable when it's able to work out. When you can sneak this into play, when you can randomly present your opponent with the threat of a Giratina V-Star, when you only had single prize Pokemon in play, when you can replay a Pokemon post Super Rod and come out of nowhere, that's unbelievable. And this is the only way that you can move around and use Flower Selecting, get that 7th card into the Lost Zone, potentially at Prime Catcher, which we did not have earlier.
Yeah, it is a very good card to get around the Flutter Mane, but it's also just a very powerful card in general. And having to use it so early, you're going to really have to maximize these Flower Selectings from your Comfey. And having to get rid of a Manaphy could also be detrimental, because there is a way for Joshua to get an attack on the bench, and that's with that Scream Tail.
Just so you can get a Band-Aid.
Yeah.
Well, we do not see Colress Experiment this time around. The 1 being in the prize cards looks like it is going to be a bit of an issue. 5 cards in the Lost Zone means Cramorant's ready to roll. Lost Provisions easily take the knockout on that Kirlia. I think we're revisiting if the Radiant Greninja's ability was used this turn, as Brandon believes that he was able to use that, and maybe we just didn't flip over the signifier there with that coin.
Yeah, well, there is that water energy in the discard. Maybe even... Did Brandon switch card before playing down the Cramorant?
I don't make the rules. Right. Let's go ahead and talk about some of our other top 8 players. Fabrizio, starting off with that 1-0 lead in the top 8.
Not bad, not bad.
I have no idea. Got too excited.
Fabrizio is up against Charizard, so...
Okay.
On paper, good matchup, what you want to see.
Which Charizard do we see? It's Liam, World Champion caliber.
Sounds good.
Again, we're just at a little bit of some checking up, see, make sure everything's copacetic for the turn.
Yep, I mean, this is a win more situation here for Brandon. Obviously, if he's able to draw into a Colress Experiment here, it's going to be off to an unbelievable start. taking the knockout onto Curlia, having those opportunities. Or is this just a sleeve thing?
Oh, no, I think there was a cut on the hand.
We're bleeding?
Yeah.
That's really a lost opportunity.
This game's gotten out of control. Oh, that's a pretty color.
The first opponent is the packaging.
This is not something I was ready for in the top 8. Expect the unexpected.
Oh, yeah, there's a little
down
bit
and
of blood
dirty
right
Pokemon action.
Bleeding for this win.
That's why I was calling it out. I was like, maybe I don't want blood.
Well, that's one way to get your opponent to avoid cutting the deck. It's just bleed all over them.
I think he's just spinning.
Now that everything is nice and ready, we get the knockout on the Curlia that was brought active with that Prime Catcher thanks to that Spit Innocently from Cramorant.
That is a first in 8 years of commentary. Never seen anything like that just yet.
Yeah, we got to check those sleeves. Maybe that's why they check them at TSA, because they can.
There's
some sharp
definitely a
edges.
sponsorship opportunity here for Brandon. We'll have to look into that. In the meantime, Iono being played, and this is what I talk about with Gardevoir. I'm not feeling it yet. This is not what Gardevoir used to look like. I'm used to drawing 15 cards, having a party, recycling all of these great these great refinements and draws, and just over and over again, just having the ability to see so many cards. It just doesn't feel like that anymore.
Oh, I don't know. We're drawing a couple more cards. The first refinement for Joshua found a Curlia and Radiant Greninja.
We're back.
There's another there's another energy in hand. Concealed cards, finds Earthen Vessel. Already played a supporter for the turn, but has the Eerie in hand. Has the Gardevoir EX, so you can actually evolve the Gardevoir and charge up the Flutter Mane, deal 90, spread some 20 damage, still keep that ability active.
Yeah, it'd be an early situation. I feel like a lot of time we see players slowing down with the Gardevoir, but already with 3 Psychic Energies in the discard pile, there is an opportunity. The hand is at a point where it looks stable enough to play down the Gardevoir, remove the refinement from play, but then give yourself that great ability of Psychic Embrace to start attacking. And Flutter Mane is going to get aggressive.
Especially, they sensed a little bit of weakness by No Colossus Experiment on Brandon's side of the board last turn. And it's going to be a lot harder to get to that 7 for Mirage Gate to be able to cobble together a knockout that's not Cramorant. And Cramorant cannot attack against Flutter Mane. But, oh, we're going to have a counter catcher here. Bring up Giratina V, 90, and then spread 20 to the Cramorant. That's going to put a lot of pressure on this Giratina.
Yeah, this lines up very well. You have a strong read on the hand. There's not much going on. It has to be Radiant Greninja drawing out into a Colress. We only know there's 2 in the deck right now, and that's not it.
That is not a hand. This Flutter Mane is going crazy. Attaches an energy for turn to the Comfey, and then Abyss Seeking, so it's going to be able to hit to the 7, but not the way you want.
Whoa.
Is that double Pokegear?
Double Pokegear, Boss's Hoarders, and Counter Catcher. You know that you're going to be losing in spots like this, so sure, make use of the Counter Catcher at some point. And this just feels like a really difficult spot to come back from. Tons of damage is going to be placed. Joshua doesn't have to take prize cards just yet either.
Yeah, they were asking how many cards in hand, and I think we might be having an eerie turn here. Try to take out some important items. First is going to find a couple Psychic Energy with that Earthen Vessel, get a few draws with the Radiant Greninja and Curlia.
Yep. So important this time around, this build. Use the Radiant Greninja as often as you can each turn. We'll also starting to load up with the Psychic Energies in the discard pile. Finds the Ace Spec as well.
And there is the Eerie. Taking a look at the hand, information's great, but you know what's better? Discarding Mirage Gate, discarding Counter Catcher, Super Rod, Pokegear.
Oh, I think Pokegear.
With the way the hand's been, maybe, but Countercatcher could try to take care of something like that Gardevoir EX on the bench. Get rid of that. You already know the boss's order is gone.
If that Pokegear finds Colress's Experiment, that is a calculated risk from Joshua.
They have another play here with the Ultra Ball, discarding Psychic Energy and Jirachi, it seems like. Now, again, Jirachi is one of those cards that is pretty good against Sableye in these Lost Zone decks. Granted, most of the decks now just play one, but it's still a very looming threat to be mindful of.
Not much left at this point. Done a fairly good job of working through the deck. Screamtail.
Manaphy's also gone. Now with this Fluttermane attacking the Giratina V, still not going to be able to take the knockout. It's going to leave the Giratina with 40.
It feels honestly like a good strategy at this point. Just continue to put pressure on your opponent, but you can retreat and start to use the Screamtail at later turns. Avoid taking those prize cards so that you can use your counter catchers to full effect.
Seems like we're actually retreating now. Maybe into the Gardevoir EX.
I mean, this means all your counter catchers are useless for the rest of the game. It's a worthy debate to have.
And taking a look at the list, there is 3 copies of Countercatcher. We do see the bench of the Screamtail. Before the retreat, we're going to have the Psychic Embrace put on some damage. 80 damage on the Screamtail. That means Roaring Scream's going to be doing 160 to anyone on the field on Brandon's side. Takes the knockout for Giratina V, and we're starting to get things going now.
Yeah, you think, obviously, the Jirachi hitting the discard pile starts to open up your eyes to Sableye. Wow, Colress's Experiment.
That just means discarding the Countercatcher was the better play.
Well played. You are. It was inevitable.
Yeah.
Colress was waiting right there. But that's going to be, what, 9 in the Lost Zone now?
No.
We're getting close, right?
Yeah, it's 9, going to be 10 with the flower selecting. But first, we're going to conceal cards, discard that extra energy in hand. Finds a Mirage Gate. Okay. Flower selecting finds another Colress's Experiment. Has to get rid of a grass.
That is.
Does he have access
all
to Pokemon
Colress.
Search?
Yeah, just an opportunity to find the Sableye here would be pretty nice. You can clean up some of these Pokemon. Jet Energy onto the Comfey, promotes into the active. Looking for some help, buddy.
That doesn't do it.
Maybe Mirage was more important there.
Well, again, Buddy only gets the small Pokemon
Yeah,
to the bench.
it's a little too heavy.
Retreat to the Cramorant, and is now able to get that free attack off. Spit instantly, taking the knockout on that Screamtail. But now this is what Joshua predicted. Gonna have that 20 damage from the last Fluttermane attack on that Cramorant, meaning this Fluttermane can clean it up and leave Brandon with just Comfey in play.
And that doesn't work very well against Fluttermane now, does it?
No, it does not, Kyle.
Yeah, this is going very well so far. Just search out some additional resources, and this would be a great opportunity to find that Ralts, play that Pokemon back down.
Yeah, I think they got the Ralts from the prize cards, but is eyeing it down Jirachi off this Super Rod. We can potentially see that Buddy Poffin being played to go and fetch that.
Yeah, I suppose there is a
star.
debate now, as the bench space is so important. You have to make use of that, and avoiding the collective damage of the Sableye now is going to take precedent. And then the Screamtail and whichever Pokemon follows forth, that bench space will always just be the niche attacker that you want in that situation, unless you have to get aggressive with the Gardevoir EX.
And I think with the way this Gardevoir EX deck has just been built and evolved after rotation, it's able to do that pretty well. Going to see the first refinement. Plenty of energy in the discard so far. Again, with a version of this deck now, doesn't need that many psychic energy. We're not seeing the full 10 to take a big knockout on like a 300 HP Pokemon.
Right.
Oh, Cramorant's used to spitting innocently, but it's going to get Hex hurled into the discard as Joshua goes down to 3 prizes left against Brandon's 4, and the field is not looking that good.
Yep, 3 is the magic number when you want to move into that Roxanne territory, and that's when you start to think about, does Gardevoir have the opportunity to draw out of situations like this? You've played a ton of Psychic Energies, makes Radiant Greninja less impactful. You only have that one Kirlia refinement. You weren't able to work on a second one on the bench, and maybe Brandon's finally able to piece together a decent attacker in this spot.
Update for y'all at home. Reagan Retzlaff 1-0 in his match 4 top 8. Chanpal Gamers
rise up against Cyrus with the Roaring Moon, the Dunsparce.
Meanwhile, Brandon has the Mirage Gate, and you're seeing a 2 energy on the Comfey. That's not anything wrong on your screen. I think we're going to see a Thornton play. Maybe? No, Roxanne.
There's spinning attack.
Oh, there is spinning attack. Does take the knockout.
You do what you can do in these spots.
So spinning attack being able to take the knockout. Roxanne is being played here to put Joshua down to 2 cards in hand, 3 for the turn, but got a Kirlia on the bench. They got that Radiant Greninja if there's more energy available. Usually Gardevoir's been known to draw out of Disruption supporters like this.
Yep, previously we'd see Pat to the Peak along with this Roxanne really try to slow down the Gardevoir players. Instead now you're really just hoping to catch them not drawing into those supporter cards or energies.
No Giratina V for Brandon, and just uses the spinning attack for the knockout, going down to 3 prize cards himself. But now Joshua promotes that Gardevoir EX. Drew and Arvin for the turn. I think there was the Mimikyu in hand, so Refinement finds, I believe that's Professor Turo's scenario. That's not really going to help here. But Gardevoir can still just load up some energies and take an attack.
Yeah, this is a completely unchecked threat. The only situation that you have to think about is the Thornton. It would have to be Thornton onto that Comfey and surprise Giratina V-Star in order to take out this Pokemon, which would be unbelievable for Brandon to be able to take the prize lead in this spot after an awkward back and forth that has led us to 3 prizes.
Liam has now tied it up against Fabricio, 1-1.
All right.
It's going to be a close game 3 for sure. Meanwhile, we're still here. Game 1. Joshua going down to 2 prize cards. Brandon needs a lot of help.
Okay, and that starts with the concealed cards. Found some leaves.
Iron Leaves and Cramorant. Neither of those are going to have enough damage to be able to take a knockout on this Gardevoir EX. Mirage Gate found off the flower, selecting. It's just not that much going on, though, for Brandon in this hand, even with just plenty of cards.
Looks like potentially eyeing up a play with the Iron Leaves, but there's no energies in the deck other than Jet Energy. Mirage Gate is failing in this spot.
Where's the Super Rod when you need him?
In the deck.
There's one in the discard. And importantly to note, only playing a 2 Super Rod.
Yep, certainly we've seen some sacrifices made in order to make this deck have some of those slots, like the Thornton, like the Iron Leaves. Like the additional energies potentially.
Oh, there is a Giratina V in hand, but Brandon opting not to play it down. Oh, decides for it.
You have
before
to.
playing that Roxanne.
Yep, the bench is full. You're not taking a knockout this turn. The threats are what they are, unless you see the Turo. If you see that, you probably already lost anyways. The Roxanne wasn't supposed to draw them into anything playable.
And Jake up a game against Luke now. I don't know if it's looking too good for Charizard here.
It is resilient. We'll see. We'll see. Gardevoir looking like the one that will stick around this time, but Brandon's going to try. There's not anything going on in this hand. Retreat possibilities. Jet to the Comfey. Sure. You can draw and look at 2 more cards with the flower selecting, but without Super Rod, there's no energies. There's not even a relevant attacker to really work on at this point.
Oh, this is so rough because I think Brandon was still trying to go for the Iron Leaves play maybe, but flower selecting into the 1 grass energy that was left in the deck, so you can't use the Mirage Gate to get the full 3 energy.
Ugh.
Just settles for that spit innocently on the Gardevoir EX now. 170 damage, and Joshua has a pretty good hand here. Iono, Arvin, and then Buddy Buddy. But you got that refinement to be able to discard and draw a couple cards.
Yeah, there's a debate if you want to continue to build on this current hand. We see Collapse Stadium added in.
That could be big.
Along with the Hero's Cape. Longevity, Prize Denial, all the tools, none of the attackers.
That can be your hero, Kyle.
Wow, can you take the pain away?
Yeah.
I appreciate
at least
that.
100 HP of it.
Okay. That's very generous of you.
They're deciding now what the right play is. You can just take the knockout, go down to 1 prize card, and hope to get another Gardevoir EX up next turn. You'll need to find an attacker or just a way to have boss's orders, but there is the knockout. No supporter being played for Joshua there.
All right, I'm ready for some magic. It's got to be something pretty great at this point.
Well, it needs to be a Super Rod. There's only 1 left in the deck, and we have not seen it for a while.
Well, then let's see it.
Honestly, it could be prized. Well, we found the V-Star. There's no Psychic Energy left for that Sableye. It's not prized, but there is a Psychic in the prizes.
Look for some help off of the Pokegear.
Oh, there's the Super Rod.
Boss's orders. Are there stall possibilities? It's pretty difficult when you look at Gardevoir, but you could target down on Pokemon that isn't a Psychic type.
Well, you see Joshua going to count the energies now.
Did I make a mistake?
Doesn't seem like it. There's 9 Psychics in the list for them.
Obviously still the Turo plays available.
Oh, yeah, of course.
There's plenty. Where is the Super Rod?
It wasn't in the top 2 with concealed cards. This is rough for Brandon and his resources throughout this entire game. I think we're going to have to buy a turn or boss's order, something like that. Radiant Greninja. Put up Iron to Leaves just because it could soak a hit.
Not worth it passing the turn over now.
Well, this means Joshua just needs a boss's orders to be able to win game 1 here. Finds it off the refinement. And just like that, Joshua up game 1 here in top 8. Gardevoir up against Lost Zone Giratina. And Super Rod was the last card. Wow.
Yeah, that's it. Things were just not going to go Brandon's way that time around. A very difficult. And meanwhile, the complete opposite feeling for Joshua. Complete excitement. That's it's got to be a good feeling when it wasn't like Gardevoir was doing anything too impactful. Just continued to stick around, draw a couple cards, present little threats, but Flutter Mane was a nightmare for Brandon.
Yeah, I mean,
imagine if someone picked it to do well for the tournament. It'd be crazy.
That guy deserves to cast with me.
Yeah, let's take a look here at game 1. It was a pretty good start on paper for Brandon, but that Flutter Mane stopped it a little bit. That Prime Catcher was forced to be used pretty early. And then Joshua had the 90 damage from the Hex Hurl early, cleaned up the knockout with that Scream Tail. And then it was just back and forth with this Cramorant yet again. But that 20 extra damage was able to make this Hex Hurl put in a ton of work. And honestly, this Flutter Mane was the MVP of this game 1.
Yeah, damage just not lining up. Brandon with an opportunity to potentially play down the Sableye, just could not find the cards. And if you did have that opportunity, maybe you clear up both those threats at the same time. Before the Jirachi's played, Joshua identifies that, plays down the Jirachi this time around, and does just continue to take prize cards very simply. Present threat. If you can check it, great. If not, you give me an opportunity, find this boss.
And just like that, the one refinement available to them, able to find that boss's orders and clean up that game 1. But honestly, it was just a struggle for Brandon to really get a good rhythm of attacks going. Hoping for that Sableye super early, unable to really find it in any point of the game until the very end when he didn't even have Psychic Energies left.
Yeah. Well, Brandon is going to switch up strategies this time around. He's done bleeding. He's removed the Band-Aid. And now we are playing some clean Pokemon. Maybe this is all it takes. Maybe letting his ring finger breathe a little bit this time around will lead to victory.
And another update, Cyrus ended up taking game 2 against Reagan.
Okay.
So that means going into game 3, the Duns and Dragons up against Qian Pao. So far, a lot of game 3s out in the field.
Yeah. We'll see if we have the same fate here at our feature table. Brandon, he wants to avoid that Flutter Mane. Wants to have an opportunity going first, probably, to use those flower selectings and get aggressive. But there's debate, surely, for the ability to go second in a matchup like this and use that Colress Experiment, get a ton of cards in the Lost Zone, and avoid your opponent using that Arven.
And there is also 2 very good starts for Joshua. That Flutter Mane, of course, but also the Klefki. And here's another mulligan. This is not what you want to have for the Lost Zone Giratina opponent. Anytime you give your opponent more cards to try to find that Colress Experiment, it's not good news.
You know what I want to do?
Draw cards.
Scoop. Oh. Anytime my opponent has the slightest advantage going into game 2, I'm like, yeah, I'm done. I'm out of here. But we got 75 minutes. We got time.
75 minutes, no more. Just under 48 minutes left to go in this match. But again, still plenty of time for both of our players to finish at least this one more game, potentially 2 games. And
how many more mulligans until you scoop?
6.
Oh, okay. Good to know.
Yeah.
We'll keep an eye out for that.
I mean, you play 4 Iono, so
that's true. We can fix that.
Yeah. All right, seems like they got a basic, and we are about to be ready for game 2 of our top 8 here in Orlando. Let's take a look at those prize cards. Super odd boss's orders. That's not very good to be at the top.
Those were important cards in the last game.
Those were very important cards.
Those are ways to search Pokemon. Those are energies.
Those are also important cards. Ooh. Okay.
We can work with that.
Can we mulligan these prize cards?
No.
For both players, just shuffle in and redo them.
This is fine. And the debate is solved. Brandon wants to go first. Does not get the bad news.
Yeah, no Klefki, no Flutter Mane in the active for Joshua. Just a Ralts. So Brandon's going to have access to some flower selectings here. Maybe even a Jet Energy in the hand. You can do the full combo. Get
Wombo?
3 combo Wombo.
Wombo combo. Sign me up. This is what we play the deck for, is Comfey in the active spot, hanging out right over here. Then you find your friend with the Jet, and he's going to come over and hang out. And then you get to retreat, run away. And we're going to get that one in there for 3 in the Lost Zone.
If Brandon actually does that bottom left one, I'm going to be impressed.
I really hope so.
Doesn't look like a Jet Energy in hand, but plenty of switching outs. There's that rescue board along with Switch and Switch Cart. So we will see the full 3 flower selectings here so far. Can Brandon find some other good cards? Giratina V-Star is not going to be one of them. Psychic Energy taking over it.
Yep, typically this is just a 1 Giratina V-Star game. And try to incorporate that into the knockout for the Gardevoir EX. So
I think that was another Psychic Energy off the flower selecting.
Well, everybody got in there. You got an additional energy for when you want to retreat later on. I'd say that's a successful opening.
Hisuian Heavy Ball is going to help Joshua not have to do some prize checking when they search through their deck. Going to be able to just look at the 6 prize cards and see, yeah, those are a lot of good cards in my prize cards.
Well, I guess I'll write these down.
Sad face. Sad face.
The one time you wish you prized Fluttermane.
Oh, yeah. 100%. Even Klefki I'd take. They're looking at it again, making sure, yeah, there's no Pokemon.
What if they changed? That's the real issue. Make sure it's the same cards.
It's like a quick change, like Illusion Act. Now, it was unfortunate because Joshua was hoping for a basic Pokemon because they have that Technical Machine Evolution in hand.
Right.
Along with a Nest Ball, so you can go ahead and search out another Waltz and then get 2 Curlia in play, but you would hope to not have to attack with the Ralts.
You also seen the Buddy Buddy Puff in the Nest Ball. It's just more cards you don't have access to, which would have been beneficial into filling the board here, getting those Pokemon onto the bench, and trying to evolve them as fast as you can.
Earthen Vessel is going to discard the Collapse Stadium. That is one of the cards that could make or break a board state as the game goes along, but it's not very good here on turn 1. There you do see the Nest Ball. Maybe even Nest Ball for the Fluttermane or Klefki now.
I think the debate is Flutter or Radiant Greninja in this spot, and values shutting down your opponent as opposed to building up your own board. And I don't mind this at all. You can slow down your opponent and find opportunities for that Technical Machine Evolution later on.
Yeah, unfortunately, if you do attach and then retreat the Ralts to the Fluttermane, they will not have the energy available to Technical Machine, but might as well get it down on the Ralts now. Might not be useful later, and here is an Iono. Got to at least give yourself the option, especially if you draw into a Buddy Buddy Poffin.
Could you imagine retreating in this spot? And you could deal 10 damage. Value.
Oh, you're right, yeah. That is not that fun. A couple Ultra Balls going to have to discard it. Some resources.
This is once again just one of those hands that's great if you have enough fodder, but you don't. And yes, there's some refinement available, but you're discarding valuable resources with every single refinement, hoping to find another stadium or another supporter. Excuse me.
Well, they opt to discard the second Ultra Ball and the Drifloon. Gonna hope to find a Ralts, and I think Joshua, they just took out a fly.
Yeah, we're bleeding. We got flies. we're under attack all over the place here. It's just so many elements in the top 8.
And then there is that Teleportation Burst, like you were saying. 10 damage going into the Fluttermane. And this is kind of where Joshua wants to be. Maybe not going second, but we'll have to see.
This is a workable position.
Wow, Prime Catcher in hand yet again
no
for
way.
Brandon.
Prime Catcher Ultra Ball, too. So knockout lined up for the Ralts. Cramorant should be an easy Pokemon to spot. This turn is nowhere close to done. Jet Energy found. I think Cramorant was in the hand.
Cramorant's in the hand. Gets rid of the Jet Energy, values the water over it.
Oh, hold up.
Do we have a Greninja?
Yeah, a double knockout here would go bonkers. And there's the Colress.
All right, this turn could be crazy from Brandon here.
The water energy in hand changes so many things, because then it's not double Mirage Gate, which is so typically the big issue going for the turn 2 Radiant Greninja. Now we see the resources available. Only one Comfey used so far. Culver's Experiment lined up with 4 in the Lost Zone. This is looking pretty realistic, Jeremy.
Yeah, we're going to need at least one switch out from Brandon. He already has the Ultra Ball for the Radiant Greninja. There's plenty of energy in hand, too, to actually concealed cards, just find even more. But we're going to start things off with the Colossus Experiment. Again, already has the Mirage Gate in hand, too. This is a great turn shaping up for Brandon against Joshua here.
Cooking potential. Switch found Mirage Gate.
I think that's all he needed.
Ultra Ball was in hand. Radiant Greninja should be lined up, ready to go. Switching effect, I think, does it. Jeremy, you're on.
Getting rid of the Mirage Gate and the Roxanne. You know something's bad when those are the 2 cards going to the Lost Zone.
I don't need late game resources because there's no late game.
Retreat for free thanks to that rescue board. Get that last flower selecting need. It gets rid of the Jet Energy. Finds another Colress for next turn. Here we're going to Ultra Ball, get rid of that Buddy Pop, and we don't need it. Get rid of an energy. Yeah, it seems like.
Who cares?
Yeah,
as long as it's not that water, we're good. The only thing that could have happened at this point was flower selecting into double water or something ridiculous, and we're looking just fine here now. Sees the water energy. That's the excited flutter of the fingers. I think we're going to be looking at a double knockout.
Mirage Gate gets that water energy and another basic on that Radiant Greninja. Energy from the hand with that water, and I don't know if there's going to be Ralts in play next turn for Joshua.
Definitely not this turn. they're going away. It's Fluttermane in a dream, and tell you what, the dream is over when you look at this hand of Curlius.
And there is that switch. The final piece of the puzzle to get this Moonlight Shuriken done on turn 2 through a Fluttermane in the active spot. Moonlight Shuriken taking the knockout on both Ralts.
Wow. Huge turn here. Exactly what Brandon needed to see. And this hand is counter catcher double Curlia.
How about a hero's cape?
Is that a cape? You do need a hero right now.
How about their cape? Pass of the turn back. Brandon has the Colossus Experiment. Would love to find maybe another Mirage Gate just like off the top there. Looking through the list, there is no Lost Vacuum, so Fluttermane's going to maybe stick around for one turn.
Yep, even the pressure of the Cramorant in this spot, and it's solid enough. I guess when we're talking about abilities being shut down, so it's got to be a different attacker, but it looks like the Giratina is going to be there for that.
Yeah, Shred works pretty well. Oh, just Abyss Seeking here. Saving the resources. Joshua doesn't have anything.
Yeah,
Brandon's not scared.
This works out too. Next turn, you just win if your opponent doesn't have the resources. Ooh.
Eerie looking at the hand. Going to be able to discard a Mirage Gate Super Rod, it seems like.
Ooh. But that is all right. Once all the options this time around. Yep, still makes a lot of sense. Just remove those.
And this is the one way where Brandon not going aggressive last turn could come back, but
it's over. There's 11 in the Lost Zone. There's a V-Star and a Psychic Energy.
No.
He can literally see his hand.
Star Requiem for the knockout. We're going to a game 3. I mean, with all the game 3s in top 8 already, might as well do it. They're going to count the Lost Zone. Yep, that's 11.
Yeah, it jumped real quick after the additional Abyss Seeking that we had there.
Yeah.
And then we just had to make confirmation. But yeah, that is quite a game. You get to take a turn off in the middle just to charge up the Giratina V-Star. But MVP is going to be Radiant Greninja this time around.
Yeah, when your resources to get basic Pokemon is just Ultra Ball, it's going to tax a lot of your hand. Joshua not having access to Manaphy to prevent that turn to Moonlight Shuriken definitely sealed the deal for Brandon in that game. And now game 3 to decide which one of our players is going to make top 4. And speaking of top 4, former world champion Liam Halliburton moving on 2-1.
Wow, okay, we've got Charizard hanging out in the top 4. And we're going to take a look at how we got here, at least in this game. It was all about that Radiant Greninja. An excellent play to spot that out with the water energy in hand. Had the resources, got the double knockout on the Ralts fairly easily, and then game's in hand, buddy. Let's go to game 3.
Now, both of our players are looking to try to finish this game off. There is plenty of time, 35 minutes to go.
We're going to be all right. Oh, wow. Are you kidding? That's a flex and a half. Finds the Flutter Mane, shares it with the world in the active spot. Let's see if the prizes have anything to say about that. I'd say Brandon got the worst end of that. It's not the greatest, but
I don't know. You got that Ralts, Gardevoir,
Yeah,
and Screamtail, along with that Eerie, which has been pretty good against these hands that Brandon has had.
Oh, just reading the body language of the players is getting me excited here. This is Giratina V is a great way to counteract the Flutter Mane, but seeing that Pokemon in the active spot is terrifying every time. It just means your game is going to be infinitely slower.
Joshua does have a Nest Ball 4 of Ralts here. We'll have to see if he is able to get, or if they're able to get any more in play.
Yep, can't complain about this opener. You can get those Pokemon down onto the bench, get yourself loaded up, and just start to draw cards. That was what was really, I mean, everything was missing in game 2, but drawing cards usually leads to finding opportunities.
Let's take a quick look through. They know their prize cards. They've been taking notes. Always good to be on top of it, especially with a deck that plays just a lot of one-of attackers. One Drifloon, one Screamtail, one Flutter Mane, one Mimikyu.
Yep. You're following your Bravery Charm, your Cape, your Luxurious Cape, all these different small resources that are just important to follow along with and make sure you've got the potential to take those knockouts in the mid to late game.
I didn't get a quick look at their hands, so I'm not sure if there's going to be much anything else going first. It's a little bit rough. You don't have access to Arven, that Technical Machine evolution. But again, I think you can buy a little bit of time with this Flutter Mane in the active spot. Energy on the active and a pass to the turn. We're going to see what Brandon has to cobble together here. This looks like a typical just Giratina hand. Who needs Comphase when you're going to be forced to Abyss Seeking most of the time anyway?
Right? Just give me a pile of energy, Radiant Greninja, and Roxanne. Yay. A great supporter on the opening turn, but there's certainly always potential when you see that Radiant Greninja. Concealed cards can draw into those Pokegears, those Colress experiments, and you can build your own Colress. You can flood the Lost Zone and get to those important numbers for the Mirage Gate by turn 3 with 2 of these Abyss Seekings and Colress experiments, but you just need them on this opening a couple turns.
Now, if we were talking about previous format before rotation, this start from Joshua would be amazing. You got the Ralts, you got an energy on the active, you can retreat in Mirage Step.
Yeah. There were very low expectations placed on Gardevoir way back when.
Oh, wow.
That
Concealed
is
cards.
exactly what you want to see.
Finds the Colress experiment. Finds the Prime Catcher yet again. There's also a Comfey in those 5 cards. 2 Comfey.
This could easily be the exact same situations last time. And there is consideration about that Comfey. You have to consider that because Prime Catcher into the Comfey, promote the Curlia / Ralts, whatever it is. then use the Colress Experiment that you easily find off of the Pokegear. Leads to 7 cards in the Lost Zone, Mirage Gate. You find the Water Energy. Radiant Greninja could be wreaking havoc again.
I think he's debating because there's no extra switch out in the hand to get that second flower selecting off.
One is fine. We're good. Abyss Seeking will do.
I don't even think we're going to use it just yet. Abyss Seeking, look at the top 4. Mirage Gate, Boss's Orders, Water Energy.
I mean, Mirage Water is unreal here. But
no, getting rid of the Mirage
I
Gate.
guess there is a Mirage already in hand, yes. So you can hold on to an additional resource. I mean, this hand, if the Pokegear hits, is a switch away. Well, I mean, even with the Prime Catcher, you're almost there too. There's a lot going on.
It was going to be a little bit of an awkward hand for Joshua, but they have just what they need. Arvin to be able to search for Buddy Buddy Poffin and that Technical Machine evolution. So even with just a single Ralts start, you can Buddy Buddy for 2 Ralts on the bench, Technical Machine evolution to the active, and get those Curlia in play this turn.
Need the blue guy. Manaphy is so important here. I'm terrified in this spot once more.
I think there's a Nest Ball in hand.
All right.
Gonna Refinement first. Oh. Already Refinement. Okay. Nest Ball. Manaphy. There we go.
Yep. That is the saving grace of this turn. Huge to find this. You can continue to place those energies. If they go to the discard pile, that's fine. You just bring them right back with the Gardevoir that is in hand. And TM Evolution. Now 3 Curlia ready to roll.
It's kind of like a Mirage Step.
We're gonna give it to it.
Yeah.
This is definitely some quality Gardevoir gameplay that we're seeing. This is working out very well, and this is an intimidating presence.
And with 2 energy on the Flutter Mane, just 1 more, and they'll be able to start taking knockouts on come phase, or get the damage rolling on that Giratina V. Brandon finds a Nest Ball. Still has the pretty stellar hand.
Yep. The plan changes. Water Energy isn't great anymore, so throw that card away with concealed cards, and we're looking more along the lines of Shred into the Flutter Mane, or potentially using a way to promote one of those Curlias by either the Boss's Orders or the Prime Catcher. Take a knockout with that Cramorant. The fewer the better. Those Curlias drawing 6 cards a turn is unacceptable if you are trying to win a Game 3.
Yeah, you not only draw cards, but you thin your hand and deck out of cards that you don't really want to see in the matchup, or build up that discard with those Psychic Energies for Psychic Embrace. Nest Ball does find the Cramorant. We're going to thin out a little bit before this Pokegear. Do we find Colress's Experiment?
Oh.
No.
It's a risk you take. There was a small opportunity to thin with the Ultra Ball first, but it's a resource you like to hold on to for when you do have to chase after that Giratina V-Star, or find that important Pokemon after a Super Rod.
Now, I know you were talking about taking a knockout on one of those Curlia to prevent the extra 2-card draw from Joshua, but is there any avenue to take a knockout on the Manaphy and just prep for a Greninja?
I mean, it certainly was a play way back when we saw players really targeting the use of the Super Rod, just because it was maybe a 1 of or a 2 of, and you wouldn't find it. But targeting the draw in this deck just seems like the right play. You'll be able to work around this. The Radiant Greninja play is cute, but ultimately you can open up that avenue later on with Sableye if you need to. It just depends on how Josh sets up the bench.
Now, they did draw Hero's Cape for the turn, but we're going to see a couple refinements. I guess the one bad thing in this position is all those cards in the hand, you don't really want to discard.
There's some great resources in this hand.
Third energy on the Flutter Mane.
Save all of those resources. You can bring those right back. Still got a little more draw.
I think we're probably going to see an Iono here before that second refinement. Get rid of that big hand that Brandon has been sitting on, which has Boss's Orders Prime Catcher in hand, which is the easy ways to clear out this Flutter Mane.
Yep. On the other side of that coin, Brandon missed the Colress Experiment, tried with the Pokegear, failed, and now sees 5 fresh cards along with a top deck for the turn. So this could be the avenue that Brandon needs in that 5th card is the Professor.
Mimikyu gets discarded with that Refinement, Luxurious Cape, and Gardevoir EX found. Swinging Heavy Ball is going to take a look, grab a Ralts from the prize cards.
Good card.
It's pretty good, yeah.
It's a lot better than the last time that we saw the Hisuian Heavy Ball used. Get some great information along with that. Sure that Joshua already had figured out most of those cards, but just going to confirm 1 or 2 of those selections off on the board on the side. And you can't complain much about this turn. You get to put on some pressure. You're not taking prize cards, though. Leads to that counter catcher being a fantastic resource later on. No immediate threat of knockout here. And if you knew it or not, the Boss's Orders and the Prime Catcher on the bottom of the deck mean Curlius could be pretty safe.
For sure. And honestly, the discard of the Gardevoir EX and Super Audit back to the deck, pretty important with the last one in the prize cards. Not having to use it just yet, but it's always great to have available. 90 on that Cramorant, 20 onto that Giratina V. And looking at that, ooh, we got another update. Jake with Ancient Box moving to top 4.
Oh,
and
we got another update too. Reagan Retzloff with the 2-1 victory. Chien Pao.
All right, we have a Chien-Pao in at top 4. Got an Ancient Box in top 4. Got a Charizard, and then the winner of our match here could either be Gardevoir or Lost Zone Giratina.
Brandon trying everything at this point. Get the ball rolling, thin the deck out, use the Buddy Buddy for a Comfey that can't do anything but you shuffled. Now there's opportunities to find some valuable resources. Colress Experiment is also a card to be used too, but
got to discard the energy first. Those cards aren't going to be very beneficial here, but already has the Colress Experiment in hand. Thornton, Boss's Orders, Giratina V-Star. I didn't see a Mirage Gate there.
And we saw one thrown in the Lost Zone early on. I'm talking about the Prime Catcher like it wasn't just played last turn. I see the reflection of that in the discard pile.
Switch in the hand. That's gonna what? Abyss Seeking?
That's about it. And you walk into a bear trap. The damage lines up perfectly against the Cramorant, and you're just building your own Colress, trying to find an opportunity to even play the game.
Switch and switch card. Go to the Lost Zone. 9 in there. But Joshua has to be feeling pretty good in this position. Flutter Mane, no damage, 3 energy. And we're going to refinement away that Radiant Greninja. We don't even need that extra draw power.
Yo, this is the board state that we've been really eyeing up. You have a great attacker in the active spot, potentially 3 refinement Curlias drawing. No need to accelerate with that Gardevoir EX just yet because you're putting on a fair amount of pressure, and everyone's protected by Manaphy.
That is also another big difference between Flutter Mane and Klefki. The Flutter Mane does not shut off your Manaphy's ability.
Yeah, we don't love that.
Arvin here, they're going to use it to search for Earthen Vessel, and it seems like that's just it. Maybe another tool, but...
Yeah, you could grab the evolution just to throw away.
Sounds good to me. Oh. They're shortcutting a little bit here, but is going to grab that Earthen Vessel and that Technical Machine Evolution. Search for those 2 Psychic Energies. Who even needs the Psychic Embrace? We can just start attaching energies for turn.
Yeah, it's been working out just fine. All these energies hitting the discard pile now. Gardevoir will eventually work its way into the mix, but that's our first balloon sighting here on the stream. It's Drifloon time. Hey there, buddy.
Little late to the party, but able to do some big damage with that balloon blast.
Is the party.
I'd agree with that, actually.
There's an avenue for knockouts here. Drifloon is lining things up. I think this is going to be a turn with the first sighting of that Gardevoir in Game 3. You can start to build on this Pokemon with the Bravery Charm.
Bravery Charm with 4 energies allows Drifloon to deal 240 damage. That's going to be enough to take the knockout on this Giratina V. Joshua goes down to 4 prize cards remaining in this Game 3. Gonna have to get through Brandon's field now. That is activated with that flower selecting Flutter Mane no longer in the active spot.
All right, we need my namesake out there. At this point,
Spiritomb?
No, Sableye.
Oh, that makes sense. Flower selecting. Now there's 10 in the lost zone.
This is the one weakness of, well, a few of the weaknesses of Gardevoir. It's taken on a different role now, but when you don't have the bench space for the Jirachi, a lot of damage counters are left in play when you're charging up these Pokemon, the Drifloons, the Screamtails, whatever it may be. When you can place those damage counters around, not only are you taking knockouts on the damaged Pokemon, there's enough residual damage to remove some important Pokemon. Start to target cards like the Ralts, the Kirlia, the Manaphy, whatever it may be, depending on what number was left in play.
Brandon does have the Sableye thanks to this Nest Ball. Goes ahead and gets it on the bench. I believe there's a Psychic in hand. And now you're staring down this field. There's 40 HP remaining on the Drifloon. You can take that out. Where do you place the remaining 80? Do you take the knockout on the Kirlia? Do you take the knockout on the Manaphy to hopefully Moonlight Shuriken the next turn?
I think I'm focused on that Kirlia at this point. The name of the game is simply denying your opponent of those additional draws. Your opponent's at 4 prize cards remaining after they knock out the Sableye, which they need to, unless, of course, they bench the Jirachi and work around this Pokemon. You're going to be looking at an opportunity to Roxanne. And if you Roxanne when there's 1 or 0 Kirlia in play, then that's where Josh is going to be struggling.
That's a very long name. I prefer the Pokemon TCG.
That is definitely the name of the game. All right. Or instead of Sableye, you can do a wild Thornton transition into Giratina V-Star.
What is going on here?
I mean, you wanted this Pokemon in play. You did that. You're able to do that with Thornton. And next turn, you have the ability to use the Roxanne. While this Pokemon could potentially be targeting down some relevant Pokemon. But
Brandon still has an attachment for turn as well. You see that Psychic Energy in hand, but no. Oh, I thought he was about to retreat to the Giratina.
Okay. Yeah. Buddy.
Psychic Energy.
Math is lining up too great over here.
And Lost Mine taking the knockout on that Drifloon in the active spot. Does he go for the Kirlia? He does. 2 prize cards now for Brandon. 3 left, and such a big swing in this Game 3.
Whew. Got to take a look at the resources. I haven't kept track of the counter catcher for Brandon, but that is what you have to be thinking of in situations like this. If Joshua potentially was targeting down the double knockout here with the Flutter Mane and the Cramorant, that'd be 2 prize cards remaining. And Brandon might be able to smell blood in the water. Roxanne, counter catcher, knockout Gardevoir. So what does Joshua do to play around this?
Well, they have a Super Rod. Try to get back some resources. Remember, the way this Gardevoir deck is built, it's just a lot of one-of attackers.
Well, if you can keep the damage in play, you already have that Cramorant as an easy target later on. Fluttermane likely not going to be targeted, and you have your own counter catcher ready to roll. Is there a way to knock out the Giratina V-Star this time?
That's what I was thinking. Is there a possibility of something like that Luxurious Cape in hand along with a Scream Tail to be able to get enough energy and damage counters on to take a knockout on that Giratina V on the bench?
Super Rod for Balloon Pals. And I think we're talking about the capes in this situation. Are the resources all there?
I mean, is the Scream Tail still in the prize cards?
Well, just go Balloon counter catcher. Who cares?
Yeah, true. Scream Tail still is in the prize cards.
See the cape hanging out in the hand. Not the hero's cape, but the luxurious one.
Buddy Poffin after the Super Rod here. Can go ahead and fetch that Drifloon. Gonna count the energies available. They have 5 in the discard. You can retreat, so that's 6. 6 times 3. That's numbers.
Well done, Jeremy. Jirachi for some additional protection. Sableye now useless against the bench. Drifloon, the likely attacker in this situation. We're getting down to the wire here.
Oh yeah, this is definitely the end game for both of these players. I think we're gonna have maybe 2 turns each for them to really decide this game.
It's such a big spot to combine the Jirachi alongside of the Drifloon. The additional damage placed on the Drifloon in combination against that Sableye. You can see prize cards flying all over the place.
They Arven for what looks like Hero's Cape and Ultra Ball. Hero's Cape's going to be a little bit easier to play with instead of that Luxurious Cape. Remember, Luxurious Cape gives an extra prize card to your opponent if the Pokemon's knocked out by damage. No such restriction on Hero's Cape.
Yep. Can't have it all. Can't be rich and a hero like Batman. It's you got to pick one.
Yeah, it's already taken. You know?
Yeah.
Now, there is the retreat. Is there any merit in going back in with the Ultra Ball, get those out of the hand, get out of the deck for a potential Roxanne?
Yeah, I certainly don't mind that. You know that this is the only win condition that your opponent has, is to just continue to disrupt. Unless you feel that the Ultra Ball is going to be a card that potentially benefits in this spot. Maybe the only way that you lose a game like this is a Gardevoir being knocked out.
5 energy, that means 100 damage counters on that Drifloon. 100 times 3, that's 300 damage, taking the knockout. Joshua goes down to 2 prize cards remaining to Brandon's 3. Sableye is not going to be useful with that Jirachi on the bench for Joshua, and Brandon's going to have to lean on this Roxanne.
Yep. Hand disruption is going to be helpful. There is no miracle card left in the deck in order to combat this Hero's Cape. We're not looking for that lost vacuum. It's not featured, but Counter Catcher was found.
Yeah, if only Brandon had Thornton and a Giratina V with a Mirage Gate.
Hey.
There we see Counter Catcher bring up Curlia. Could be in knockout for Cramorant. Now, the one thing that Brandon has to be careful for is the fact that Fluttermane can still take care of that Cramorant if it's on the bench, and then if something's in the active with 90 or less HP, that's Joshua's last 2 prizes.
Yeah, attacking with the Cramorant in this spot seems pretty ideal, and then playing the Giratina V this turn, it has to be the #1 thing on Brandon's mind, is to play the prize exchange and understand that your opponent is more focused around counter catchers than boss's orders. 2/2 prize cards we would be at that point, and sure, Cramorant's easily knocked out by a plethora of Pokemon, but it's not going to be the recipient of a double knockout.
An awkward hand of 6 for Brandon off this Roxanne. Couple water energies and a few supporters.
Where's the worm?
Not there.
Oh.
There's an energy. Oh, yeah, yeah.
We need the worm.
It's in the dirt.
All right, let's go digging.
Flower selecting. There's an Ultra Ball in hand, I believe.
Very nice. Yeah, you can see the resource battle here.
Oh, no, we're going Sableye.
That's
taking the knockout on the Kirlia. Does
what?
Joshua have enough resources in the Psychic Energies?
Not taking the knockout. Just going to play around the Embrace. Not
I was about to say, because that would have been very scary.
All right, the counts of the energies is very important. Finding Psychic Energies, or even just finding the evolution is the biggest spot here. If you find the other Gardevoir, but is it in the prize card still?
I believe they just took it, so it's in the deck now from the Roxanne.
Wow, then not playing all those Ultra Balls kind of works. And those are resources that could help later on. That's a pass of the turn. Brandon finding a huge line here.
Energy, discard, concealed cards. There's a Boss's Orders in hand for Brandon. Finds Jet Energy, Psychic. Jet Energy brings up that Comfey. Flower selecting Mirage Gate and Super Rod, it seemed like. Boss's Orders,
up the Jirachi. And now with all single prize Pokemon in play, feels comfortable removing the Jirachi, has the Sableye for cleanup on the Kirlia and the Drifloon, and is just hoping for a little bit of time.
Now, I'm not sure how many energies are left in the discard for Joshua, but they bring up Flutter Mane. 2 cards in hand.
Oh my gosh.
Collapse Stadium.
Buddy Poffin, is there a Pokemon that can be found?
It's going to refinement first. Discards the Buddy.
Finds the
Ultra Ball, Boss's Orders.
Boss. The hand is
Is there enough cards in hand? You need to be able to Ultra Ball for a Pokemon, Collapse Stadium away the Drifloon. Oh no, you have the Pokemon in hand. It's the
Pokemon in hand. You can throw away the Drifloon to get the energies back into the discard pile. You have those available. You use the Boss's Orders to target down another Pokemon. Double knockout lined up on the Comfey and the Cramorant. It's all there. Joshua just wants to make sure that he's found it.
There we go. Collapse Stadium.
They found it.
Boss's Orders, and just like that, Joshua Frink moving up to top 4 with Flutter Mane. What a game from both of our competitors. Look at their face. They are ecstatic moving into top 4. Gardevoir is still alive.
That is such an unlikely find, but it all worked out in the end. Love to see the Collapse Stadium as the answer there. And I mean, what a read from Brandon to spot that opportunity too. To put that situation on the table and lock that Kirlia into place. There was a 1-turn window there, and Joshua was able to go through.
They were able to do everything necessary thanks to that last refinement, drawing Boss's Orders Ralts. Insane to think about. Let's go ahead and take a look back at our match we just had for our top 8. Early Prime Catcher was very beneficial for Brandon in these turns, able to get around that Flutter Mane, but these Hex Hurl and then the Screamtail able to take the 2-hit knockout on that Giratina V-Star. And then Flutter Mane yet again just taking a knockout, spreading some damage a little, putting in a ton of work, forced Brandon to actually attack with Comfey and spinning attack to take the knockout. Gardevoir EX able to counter back and then take the game for Joshua there. Game 2 now. This was just over before it even really began. Turn 2, Moonlight Shuriken taking a knockout on both of the Ralts. And then game 3 moving up. Early Cram knockout on that Kirlia thanks to Prime Catcher yet again. But then a big knockout with this Drifloon on that Giratina V.
Yep, everything really lining up here in that final game. A lot of back and forth. Sableye trying to find an opportunity, does just that, clears off the Drifloon and the Kirlia, and this led to some awkward draws. Joshua was able to find opportunity to take a huge knockout after a wild Thornton play, and this was really where we started getting towards that play of the game situation. You have to remove that Jirachi after the really nice stall turn with the Kirlia. Everything relies on this turn. We find the collapse stadium, all the energies come back to the discard pile, and then the boss's orders, it means Psychic Embrace onto this Flutter Mane, takes a double knockout for the win.
Hex Hurl for the win. Joshua moving up to top 4. What a great way to start our top 8, Kyle.
Yeah, they were so impressive. Joshua found everything that you needed, and that was a really great showing of both players and their talent. The matchup is wild.
Oh, yeah.
I question the Thornton now, but ultimately your opponent having the resources to remove that Pokemon from play for 300 damage with a counter catcher seemed unlikely. It happened.
Yeah.
But then the turnaround to find the window to target down that Kirlia and not knock it out. If Jirachi wasn't a Pokemon, man, this is a different game.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the decks that made top 8 and the players with them and see how things shaped up for everyone. 2 Charizard, Gardevoir, Qianpao, Lost Zone Giratina, and then the Duns and Dragons and that Ancient Box. Wow, good spread of decks, and I think we have, what, 4 different decks in top 4?
Yeah, we have Liam with the Charizard, Joshua with the Gardevoir, Jake is going to be playing with the Roaring Moon, and Reagan with the Qianpao as well. So that's a lot of interesting decks. You think Ancient Box has what it takes?
Hey, I mean, I went all in on it, right?
Okay.
Like, we gotta try to see. Yeah. Has a good matchup against Gardevoir, and I know Jake has been playing against a lot of Charizard, so able to come away with wins there could be good. And Qianpao, you never know. You never know.
Honestly, yeah, it always has opportunities. Nothing beats the run hot Qianpao, but it is slowly becoming one of the more consistent decks, which is weird to say. It just never felt like that, but Irida in a Dream often gets there.
Now, before we go, remember that we still have our most improved decks going. We're not going to be arguing for Dialga or Golden Go. We'll probably let y'all argue that in chat.
Okay.
But you're going to have to get paired against Qianpao, which seems like the most improved deck so far through everything. At least able to make top 8s consistently now. And with that, that does it for us. We have an interview with Wancho, so let's go ahead and have y'all view that.
Hello again, Pokemon fans. Wancho Saldana here, and I pulled someone who's actually made it to day 2 of the biggest regional of all time, and with a very interesting deck as well. I have with me Cynthia. Cynthia, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. Made day 2, my first ever day 2 in Modern Era. Feel pretty good.
All right. How about we flash the deck we played here for the Orlando Regional Championships? You're seeing that right. It's Espathra EX. Something, again, it's a very interesting pick. I think it's a very smart pick, but I'm going to let you talk about it.
Yeah, it's got pretty good matchups into the meta. We've got Charizard, we've got Roaring Moon with the Dunsparce, we've got Ancient Box. A lot of decks can really struggle to get that energy on very quickly before you can knock them out. It's really interesting how you can kind of plan your entire game around everything and how you can disrupt them a lot. I mean, my deck was 4 Iono, so as soon as they knock something out, they're not having their hand anymore. It's just gone.
Very cool, very cool. So it's an Espathra deck, but again, you're playing, it's almost like a Psychic Toolbox maybe, because you are playing like Xatus. Do you power up anything else? Do you play the Banette as well?
That's correct. I do play the Banette. I also do play Flutter Mane, which comes in handy against a lot of decks that damage themselves, like Gardevoir. I also play Muse, to where I can power it up and knock out a Giratina in return after it knocks out an Espathra. It's pretty interesting.
That's very, very cool. I love it when Mew EX gets to shine and really copy an attack. I think, not gonna lie, that's actually really rude, but it's really funny. No, but yeah, tell us about the matchups you faced with day 1 and day 2.
Day 1, I faced a lot of Qianpao, which is a pretty unfavorable matchup. But I did tie up a couple, and I did win against one. In my last 2 games, for my second to last game, it was against a Charizard, which the deck is pretty favored into. I was looking for Charizards in day 2, and round 9, I ran into another Charizard for my win in, and I got it. We got there.
That's great. I believe we ran it back, right? Yeah. You fought hard for this day 2.
We did fight hard. We started off at 2-1-2, thinking that we couldn't get there anymore, thinking that one more loss and we're out. But no, we ran it back to a solid 6-1-2.
Nice. Sometimes you just got to believe. How about the day 2 run? Were there any interesting decks or matchups?
Yes. Against Ancient Box itself, I actually struggled a lot because as soon as they took a lead, and they can take that lead pretty early, I struggled a lot to disrupt them. Even with the Stadium Pokemon League HQ, which makes their attacks cost 1 more, it just does not keep up as well as I would like to. But the deck is fantastic into some of the matchups that I hit. Like Giratina, starting Fluttermane and stopping them from comfying is just perfect.
Love to hear it. Love to hear it. If you could play this tournament over, is Espathra still the pick?
I think Espathra is the pick. With 20% of the meta being Charizard, you've got a pretty good chance into the meta.
I have to agree. All right. With that, great pick. Before we end the interview, I just want to ask, is there anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
Shout out to Girl Power, the team. We're rapping girls. We're making sure that we make day 2, and we get a little bit of representation on stream.
Great to hear. Awesome interview. Thank you so much. With that, we're going to throw it back to more Pokemon TCG action.
Let us give you an experience.
At the Pokemon Center, EYC London.
Welcome back in, Pokemon fans. Our top 4 getting ready to get underway here at the 2024 Orlando Regional Championships, our largest regional championships to date, and it certainly has not disappointed. My name is Chip Ritchie, joined here in the booth for these last couple of matches by Pablo Tablemon Meza. Some incredible games so far this weekend. And we've got 2 more until we're going to crown a regional champion.
Indeed, and not only did we watch a very exciting match here with Gardevoir, but you and I were out there watching the top 8 games. Some very intense battles going out there.
Without a doubt, intense battles, some great play. Let's take a look at the bracket to see which of those players have made it through the top 8 and into our top 4. Of course, we saw Joshua Frink take down Brandon Dean. Things got really interesting there at the end of game number 3. That Sableye on the Curlia play was super cool and almost bought Brandon enough time, but Joshua was able to close things out. And then Liam Halliburton getting a 2-1 victory over Fabrizio Inga Silva. That's who Joshua will now be facing in the top 4. And Liam, of course, on the Charizard deck.
Indeed, Charizard toppling Qianpao, which on paper should be a favorable matchup for Qianpao, Qianpao toppling Charizard, which should be, I think I'm confusing myself. Charizard beating Qianpao, which is not the norm, not what you would expect, but pretty good showing there by Liam, our 2022 Senior World Champion.
That's
making
right.
a name for himself in the Masters division.
That is right. Still 1 more match to go before Joshua or Liam will get to the finals. And there's the other semifinal match, of course, Jake Ewert versus Reagan Retzlaff. And that's what we will be featuring here on our broadcast. Let's get down to the stage. This is going to be an incredible match.
Reagan, another second-year master, right? Along with Liam. So this is a tournament for the youngsters, it feels. Reagan, of course, a lot of really good accomplishments as a Masters player alone, but a huge career in the senior age division. Just last year, Fresno Regional Champion, OCIC finalist, Portland Regionals finalist, playing that Qianpao Baxcalibur deck. I'm pretty sure that's a fan favorite. I know there's going to be a lot of players rooting for Reagan just based on his deck choice.
Yeah, Reagan had an incredible season last year, let alone the fact that he was a first-year master. You know, 15th-year masters would have loved to have had the season that Reagan had last year, but things have been quite a bit slower. He's had his fair share of day 2s this season, had 1 top 32 finish, but this is his first top cut appearance of this 2024 season, and it is with Qianpao, something he has been playing quite a bit so far this year. On the other side of the table, we will have Jake Ewert, player who we've seen on the stream, probably most known for his shining moment a few regionals ago, playing Venomoth Spidops. A crazy stream match I will never forget. Without a doubt, this has tied his best previous finish with that top 4 at Madison Regionals back in 2018.
Indeed, that infamous Venomoth, but playing a more standardized deck this time around, that Ancient Box, and seems like it's working out really well for him. It's been a while since Jake has made a top cut, but he's back here in the final stage, and with what I would honestly venture to say a pretty good matchup for him.
Yeah, I have to think so as well. It's different from what we saw from Reagan earlier in Swiss when he played up against Cyrus. Cyrus was playing the Roaring Moon focused deck, not able to get to big numbers super quickly to swing that 1 to 2 prize trade favor. But Jake's deck, on the other hand, there are a ton of ancient cards in this list. We're sure to see some high-flying action here, and we'll see how quickly we can get to the point where those Roaring Moons are able to take 1-hit KOs on Qianpao EX.
Important to note, both players prizing Radiant Greninja again. I think we are cursed to see
the second time you and I have seen that today.
Yeah. Funnily enough, might be less impactful as usual for Reagan than Jake, as Jake does need that little bit of extra help to see more of those ancient cards, get rid of them, get them in the discard pile to push for those big KOs. But certainly doesn't need all of them, just like in the Charizard matchup. Hitting only 15 should be reasonable for Jake here.
The fist bump, and here we go. Top 4 kicking off 75 minutes to see which of these players will find themselves in our Orlando Regional Championship Finals. Jake Ewert opens up that Roaring Moon from the brand new Temporal Forces expansion, and over on the left side of the table, Reagan is kicking things off. He is going first. He has started the Qianpao and is using that powerful Shivery Chill ability.
Gonna very quickly find out that Radiant Greninja is not available to him, which is so crucial in the early game. Of course, you want your Frigibaxes, your Bidoof, but to get you going, to get you those few extra cards in the beginning, Radiant Greninja so clutch and not available. But as we can see, Regan being thorough with his price checking. I mean, maybe he's like very good at it, but he doesn't. I feel like he doesn't figure out all 6 prize cards immediately, which I think is pretty smart.
Yeah, we're not seeing the whole move the Pokemon to the front, the energies to the back, figuring out all 6 prizes on the very first search, taking things a little slower, and this is probably exactly why Hisuian Heavy Ball in the opening hand allows Regan to see his prize cards, and he'll be able to grab any Pokemon from there, put that into his hand, and Gradient Greninja is just the perfect find at this spot.
When you have that Hisuian Heavy Ball in your starting hand, you actually hope you prize something good, right? That way you have immediate access to that, and then you also have immediate knowledge to all of your prizes, as you mentioned, Chip. So that's going to be very good. And possibly all the key cards, the energy and the Chien Pao at the bottom now, so Regan shouldn't struggle too much with anything from his prize cards at this point.
Regan discards a Water Energy to use concealed cards on Radiant Greninja, drawing him 2 cards from the top of the deck. I do not see any Buddy Poffin at the moment, but a couple of Nest Ball will ensure Regan can get his Pokemon set up into play.
Indeed. Obviously, you want that double Frigibax if possible, because Jake's deck can be very aggressive early on, so you want to make sure you get those resources out as soon as you can. Now, double Nest Ball, and there is an Ultra Ball as well available, so could set up the double Frigibax. We'll see if he chooses to do that.
Yeah, I think Regan will feel a little less pressured in this matchup compared to something like the Roaring Moon matchup that we saw earlier, because Cyrus was playing Prime Catcher. Jake, on the other hand here, playing the Awakening Drum as the A-spec of choice. So while Jake could technically find a combination of cards, I think, actually, I don't even know if he can to knock out the Frigibax, right? There's no way to switch the active Pokemon. He'd have to Dark Patch, play a boss's orders, right? There's no switch, so I think Regan recognizes that this Frigibax is safe. He can take the turn to get Bidoof down as well. With that energy attachment to Chien Pao, we now will kick things off on Jake's end of the field. Starts by putting that Pokestop Stadium in play. I think he's going to need some help off of this. Just a bunch of energy in the hand at the moment. Discarding a Roaring Moon and Explorer's Guidance, but able to find the Pokegear 3.0 to add that to the hand. It does at least have an Explorer's Guidance. Okay.
Yep, we'll be able to take a look at those top 6 cards. That Roaring Moon would have been something Jake would have liked to find right here. Does need a little bit of help as we see the Fire Energy in the deck.
Yeah, Fire Energy in the deck to use the Shred attack on the Koraidon, but I don't see an out to another basic Pokemon. Jake shaking his head because this is a very risky position. I don't think he has any Nest Ball in his hand. He's not playing Artisan. He's got that Pokestop in play. He's already utilized it. I think he's going to have to attach to Roaring Moon and probably pass the turn. And that is a lot to ask for Regan to whiff an attack this next turn.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Regan is holding Rare Candy and Ultra Ball in hand, combined with that Shiver Chill ability. I think we're going to see a very quick game 1 here, Chip. Unfortunate situation for Jake, and this is something we've mentioned throughout the weekend. When do you Pokestop first? When do you use the
supporter for
the
turn?
Supporter first, exactly. Like, can you risk discarding? There's so many variables that go on into that decision.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm sure, like, sometimes you get what you need, other times you don't.
Yeah.
You need to assess whether the risk is acceptable.
The attachment is made, and Jake will just pass, and Regan shows, I've got more than enough top decks the Baxcalibur, just for good measure. Of course, can use the Shivery Chill to grab the energy needed, and Regan takes out that Roaring Moon and moves on to game 2 here in top 4.
Not the high-level back-and-forth match we would have liked to see, but there's still 2 more games to go for this to end. So hopefully this next game, I mean, Jake is playing a deck with, well, 13 basic Pokemon.
Yes.
So not having another one, combined with 4 Nest Ball, combined with 2 Ultra Ball, this is an outlier. This is not what you would expect normally with an Ancient Box deck.
And I do think Jake's decision to use the Pokestop first before the supporter actually was correct in this instance. He had a bunch of Darkness Energy in his hand. If he draws off the Pokestop and Earthen Vessel, or if he discards another Darkness Energy, he actually can use Sada for the turn as a supporter to get an attachment, and then hope to find a Pokemon, right? Yep. So I think that the way he played it out totally makes sense. Just maybe cards didn't fall into his favor this time, and we'll have to hope for better fortune moving forward in this top 4.
Indeed, just like there was a combination of cards that didn't favor Jake at the very top, there could have been many others that definitely would have favored him. Energies at the top, Nest Balls at the top, Ultra Ball at the top. So that's something you have to factor in. You know your deck, you know what outs you have available, and therefore I would agree it was the correct choice. Unfortunately, in this instance, the cards just didn't cooperate.
Now, I'll be interested to see if Jake chooses to go first or second here. And I think similarly to what we mentioned with Cyrus earlier on when Reagan played against Cyrus in Swiss, I think I'd like to see Jake choose to go first. What do you think of that, Pablo?
I would also like that. Gets you that first energy attachment. Gives you one extra turn to have a stable board before your opponent does something.
Prize cards going out. Nothing too bad for either player. Reagan did prize the Silene, which is a 1-of supporter. Also prized that Iron Bundle and a Baxcalibur. The Baxcalibur is at the bottom. He may be able to find that early. And of course, Heavy Ball can grab out the bundle. Jake Ewart is going to choose to go first. A Pablo and Chip approved decision here from Jake, and kicks things off immediately with Earthen Vessel, discarding the Fighting Energy from the hand and now searching the deck for any 2 energy cards he would like and placing them into his hand.
Greninja deciding not to hide in the prize cards this time around, and Jake with the double Nest Ball, a much more powerful and better start for Jake. Will have access to extra energy thanks to the Greninja, and then hopefully Reagan can match that, and we can see a fully developed game of these 2 decks.
Jake taking the moment to shuffle the deck here. Has multiple energy in the hand now from the Earthen Vessel, so we'll at least get an attachment to one of these Roaring Moon, and also, let's not forget, we'll be able to draw cards thanks to Greninja's Concealed Cards ability. Darkness Energy going down, 2 cards from the top. The Penny, not super useful, but another Roaring Moon is not too bad. And that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, that's something that definitely could be a factor in this matchup.
Indeed, needing 4 energies to knock out a Roaring Moon with that Hail Blade attack instead of 3 is actually very demanding on the resources of Qianbao decks. Now, going second for Reagan does give him the benefit of being able to utilize Irida to find those body puffins, so essentially extra outs to be able to pull that off, and usually can help you get a better setup at the expense of being on the offense.
Reagan flashing the Radiant Greninja to Jake, saying, hey, don't worry, we've got the homie here for this one. Of course, Reagan kicks things off, utilizing Shivery Chill, searching the deck for 2 basic waters, and is going to take a moment now to check the prize cards, maybe a little more thoroughly than he did in game number 1, since he knew that Heavy Ball was going to be played right away. And immediately as well, we are seeing the Buddy Puffin and the Radiant Greninja brought to the front of the deck. That is sending off the alarm bells of an incoming Irida to me.
I would agree with that, Chip. And let me ask you something. Do you think Radiant Greninja is the best shiny Pokemon ever printed in the trading card game?
Honestly, I don't like to make calls like this until a card has seen its entirety of its time in the standard format, potentially rotates out. But to be honest, I think Radiant Greninja might just be the best Pokemon ever printed of any of the Pokemon that have existed in the game. It's definitely the best shiny Pokemon that's been printed.
Okay, that's a bold statement. The best Pokemon.
Yeah, it certainly rivals that Zoroark GX, Arceus Dialga Palkia, even things like good old Neo Cleffa, in my opinion. Radiant Greninja, an incredible, incredible card, and been a mainstay in decks ever since it's been in the format as an attacker, as a support option. We see it in both of the decks here, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
I would agree, Chip. I think Radiant Greninja is a fantastic card. We see how essential it is, especially for Jake's deck, but also for Reagan. Just get those extra resources into play, and fantastic, fantastic draw for Reagan at this point. And another thing you can know at this point for both players is that there's going to be very little hand disruption, right? So both players will be able to play out whatever they have in their hand with very little fear of it getting affected in the long run, which I think benefits Jake a little bit more than Reagan.
Yeah, I think so, because Reagan does continually need to try to thin his hand down to play cards like Superior Energy Retrieval. Of course, also will be playing Ultra Balls, whereas Jake can just play Sada, play that Explorer's Guidance every single turn, fill the hand up, increase the hand size. I think in about 10 minutes or so, we'll look at Jake's 20-card hand and be trying to figure out how we got here.
Oh, certainly. And now Reagan's game plan has to be to take as many prizes on these Roaring Moons as possible, with Chen Pao hoping that he does it fast enough before the Roaring Moon gets to enough cards in the discard pile, in order to get or reach for those one-hit KOs. Reagan can also hope that at some point Jake misses some power up on the Roaring Moon, misses a turn that way. But I feel like towards the end of the game, when those Roaring Moons are hitting at full power, that 2-for-1 prize exchange is going to be difficult for Reagan to overcome.
Reagan has a solid setup here, a pair of Frigibacks and Bidoof with an energy card on his active Qian Pao. Back over to Jake now, utilizing that Poké Stop. Does find a Superior Energy Retrieval and a Nest Ball. Discarding the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, which is fine. There's 4 copies of the card in this deck, and of course you do need Ancient cards in the discard pile at some point.
Oh, certainly. And now Professor Sada not being utilized to the maximum of its capabilities, only attaching 1 energy instead of 2, but that usually happens in the early game. Not great hand so far for Jake, not a great follow-up at this point in time, and Greninja is great. But if you don't have energies, Greninja is just a sitting duck on your bench.
Yeah, Jake does have that Superior Energy Retrieval in his hand, a one-of card that he plays, usually used in the end game to discard extra Ancient cards to reach higher damage numbers. Also can recover energy. I wonder if it would ever be worth it to even just use that here to try to draw a couple cards, because Jake's setup is not the best at this point.
Certainly not the best. Probably in the back of his mind to try to get a little bit more value from that Superior Energy Retrieval. But as you mentioned, you might need those cards right now, right? Or
you can't worry about planning for the end game if you're not going to get to the end game.
Exactly, yeah. And that's something that we see even like just how decks are built, right? You have to factor in the consistency versus utility to make sure that you're not adding too many cards to try to cover so many things, but then your early game is so awkward and just not great that you never get to that end point where you get to use those tech cards.
Vengeance Fletching, hitting for 110 damage, setting up for the 2-hit knockout on the Qian Pao EX. Now, I am interested to see where Reagan goes from here. Does he try to just swing with his Qian Pao? It's a pretty poor trade. Could he establish another one potentially? Of course, step 1 is going to be getting Baxcalibur out. I don't know, Pablo. How does Reagan navigate this? It definitely already is seeming tough so early in this game.
I think Reagan has a pretty big clue from the previous turn. Jake did not use the Radiant Greninja, only used Professor Sada to attach this 1 energy. I think you can say with a lot of confidence that Reagan knows that Jake does not have access to energy in his hand, didn't even get an attachment for a turn. So I think as Reagan, you try to make it as difficult as possible for your opponent to attack you consecutively. So taking the KO on this Roaring Moon seems like the best course of action. Doing so with a brand new Qian Pao is considerable, but I think that's the biggest decision. I think you have to go after the energy in this instance.
2 energies are being grabbed from the Shivery Chill, and the Qian Pao was brought to the front of the deck. It does appear that there is a Nest Ball in this hand, and I think I see a Rare Candy, also the Ultra Ball. So Reagan is working with just about everything he needs at this spot. He's going to make sure he sequences this out super well, of course. Reagan's a very smart player. Probably attach, retreat this Qian Pao, Shivery Chill, bring a couple more energies out of the deck, go for the concealed cards, and then go for Ultra Ball, Irida, whatever it is he needs.
There's a retreat into Qian Pao, thinning those energies through Shivery Chill, which makes, if Reagan decides to use this Pokestop, even better odds to hit those item cards that you need.
Yep, Reagan knows what he's doing here. He didn't get to an 11-0-4 record by mistake. Definitely very wise up to the correct sequencing decisions to make with Qian Pao. Radiant Greninja using concealed cards, discarding an energy to draw 2, finds that Prime Catcher. Normally very powerful. I don't think it's super useful in this position, but, you know, it's nice to have in the hand.
Yeah, definitely not useful in this position, but in a late game situation, Reagan could try to trap one of the unpowered Roaring Moons and use Greninja to attack the other two twice in a row, and that could allow him to overcome a price deficit if he needs to. But for now, taking down the energies in the active spot, definitely Reagan's best choice and has the resources to do so.
Exactly, especially with this Irida now being played. Reagan's one supporter able to be played per turn, searching the deck for a water Pokemon and an item card, normally grabbing Rare Candy and Baxcalibur, but we saw off the Pokestop, Rare Candy has already been found. That affords Reagan the opportunity to get a more powerful resource for later in the game into his hand right now. He doesn't have to worry about trying to do it later, and that resource found is the Superior Energy Retrieval. Or debating potentially going with the Earthen Vessel.
Yeah, Earthen Vessel could be a choice just as discard fodder. I think Reagan has pretty much access to all the energies he could possibly want, but the one missing piece is that B-Barrel. Just in case Jake does have some sort of hand attack or hand disruption, there's also the possibility that we could see an Airy somewhere, like a sneaky Airy. You don't know your opponent's exact 60 cards, so being ready even for that situation could be very, very important.
Now, one thing to keep in mind, I would say Jake's list overall is pretty normal to what you would expect from an Ancient Box list. We were talking about you don't know exactly what your opponent could be playing. He does have the Great Tusk in this list with the 2 colorless energy, able to use the Land Collapse attack where you discard a card from the top of your opponent's deck, but if you played an Ancient supporter from your hand during that turn, you actually discard the top 4 cards instead. Not sure if that's something Reagan has any information on existing, but Reagan's deck here on turn 2 is already pretty thin.
Yep, running full engine for Reagan. Pretty much picture perfect setup for him. Gets the knockout. 4 energies for a single prize card, as mentioned, is a little tough to keep up for the rest of the game, but a harsh Pokestop for Jake right there.
Yeah, no hits at all. Discarding a couple of Ancient cards, one of them being Asada, and Jake looking at his Pokegear in hand, wondering what could have been.
Are we going to see something, Chip? I don't see a supporter.
One
Last
more card. It is the Asada. What a hit on the 7th card. Hey, we take those. That's why, you know, it's the top 7, not the top 6.
Yeah.
We get that last card. Sometimes that's what makes all the difference. And this will be a full value Professor Sada's Vitality as well, getting a energy card from the discard pile to 2 of the Ancient Pokemon that Jake has in play. I think the only other question here is, can Jake get to enough Ancient cards in the discard pile to get a 1-hit knockout on this Chien-Pao EX?
That is definitely the dream. I wish we had a Ancient card counter, just like the Lost Zone counter, so that we could figure out exactly how many, but Jake will do that favor for us. Let's see if we can figure out. He does need 15, which is a really big ask.
Yeah, it's a lot of cards, but it's much more doable in a deck like this as opposed to the straight Roaring Moon deck that we saw earlier. And with Superior Energy Retrieval in the hand, he's actually utilizing it now to get rid of a pair of Koraidon. That's 2 more Ancient cards into the discard pile. Also adds some energy cards to the hand, can get the attachment to the active, and also get a few more cards drawn from the concealed cards. Finds another Ancient card in that Flutter Mane, attaches the energy for turn. Let's see if we can get the count here.
Yeah, would love to know how many cards are in Jake's discard pile. Do we have enough? Needs 15 for Vengeance, Fletching, 2 KO. Does declare the attack, so I guess we're about to find out. Seems like it's not quite enough, Chip.
Yes, just short. Needed 4 more Ancient cards in the discard pile. That would have gotten him there, but as it stands, he is unable to piece together that knockout. And that's a sigh of relief, honestly, for Reagan in this position. Exactly what he needs.
Definitely a sigh of relief now. Reagan will be able to take another prize card, then Jake will respond, evening up things at 4 and 4, but that's when this next attack for Jake could turn things around. Reagan can only take 1 prize at a time on the single prize Pokemon, but Jake does have the possibility to take 4 prizes over the course of 2 turns and get ahead.
I think what Reagan is going to need to do is try to utilize Radiant Greninja a lot, like 3 to 4 times, probably 4 times, honestly, if he wants to come out ahead in this game. Now, Jake does have a bit of an answer to that. He is playing the Penny in his list. That's a nice way that you can get some healing, deny multi-prize turns in a matchup just like this one. Part of me honestly wonders if in the Ancient Box lists, if Penny has been included for more of that reason against Greninja than even things like the Pidgeotto and Snorlax control decks.
Yeah, I would agree that. Now, in order to use Greninja multiple times, Regan did just play a Super Rod this turn, and that's exactly what you need to get back the Greninja, because you know it's very unlikely for it to survive the turn against such an aggressive deck. You can combine it with Prime Catcher to try to trap one of the unpowered Roaring Moons, but if that doesn't work out, then you are going to need to use those Super Rods. 1 is down, Regan does play 3, so still in a good spot, but as you mentioned, needs to find a way to take KOs without utilizing 2 prize Pokemon.
In a spot like this, I maybe wouldn't hate to see Regan go after like the Radiant Greninja or something like that. It's a way that you can take your opponent's draw out of play, and also at the same time you KO a Pokemon that's not an ancient Pokemon, because every single KO from Regan is boosting the damage from Jake just a little bit more. Not that it's going to matter too much right now, but it could matter later in the game if Regan's trying to stick a Chien Pao EX or Iron Hands EX even in the active spot to survive a hit. Regan does jump a little more farther ahead with another KO, 4 prizes to 6 now. And Jake is kicking things off with the Earthen Vessel, discarding Flutter Mane, grabbing out a Darkness Energy and a Fire Energy from the deck.
Yeah, that Fire Energy, very useful to power up Koraidon, just in case that little bit of extra damage Shred does allow you to do 130 and bypass any effects on your opponent's active Pokemon, such as a Noivern GX, a Noivern EX, stopping you from attacking. Not a very common sight, but perhaps you can manage your energies, no problem.
Yeah, I think in the deck building process, this is a deck that can afford to play that extra off energy. Jake only playing 1 fighting, 1 fire, and then of course the 6 darkness energy. Now the Pokegear 3.0 looks at the top 7 cards of the deck, able to find that Explorer's Guidance. Now, because Jake got that extra energy accelerated last turn with the Professor Sada, he's able to utilize the Explorer's Guidance this turn, isn't forced into playing the Sada every single turn.
Is not forced, as you mentioned, Chip. However, Jake is forced to play 1 next turn, does have the attachment for the active, but how are we going to power up this Roaring Moon? We need that Professor Sada as soon as we can, and I believe there was 1 played early on, there was 1 discarded by the Pokestop, and there was 1 played last turn. Therefore, there's only 1 Professor Sada left, along with the Palpad.
Yes, Jake does have that 1 copy of Palpad, perhaps a good find off of the incoming Explorer's Guidance. Before playing it, though, will utilize Super Odd. He does need to get some more Pokemon in play at some point, more than likely, and Nestball can ensure that that will happen. Did see that Sada there in the deck. Didn't quite notice the Palpad, though. We'll have to keep our eye out for that recovery potential card. Jake will also discard a couple cards thinking about the Penny going down. And that is something that could potentially be abused by Regan, knowing that Penny is not available.
Yeah, Penny not available here for Jake could be impactful and could lead to the Greninja play that we were talking about, trapping any of these Roaring Moons that do not have energy attached to them. And with 3 Professor Sada in the discard pile, it's certainly something that could easily happen.
Jake, I think, still needing an energy card as well here. At least needs to attach it. There is 1 in the hand, so he at least has that guaranteed. But first, Explorer's Guidance. The brand new Ancient Supporter will look at the top 6 cards of the deck. Jake will add 2 to the hand and send 2 to the discard pile. And talk about supporters there, Pablo.
I think there's 3 other Explorer's Guidance right there, which definitely doesn't help Jake too much. I'm not sure you need the Super Rod at that point. You have enough energies, you just put a few back, but oof, I feel like I would really like to keep both Pokegears, because you really cannot afford not to play Professor Sada next turn in order to keep up with Regan's pressure.
Yeah, playing Sada absolutely mandatory next turn. Now, Jake's deck has gotten pretty thin, so maybe he thinks there's a decent chance that he'll be able to find it. The odds may favor him, but it is 1 Sada left in the deck that he needs to find. And like you said, it's mandatory next turn.
Yep, it's 100% mandatory, along with finding an energy.
Yeah,
So many pieces needed for Jake at this point in time. We'll take a KO. We'll get 2 more resources from the prize cards, but the last Professor Sada is in the prize cards.
No,
Chip.
not even in the deck. Yeah, that is not good for Jake. He is going to have to find Palpad, probably off the Pokestop, and then utilize the Pokegear 3.0 to try and get a Sada next turn. For now, though, Reagan will promote the Radiant Greninja of his own. Does that signal this is the time to attack with Radiant Greninja? Or is Prime Catcher going to be the play from Reagan Retzlaff?
Yeah, I mean, if it was time to attack with Radiant Greninja, then you would want to combine that with Prime Catcher, right? So you would want it on the bench.
Sure.
Ready to come up. Reagan probably doesn't know that there's no Professor Sada available for Jake as of this moment. Could be planning to do the Iron Hands play. He does have the space right here to take down the Radiant Greninja and get 2 more prizes, but then Jake immediately gets 2 prizes back, and you're not asking anything from your opponent. So I'm not sure what Reagan could be planning here. Maybe using a fresh Chin Pao, though at this point I have to imagine that there's enough cards in the discard pile to get a one-shot, right?
Yeah, it's definitely getting close. I mean, Jake did put a couple back into the deck last turn.
True.
With the Super Rod, but also discarded several more from the Explorer's
Played a Vessel and whatnot. Well, he got three Explorers into the discard pile, right? So definitely put more than he lost. Have to see what Reagan ends up doing. Did not get to catch what the 2 cards from the Cypher Maniac were.
Cypher Maniac's code breaking, letting Reagan search the deck for 2 cards, placing them on top of the deck however he would like, not before playing the Superior Energy Retrieval. And it is going to be the Radiant Greninja here, using concealed cards, also receiving 3 energies from the Super Cold of Baxcalibur. So Radiant Greninja is going to be the attacker of choice here for Reagan.
I don't like this, Chip. You're not asking anything from your opponent.
Well,
you're giving him an extra turn to power up. They're guaranteed another prize card. I'm not a fan.
I know for sure that Jake is down 3 Ancient Booster Energy Capsules. So if Jake is down the 4th one as well, this actually does set things up for Reagan to win the game in 2 turns, right? He can use Greninja once again, KO both of the Roaring Moons, and then Iron Hands EX KOs the Radiant Greninja. So this could be really a great play from Reagan if he's keeping track of Jake's resources, if there are no Ancient Booster Energy Capsules remaining.
Yeah, that is actually very true. I had not considered that. This allows him, and there's the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, as you mentioned. I think Jake might not know that there's no Lost Vacuum, but I think that's unacceptable. Or that's a likely outcome from any list, but doesn't attach it to the one that's damaged.
That's huge. That's huge right here. Jake putting the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule on the other Roaring Moon is going to allow Reagan to go for that exact play, taking 2 prizes on the 2 Roaring Moon, and then closing out the game with Iron Hands EX to KO the Radiant Greninja. Now, Jake does still have 1 play around this if he can see it, though, and that is to utilize Palpad to bring back the penny that he discarded earlier on. And it looks like that Palpad is about to be played. Let's see if penny is one of the choices here.
Finding it, though, in time this turn sounds like a tall order, however, so not sure. We'll use the Pokestop first before Palpating back those supporters. 1 card left in the deck chip. There is a Lost Vacuum for Jake.
Yeah, that is pretty interesting. Could cut off the use for Reagan to utilize Pokestop later on, right? So that's something that could come into play. That's the only stadium that either of our 2 players are utilizing here. Jake now the one having to worry about how many cards are remaining in the deck. He does have Boss's Orders in the hand. Could chase the prize cards here potentially with the Chien Pao. Maybe go after the Bibarel, hope to slow down Reagan. But he is going to chase the prizes, going after the Chien Pao EX.
Yeah, this is sentencing yourself, though. Like, Reagan clearly wants to attack with Radiant Greninja once again next turn. Reagan also played Cypher Maniac for 2 cards and did not use any of them after drawing them. So you know he has exactly 2 cards he wants. And one of those was Super Rod, the other was Superior Energy Retrieval. So Reagan was ready to do this, but now, once again, you're not asking anything out of Reagan. in terms of forcing him to attack once again, knocking out these two Roaring Moons, and then we have a very clear Iron Hands amp you very much to win the game.
Jake does still have one turn to try to play the penny. For now, he will take the 2 prize cards. And honestly, if Jake does play the penny next turn, he'll be the one jumping back ahead in the prize trade.
Yep, he will definitely be that little bit ahead, will have enough powered up to potentially close out the game. Definitely has enough ancient cards in the discard pile by now to one-shot anything that Regan could potentially power up. So, and yeah, and Regan cannot afford to do the amp you very much play this turn.
Definitely, you don't want to put that 2 prize liability into play for your opponent to easily KO to potentially close out the game. Regan will utilize Pokestop, discards the Irida and the Chien-Pao EX. Neither of those really too impactful at this point in the game. He's got everything he needs in hand. His hand is not going to be disrupted. Honestly, he probably wanted to draw things like Buddy Poffin and Nest Ball that he could just discard from his hand with the Superior. Now he has kind of a tough choice.
Yeah, it would be easier to discard those. He has too many good cards and that he probably doesn't want to discard too many, but I think it's all going to be on Jake to see that play. Now, he does have Palpad put the 2 supporters back. Then he has an energy to guarantee draw them with Greninja, but will that be enough?
One other thing we've got to keep it in mind, we called it out earlier, is we've got to watch how many cards Regan has remaining in the deck. It doesn't look like there are too many, and if he ever goes down to below 4 cards remaining in deck, Jake can capitalize with the land collapse of the Great Tusk. And what is this, 7 cards right now?
Yep.
Cypher Maniac is gonna...
2 about to be drawn, probably, maybe even with the Pokestop, which would leave exactly 4. But Jake doesn't have a way to retreat into the Great Tusk, though. It has 2 Professor Sada and attached to the Great Tusk, but cannot attach to the active, or to the Roaring Moon, in case the active goes down, which you have to assume so, right? So could have been a cool way to close out the game, but might be 1 energy short this time around.
Yeah, can't use the Penny and Sada in the same turn. Doesn't have something like the Flutter Mane in play to be a pivot you could promote and Sada to that. And then retreats. Yeah, so maybe won't quite be able to pull it off. Jake taking a quick little peek, not letting Regan get too keyed in on it, counting how many cards were remaining there in the deck. One of my favorite stories when it comes to a player trying to deck their opponent out was that Sam Chin played against someone at, I think it was like the San Diego Regionals one year, San Jose potentially, and he didn't want his opponent to know he was trying to deck him out. So while he was sitting there at the table, he tried to inconspicuously count the sleeves from the side of the deck while he was sitting across from his opponent, trying to not key them in on, hey, this is my game plan.
You know what's a very easy way to do that? Instead of counting the extra sleeves, you can count the discard pile.
Sure.
And then the cards in hand, and then the cards into play. And that will tell you with subtraction in order how many cards
I don't know if Sam
left.
wanted to do all that math, to be honest. That might be the situation we find ourselves in. But the situation Jake finds himself in is having to play the Palpad, and he is going to put the Penny back into the deck. He does have Pokegear 3.0. Let's see if the Penny is able to pick up the Radiant Greninja. That is Regan's win condition at this point. Is that Radiant Greninja being KO'd? Jake wisely choosing to take that potential liability out of play, and he has just 1 card remaining in the deck, a Professor Sada.
Yep. Does have a Super Rod left as well, just in case Regan does knock out the active Pokemon. Then you can draw your Professor Sada, Super Rod back, the energies, and then power up and finish the game with that last Fletching Vengeance attack. So very well done by Jake. Both players finding the path to victory, but Jake being able to stay 1 step ahead.
And Jake here still having not revealed the Great Tusk as well. He also has Super Rod in the hand, like you mentioned. Perhaps debating playing it right now. He maybe doesn't know Regan's exact list. Regan does not play an Iono, but it's not uncommon for Chien-Pao players to have Iono in their list. And Jake actually sat next to Fabrizio in top 8, and Fabrizio had an Iono in his list this weekend. So could be something that's on his mind.
Now, this does reduce the possibilities to 1 out of 3 chance at drawing that Professor Sada. So unless Jake is, well, I guess Jake has the Radiant Greninja, so if you draw Professor Sada, you can use that. If you draw an energy, you bench the Greninja, draw the 2 cards. All right, so never mind. Jake is completely fine with this play and playing around a potential Iono, as you mentioned, but if you get Iono'd, then you're not going to have the Radiant Greninja.
That is true. Your
right?
hand is not going to be very good if you get Iono'd.
And if you get Iono'd, you'd want the Professor Sada as
to
the
be
card
the one
you draw.
Yeah. As it stands, here we go. Jake down to just 1 prize card remaining. What can Reagan Retzlaff do? His seeming only win condition taken away from him on the last turn. It's going to take a moment to count all of his opponent's resources, but Reagan should know the cards remaining in his opponent's deck. Energy, Sada, Energy, Radiant Greninja in the hand. Sada even taken off of the prize cards for Jake Ewart here. So a stall option not going to be available right now.
Yeah, Reagan trying to manifest a future booster energy capsule or an Iron Crown out of thin air, but unless he's able to do that, then there's no out possible here for Reagan. No Pokemon can take a hit from the Roaring Moon. Reagan is also aware of what's left in Jake's hand and deck at this point based on the cards played last turn. Therefore, he knows this Roaring Moon cannot be stopped.
The crowd cannot believe the moment we find ourselves here in top 4. And Reagan taking a moment to look through the deck, take stock of all of his options, trying to find any path to close out this game. Bundle and pray, it may be his only chance. Swing with the Iron Hands EX and just see if your opponent gets stuck for a turn. Maybe Jake makes a mistake. Anytime you're playing to your opponent making a mistake, that feels like a pretty tough position to find yourself in.
Wholeheartedly agree, as we see the Excalibur not even take a knockout on the active, 10 damage away. If Excalibur did 140 damage instead of 130, I think it would be a slightly different matchup, and Qianpao would be a little more favored, but as it stands, this Vengeance Fletching will seal Game 2.
Jake Ewart taking Game 2, sending us to a Game 3 of top 4. Only one of these competitors can move on to our finals to continue their journey to try to become the Orlando Regional Champion. And Jake is certainly making a case for his Ancient Toolbox deck to be the one etching its way in the finals.
I feel like Great Tusk being included in this deck is a spiritual representation of Venomoth here.
It definitely seems like the type of card Jake would like to include. I wonder if he's cheesed away any wins this weekend that he otherwise would have lost. I mean, it kind of makes sense to play in your deck, to be honest. If your opponent isn't thinking about it, you can just bring it out of nowhere, maybe steal a win you would have lost otherwise, and worst case scenario, it's just another ancient card to go into the discard pile.
Yeah, certainly. It's also a fighting type attacker as well, in case you need 1/4 energies is a big ask. But yeah, I mean, why not give yourself the option in that weird last gasp scenario where you can actually use it to cheese a win, as you mentioned.
The prizes were mapped out pretty nicely from both of these players. You could see what Reagan's game plan was after taking a few prize cards with some Qianpao EX. Was able to take 2 prizes in 1 turn with his Radiant Greninja, but Jake had the perfect response, using that penny to pick up his own Radiant Greninja. That was no longer a liability, and Reagan didn't even have a way to take a knockout, let alone take 2 prizes in that final turn.
Yeah, the copy of Palpad and the copy of Penny coming in clutch. Without them, Jake would not have been able to win this particular game, so really paying off, and we're gonna see how Reagan can adapt to this. Now he will choose, presumably, to go first, try to be the aggressor and make those Qianpaos count as much as possible before Jake's discard pile gets out of control.
Let's look at these prize cards here. 2 superior energy retrieval in the prizes for Reagan. Never something you love to see as Qianpao. And over on Jake's end, that 1 copy of Boss's Order is something that could potentially come up. Reagan is going to kick things off. Going first, uses Qianpao's Shivery Chill, searching the deck for 2 basic water energy. Will add those into the hand. Certainly looking for some Frigibacks to put into play. Perhaps a Bidoof, Radiant Greninja. Would love to see a full board from Reagan's side. While we are waiting for the early turns of this game, we can keep our audience updated on what's happening out in the floor. Of course, our other top 4 match is being played currently. Josh versus Liam into Game 3. Both of those players haven't taken a game thus far in top 4. Going to be incredibly close to see which of these 4 competitors will make it into the finals.
Yeah, Gardevoir, Charizard, Chien-Pao, and Ancient Box. The 4 decks competing for a place in the finals. Are you happy about Gardevoir doing so well, Chip?
It was one of my predictions for the weekend, so I can't complain too much. And also, you know, the Pidgeot EX being played in Liam's deck. I think I did pretty good on my caster picks this weekend. Sorry, buddy, I don't think I've seen very much Snorlax or Dialga in Top Cut.
Yeah, I definitely have. At least we haven't seen any Lugia up there, right?
You are Lugia's #1 op for sure.
I am 100% against Lugia in this current format. It's just not good, Chip. Just not quite good.
Reagan has a solid turn, gets the Frigibax out and the Bidoof, but no extra cards drawn through something like the Radiant Greninja on Jake's side. Has opened up with that Koraidon, that Primordial beatdown, a pretty decent early game attacking option, dealing 30 damage for each of your ancient Pokemon in play. We'll see if Jake can get enough Roaring Moon onto the bench, and also is he able to get some energy cards in the discard pile and a Professor Sada's Vitality to get off the turn 1 attack.
Getting off a turn 1 attack here for Jake would be fantastic, probably meaning this Chien-Pao only takes a single prize card before it goes down. So that'll be a fantastic start for Jake, but as mentioned, overall, if he doesn't do that, eventually the Chien-Paos are not cost effective, and Reagan just doesn't have a great way to deal with single prize high HP Pokemon, because Excalibur comes up short, Greninja comes up short, and there's the possibility of Ancient Booster Energy Capsule adding to the HP along with the Penny.
See what Jake has in the hand here. Looks like the Awakening Drum. We'll start with the concealed cards. Discards the energy to draw 2, finds the Pokegear. Already has the Sada in the hand, though. This is set up for Jake to at least get off an attack. The question is going to be for how much damage, however.
Oh, it's going to be at least 60 with that Roaring Moon drawn. Could be a little more with these 2 extra cards from Awakening Drum. Not quite.
No other Pokemon found just yet. Does get that fire energy attached to Koraidon. Good use of those 2 energy cards, saving all the darkness energy for your Roaring Moons. And Primordial Beatdown, more like a light punch, I think, compared to a beatdown at this point. 60 damage into Chien-Pao EX.
Now, important to mention that there's no darkness energy attached to this Koraidon, so a follow-up Professor Sada would not help the Roaring Moon be able to attack. Does require 1 darkness energy to discard it before you can get closer to that, so small mishap, but the 60 damage could prove to be very useful for Jake next turn.
Reagan has plenty of options available here. A couple of energy already, we know, and also that Irida in the hand. He'll kick it off with Chien-Pao, Shivery Chill once more, 2 more energy added to the hand. We'll see how he navigates this position. I think with using Shivery Chill, it seems unlikely that Bibarel is going to be worked into the mix this turn, unless it is much later after an Irida, after perhaps a concealed cards. Usually you would like to save that Shivery Chill until after Industrious Incisors has been used.
Yep. I know thinning the deck is very important, but then you would be reducing the amount of cards you get. So Reagan will need to piece this KO together. If he does, which I believe he's very close, will be able to take a significant board position here, and it's going to be on Jake to find back-to-back attacks and enough Pokemon to back them up to be able to take over the lead.
Now, off of this Irida, the very first thing Reagan brought to the front was that Iron Bundle. That could be a potential option here. Hyper Blower would force Jake to promote one of the other 2 Pokemon on the bench. And it's a little easier here for Reagan to get the knockout on either of those 2 Pokemon compared to this Koraidon with that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule attached to it at the moment.
Yeah, 3 energies as opposed to 4. Sometimes you just don't have all the resources to take that KO. But the most important thing to do against a single prize-based deck such as this Ancient Box is to get a KO every single turn.
We'll see if Reagan can do just that. Iron Bundle brought to the bench. Rare Candy found as the other option, and Hyper Blower used right away. Jake has to debate, what is the card to send up? Do you lose your potential attacker next turn in the Roaring Moon, or do you sacrifice your draw power with Radiant Greninja?
Yeah, and Jake is forced to promote the Roaring Moon because Radiant Greninja, as we've mentioned, is so crucial. And this works out perfectly for Reagan because even if Jake finds 5 more Ancient Pokemon and decides to bench them, that's 150 damage, which comes up just 10 damage short of the knockout on this Qianpao. So very smart move by Reagan right here.
Yeah, and even attaching another energy to utilize Shred. The whole reason Jake even plays a Fire Energy in this deck would not get him there either.
Yep, 130 damage would certainly not be enough, but Ultra Ball discard for Jake also has that Ancient Explorer, and if you still knock out this Qianpao when your opponent has taken 2 prize cards, that's still fine. The biggest issue would be if Qianpao ends up taking 3 prize cards before it goes down.
Now, Reagan does only have the 1 Baxcalibur in play, also just the 1 Bidoof. So Jake could utilize something like the Counter Catcher this turn, which he does play 2 copies of to potentially take out one of those 2 support Pokemon. And in this position, normally I'm a big fan of taking out Bidoof. But when your opponent doesn't even have a backup Frigibax, if you can knock out this Baxcalibur, you're guaranteed to buy yourself a turn.
Oh, certainly, Chip. But hitting for 160 damage, though, seems a little difficult in this instance. Even with 5 Ancient Pokemon, you'd be at 150 damage.
And not many Ancient cards were found from this Explorer's Guidance as well. Maybe Jake's one chance to make something like that happen falls pretty short whenever 4 non-Ancient cards are sent to the discard pile. The cards that Jake chose to keep were the Pal Pad and that Professor Sada's Vitality, setting up for a future turn. Uses that Ancient Earthen Vessel, sending 1 more card to the discard pile, and also getting the 2 energy cards. We can see the concealed cards, drawing Jake a couple more, trying to find some Pokemon. I think, at minimum, getting a prize here. Even though you could have an opportunity to take 2 prizes, you could have an opportunity to knock out the Baxcalibur, at minimum, you need to keep up in this prize trade.
Yeah, doing 60 more damage to a Qianpao is really not relevant at all. So taking and going after that Bidoof seems very important. Potentially for the late game to deny Reagan a little bit of resources, make him work a little harder to chain KOs in the later stages of the game. You could even try to hunt down back-to-back Bidoofs or Bibarels, and all of a sudden Reagan just starts running out of cards in hand to use those superior energy tribbles and whiffs a knockout at some point.
Ultra Ball finds the Roaring Moon, placing that Ancient card to the bench. Now, Jake shuffling. We'll see what he has as an option to attack this turn. There is the attachment, and the Counter Catcher was found, so he can bring up Bidoof, can keep up in the prize trade, and also target down one of Reagan's key support Pokemon.
Yeah, Bidoof, very important for the overall deck. Baxcalibur allows the energy attachment, but Bibarel feels like it finds you absolutely everything you need each and every turn. Now, pitting a KO here for Reagan should be pretty straightforward. Does have the superior energy tribble in hand, has access to Shiver Chill, and has enough excess cards to discard. But with nothing to back it up, it's going to be difficult to do that turn in, turn out.
Reagan may be thinking about what other plays could be possibly available to him. This honestly seems like a decent turn to utilize the Iron Hands EX, and that might be what Reagan needs to do in this matchup, is use the Iron Hands early whenever your opponent is going to have a very difficult time getting the one-hit KO. And with this Baxcalibur being promoted, is Prime Catcher going to be the move?
I think you're onto something, Chip, and as you mentioned, yeah, that's when the Iron Hands is the safest, and you also get the benefit of denying the Radiant Greninja for your opponent, which we have seen is so clutch.
Irida being played, searching the deck for an item card, a water Pokemon, Radiant Greninja being found, Prime Catcher as well. And has Reagan already discarded the Lightning Energy this game? He has not. I don't notice it. It is in the deck still, so that is a piece missing for Reagan. Does he have his Earthen Vessel? I don't see it. He may not quite have the pieces to pull off the Iron Hands right now.
Yeah, I think the biggest hurdle for Reagan to pull this off is exactly finding that Lightning Energy. There's no Pokestop to try and dig for it. However, if you try to knock out the Radiant Greninja, that could have some impact later, but denying the Roaring Moon, yeah, helps protect your Chin-Pao, and all of a sudden, this Chin-Pao could be getting the 3 prize cards that we talked about, making itself very cost-effective for Reagan.
Yeah, and you know what? The KO on the Radiant Greninja is still on the table later in the game. Reagan playing that 1 copy of Silene to potentially give himself at least a 75% chance to reuse Prime Catcher. This is going to work out pretty nicely, and Reagan is doing everything he can to try to get the most use from this Chien-Pao EX.
Yep, now that Beedoo is definitely very, very clearly missing for Reagan, though, and as mentioned, so far so good for Reagan, but getting to that final stage, getting to the final moments of the game, finding enough pieces to pull off the Silene, plus having enough to discard, plus the Iron Hands, that could be a little bit of a struggle thanks to that early knockout by Jake.
Jake will utilize Earthen Vessel to discard a Darkness Energy, another Ancient card to the discard pile, another Energy card to the discard pile, and 2 Energy being found from the deck.
More and more thinning, but Jake is now down 2 Roaring Moons without actually having attacked with any of them. And even though Koraidon is a pretty good
Two Energy now in the hand for Jake. Does he have a Roaring Moon to even start accelerating to potentially? That is another question here.
Had to get rid of 2 Nest Balls the previous turn of the Explorer's Guidance, which was very harsh when you really want multiple Roaring Moon in play, not only to power up the Primal Beatdown, but just to power itself, to power them up, to be able to dish enough damage in the later stages of the game.
It looks like we've got a stoppage of play here, potentially. We're getting things sorted out. Potentially an audio issue, I think, making sure our players can hear one another, can hear the judges, but it looks like things are all sorted. I know we lost audio in our ears for a moment there, Pablo, but we're all back online. We're all good. Radiant Greninja drawing a couple cards, finds the Sada, but no Roaring Moon.
Do you ever consider going with the Great Tusk
I
here?
mean, we got to do something. Jake shaking his head, not really pumped about the situation. Didn't even find, or does he have his other counter catcher? I actually think he does have his other counter catcher, so at minimum can still keep up in the prize trade.
Yeah.
We could see it go after the Frigibacks, even after the Radiant Greninja here with the Shred being online. And here we go, Roaring Moon found finally.
Reagan even checking to see what the second attack does, which is definitely not very common, but that Shred attack doing 130 is enough to take down the Radiant Greninja or take down this Frigibax and, as you mentioned, keep up with the price trade.
And the secret has been revealed. Reagan taking note of that Great Tusk right away, and I fully expect him to keep his deck size above 5 cards for the rest of the game from here on out.
Yep, that is a very important thing to keep a note of. Reagan had no indication of it, and you could definitely tell by his surprise that it was not something he expected, and I think that's reasonable, and I really hope if Jake ends up winning this, that Juancho asks him about it in the winner's interview.
We see that counter catcher is being played. Radiant Greninja the choice. I like this decision. Frigibax is not very great to KO when your opponent already has Baxcalibur. Take out that Greninja, limit some of the draw, especially with no Bibarel set up on Reagan's side. Now, can Reagan find a way to get a KO here? Not sure that he has it lined up in the hand right now. I think there may be a superior, so he can at least knock something out, but where does he go from there? And that's, I think, what Reagan is trying to figure out.
Yeah, the lack of support Pokemon in Greninja or Bibarel will start to be noticeable as the game progresses. Reagan is holding Pokestop, does have Irida in hand, also has that Iron Hands, has the Superior Energy Retrieval.
Plenty of
That's
plays.
Good enough for this particular turn, but as you mentioned, Chip, what do you do afterwards. It's all about the getting to the late game and drawing your 6 prizes. Sure, you can get one more this turn, but then you're running out of cards to even use Superior Energy Retrieval.
This could be another great turn to go for the Hyper Blower with that that Iron Bundle that's in his discard pile. Reagan would need to find a Super Rod to put it back into the deck, holding on to a few Pokestop. I think he has a chance to do just that. We'll see if that's the line he tries to go down. He is going to get a count of the Ancient cards in his opponent's discard pile. I think with the 60 damage on Chien Pao, it's definitely in range of being KO'd by a Roaring Moon.
Yep.
But Koraidon just not able to do the same amount of damage as a Roaring Moon. And Reagan has done a great job of trying to abuse that fact, make this be the only attacking option for Jake turn after turn.
I think Reagan's debating whether to Cypher Maniac before the Pokestop. He will end up doing that, so we could see the Super Rod that you mentioned, Chip, along with a Nest Ball in order to get back that Iron Bundle, right? But you have to think that at this point, Jake has to give up on the Greninja. There's no way you cannot keep on using Shred. You're down your 2 counter catchers. Your boss is priced as well, so you have no access to it. So you need to make something happen, and it has to be the Roaring Moon that survives this turn.
Now, if Jake does send up the Radiant Greninja, the next question becomes, can Reagan use Iron Hands EX this turn?
Yep.
He can.
The third
he couldn't
card.
have before, but finds that Earthen Vessel. That opens up a lot of opportunities. He's got so many available plays here.
That is huge, Chip. Not only because it would allow Reagan to take 2 prize cards, but would also mean Jake needs to go above and beyond to hit that 230 damage, and that requires 16 Ancient cards, and I'm not sure we're quite there yet. I wish we could have that Ancient counter.
Yeah, not quite there just yet, but Reagan actually not going to utilize the Iron Bundle. I think that would have been such a strong play right now. Instead, will grab back that Radiant Greninja, try to draw a few more cards, and more than likely we'll just see him get through this active Koraidon. Maybe he'll try to go for his Radiant Greninja play we saw in game number 2, but that play is made a lot less viable when your opponent has Ancient Booster Energy Capsule on those Ancient Pokemon. It puts them out of range of being 2-hit KO'd by a pair of Moonlight Shuriken.
Indeed, so no Iron Hands play just quite yet, Chip. It's still in the cards for the future, but not quite yet. Now we're going to see that concealed cards get Reagan more and more resources, but this is where things could spiral a little bit out of control. You have enough cards to keep drawing enough in order to keep up with the price trade, but at some point Reagan will need to continue to use the 2 prizers, and Jake should be able to finish off this Chien Pao eventually.
And I believe we have just gotten confirmation 11 Ancient cards in the Lost Zone, or sorry, in the discard pile at the moment. No Lost Zone counter, discard pile counter. This is bringing me back to those Garbotoxin days, or
exactly.
Trash-a-Lanche days, I should say. Here we are, and Reagan is bringing up the Radiant Greninja here. He does not have a Lost Vacuum in his list, so I'm not sure that this play is going to work out for him in the long run.
Indeed, he's going to have to attack 3 times to get 2 prize cards. Can knock out the Greninja over the course of 2 turns, but that certainly will not be enough. And no, just going for the triple concealed card setup to take down the Greninja and the Koraidon over the course of 3 turns. As you mentioned, 3 turns to take 2 prize cards, not very cost effective. And Vengeance Fletching is now doing 180 damage.
And Nest Ball is now able to establish another Roaring Moon into play. The tide is certainly turning in Jake Ewert's favor, trying to catapult Ancient Box into the finals, where we know who one of our finalists will be. Liam Halliburton was able to take down Joshua Frank and their Gardevoir deck, so Liam is taking Charizard EX into the finals.
Indeed, congratulations to Liam, Charizard EX, to nobody's surprise, right? Once again in the finals. potentially winning back-to-back events, but it's going to be up to Jake or Reagan to stop Liam.
Jake debating the superior energy retrieval, going to retreat first, however. Could discard a couple more ancient Pokemon. Doesn't need to right now. 11 in the discard pile, more than enough for Vengeance Fletching to KO a Radiant Greninja. Yet another ancient booster energy capsule being placed into play. But will go with this superior energy retrieval. Has not used Radiant Greninja this turn, I do not believe, so that could be playing into the decision making here. Just wants to draw a few more cards, try to utilize multiple turns of Greninja if he can.
Indeed, getting that energy attachment as well. Now with 2 Roaring Moons fully powered up, it's going to be very difficult for Reagan to deal with both of them. This will pretty much guarantee Jake has back-to-back attacks at the very least. And we'll have to see if Reagan can navigate this. He must have a plan with the Radiant Greninja, but I'm not sure what it's going to be.
Not quite sure it will work out. Jake uses the Pokestop, discarding a couple more ancient cards and also adding the Super Rod to his hand, using one of those good old school Neo Super Rods with the thick yellow borders. Jake with 4 prizes remaining will jump ahead in the prize trade for the first time in this match, and it'll be up to Reagan Retzloff to find a path to even things back up once again.
Seems like we have 16 cards in the discard pile with the ancient feature now, meaning Vengeance Fletching will do 230 damage. So now even the Iron Hands EX is in range.
So I think what Reagan has done with his play here is that he is aiming to use Iron Hands EX 2 times to win this game. He can Iron Hands EX this active Pokemon here, and then Iron Hands EX to KO either the Koraidon or the Radiant Greninja. Jake Ewart cannot penny both of those Pokemon out of play. The question is just going to be, does Reagan have the resources to pull off that hefty attack twice in a row? He'll need 4 energy cards on Iron Hands EX, and he'll also need energy cards to retreat whichever Pokemon he sends to the active each turn. Can he do it, Pablo? Are the resources available to pull off this play?
I think the biggest hurdle, though, will be that Silene. How do you find the Silene? There's no more Greninja once again. There's no more Bibarel to help you find. The second Bidoof just hit the discard pile off of the Pokestop. So how are you going to be able to find the Silene? And then you need to flip at least 1 heads to put the the prime catcher, at the top, and then you need to draw it somehow, probably with the Pokestop. So a lot of things required for Reagan. Has paved the path, as you mentioned, for 2 KOs on these 2 Pokemon with Iron Hands back to back. But that sounds like a very difficult task to accomplish.
And potentially, if Jake is unable to find another basic Pokemon to put down, we could see Iron Bundle get added into the mix as a way to force one of the Pokemon into the active position. But Jake will probably try to be aware of that situation, maybe go out of his way to bench some other high HP Pokemon that Iron Hands cannot KO.
Yeah, that's very true. The Iron Bundle, I certainly forgot about that. We'll have to see the attachment here into the Iron Hands, and Reagan will put himself 1 attack away potentially.
Will he be able to find the Silene is the big question. It is hanging around in the deck somewhere. 4 cards being brought back from the superior energy retrieval, and perhaps in this position, like you mentioned, Pablo, as the game goes on, we see the negative effects of not having Radiant Greninja and Bibarel in play.
Superior energy retrieval prize, so having Super Rod, having another superior energy retrieval, having the Silene, having all those pieces to attack twice with Iron Hands feels very, very difficult. Not impossible, right? But we might need to see a Silene top deck, honestly, at this point, with no Greninja and no Bibarel in play.
Now, Reagan does have the Cypher Maniac's code breaking, so maybe some combination of that with the Pokestop could get him the necessary cards. I think he did also take a superior off the prizes, so is potentially holding one of those in hand. Remember, yeah, he did prize 2 copies.
Yep.
Jake is going to send up the Roaring Moon. We'll see how he navigates this turn. I think One thing I would definitely love to see, based on our discussion that we've just had, Pablo, is benching another Roaring Moon. Or even a Koraidon, even if a Pokemon that you don't really want to attack with, put it into play because it's something that does not get KO'd to amp you very much.
Jake does have the penny in hand though, so could easily pick up this Koraidon and rebench it.
Yes.
Even without the tool, that would be enough. But the question is, can Jake see through Reagan's plan? He might be feeling pretty confident that the Prime Catcher is gone.
Yes.
Not aware about the Silene, perhaps?
Yeah, definitely could be a potential thing here. Silene is not the most popular inclusion in Chien Pao decks, but it's not that uncommon either. Something that if you pay attention to results, if you paid attention to the lists that did well at EUIC, or you look at online tournaments, you should be able to be aware of that being a potential option. Super Rod is being played. 3 energy and Pokemon shuffled from the discard pile back into the deck. Looks like Roaring Moon will come back into action.
Now this will change the ancient card counter just a little bit, so I'm sure Jake will be very aware of that and try to make sure that he has enough cards in the discard pile to get the KO. But it's going to be rough, Chip. It might all hang on that Silene if Jake is aware that the Iron Bundle could be recycled at any moment.
Jake is able to get back 2 ancient cards here, I believe, with 18 ancient cards in the discard pile. He does need 16 down in order to get this KO, but as it turns out, just 1 Roaring Moon will go back to the deck. Should move that counter down to 17 now. Perhaps back up to 19 with that Earthen Vessel and a Flutter Mane being discarded. 2 more ancient cards into the mix.
I think with the discard of the Roaring Moon, yeah, we'll get a check, but there's definitely enough.
There's enough.
There's
yes.
enough.
Iron Hands is going down. That is for sure.
That is 100% happening. Now we're going to see the guidance, so no penny, but if we bench the Roaring Moon, we're still fine. Or even the Koraidon, right? If we bench the Roaring Moon, we're protected from the Iron Bundle.
Yes.
So now it all comes down to
it's
this
going to be
Silene.
Silene, and it's going to have to be the top deck here for Reagan, unless he can potentially find a way to get back the Radiant Greninja, and then draw into it after that. Yeah, a few things that, top decking the Silene would certainly make things much easier here for Reagan Retzlaff. Jake Ewart right now has 0 cards remaining in deck, so something he's doing and has to make sure to do is to refill that with either a Pal Pad or Super Rod. He does have both available to him. Has not seen an Iono from his opponent. I think at this point you can probably make the call. Iono's not in Reagan's list. And we'll put back just the 1 copy of Professor Sada's Vitality.
Now, who would have thought this early hero Koraidon taking down that poor Bidoof could end up being the game-winning play after Jake started off in a very slow fashion, barely doing 60 damage, but turns out that was just enough.
Vengeance Fletching takes the KO. Jake Ewart down to just 1 prize card remaining. It's all going to come down to this, Pablo. What's the draw for turn? Chien Pao EX. That is not
quite
what Reagan needed. He needed to find the Silene and doesn't see it here. Now, it's not quite over yet. If he can use maybe Pokestop into a Nest Ball plus Super Rod, something like that. I mean,
does have Ultra Ball in hand to search for the Greninja, but then that's so many cards, right? And you need an
also
energy
need to,
to retreat now.
And you also need to get the Iron Hands back and get that into play.
It's so much, Chip. I don't know if Reagan has it.
But these are the type of plays that separate. No, he's not even going for it. Reagan concedes the game, and Jake Ewart becomes the finalist here in Orlando.
Jake pulling that off really well done, and I really gotta give him props for that second game, that clutch penny at the end to take away the Iron Hands target in that Greninja. I think that alone won him the whole series.
A great tournament run as well from Reagan Retzlaff, a top 4 added to his list of accolades, $5,000 richer. I'm sure he'll be satisfied with the tournament run this weekend in his home state of Florida, no less.
Oh, certainly. I mean, obviously, when you're this close, you want to get to that final step, to that final, but an incredible achievement for Reagan and his Qianpao deck, which I know has been, he's been very fond of it. He's been using it for a long time and finally getting that very well-deserved result here.
In this game number 2, Jake just got a little too far ahead. You could see the disparity in the prize trade. Single prizers into 2 prizers is usually going to favor the deck that only gives up 1 prize for each KO. Reminds me of good old Night March days, Vespiquen, all those old school 1 prize Pokemon, even Trashalanche Garbodor at times. Reagan did what he could here, and even in game number 3, put Jake in such awkward and tough positions. But this, I think, Pablo, may be the turning point of this entire game. Something that seems so simple, a 60 damage attack into a Bidoof for 1 single prize, but that cuts Reagan off of his draw power for the rest of the game.
Yep, Excalibur is the main reason the deck functions, and you can attach all the energy you want, but it won't matter if you just don't have the resources to continually attack, and that's what denying the Greninja, denying the Bidoof, and therefore the Bibarel ended up really paying off for Jake. And Reagan never had the possibility to have a turn where he wasn't under pressure to establish that Bidoof again, and even lost the second one to a Pokestop.
Reagan unable to find the Silene in the final turn, no way to reuse Prime Catcher, and Jake Ewart catapults himself to the finals here in Orlando, the largest regional championship of all time. It will be Ancient Box up against Charizard EX.
Now a brand new deck from Temporal Forces, right? A brand new archetype against a very familiar phase. Now the question remains, will Ancient Box be able to topple that 330 HP of Charizard? That's usually what defines that matchup.
Yes, it's going to be very interesting to see what will happen. Will Jake ever get to the point of getting to that 330 one-hit knockout, or will Liam be able to navigate things in a way that's not really a possibility, or by the time that becomes a threat, he's too far ahead that it just doesn't even matter?
Yeah, it's gonna be a battle of the behemoths, if you will. That 330
We're calling
HP.
Ancient Box a behemoth at this point?
I mean, I want to say so. I think this tournament gave a lot of vindication to decks like Qianpao, to decks like Ancient Box, who came very close at EUIC, didn't quite get there, but it's only one tournament, right? And then this weekend, I always told people I talked about that how EUIC is so close to Orlando, it's going to be the combination of both tournaments that will really set things for the rest of the tournaments in this format.
Yeah, I think people were getting a little scared of Charizard EX after seeing the meta share that we shared yesterday. And if you look at the conversion from day 1 to day 2, there's still plenty of Charizard in day 2. It is still the most popular deck, but we're not seeing the Lugia levels of dominance where the deck would go from 30% day 1 to 50% of day 2. We're seeing things go from 22% into 20%, which is a much more reasonable place to be.
Yeah, definitely. It's a lot more manageable. It's a lot more even across the field. And yes, Charizard is that good, but all the other decks definitely stand a chance. Charizard is the what's the word? The limit, the
ceiling.
The ceiling, exactly.
There we
Yeah,
go.
so you need to deal with Charizard in order to have a chance, but clearly a lot of decks can.
Well, this is not our only final match that we'll be featuring today. Jake Ewart versus Liam Halliburton coming up shortly. We've been following one other tournament bracket throughout the entire weekend, and that is our most improved decks post-rotation. You have been voting in the chat all weekend long, and it will be Qianpao EX versus Dialga V-Star as our final match to determine which of these two decks got the most from the rotation, with the cards that left the format, with the cards that got added back in. Which of these decks qualifies as most improved? Qianpao versus Dialga. I think I'll take the Qianpao on this one. I'll give you your Dialga.
Thank you, thank you.
And I think Qianpao is absolutely the best candidate for most improved deck post-rotation. They got some benefits from the rotation, Path to Peak rotating. That was a little bit of an annoying stadium to deal with, and I think Chien-Pao is the deck that arguably utilizes Prime Catcher the best of any of the other decks in the format. The fact that you can utilize Irida to get whatever Pokemon piece you may need into play, be it another Frigibax, be it your Baxcalibur, and also find your Gusting option. You're effectively removing your cross switchers, which is, something that Chien-Pao players did hate to see leave the format, but adding in the Prime Catcher, it's trading 4 spots for 1. And players even adding in an older card, Silene, into their lists to potentially reuse that card. You add into the combination that Chien-Pao is also the best user potentially of Iron Hands EX. It has, since it, can have a chance against Charizard, maybe the Future Box deck not quite able to compete. Chien-Pao, without a doubt, in my mind, is the most improved deck post-rotation.
Now, there's plenty of doubt in my mind. On the other hand, I feel like the Chien-Pao we knew before is the Chien-Pao we know today, as opposed to Dialga. Dialga did not feature at all, and rotation heavily improved it because now it has Metang. It has that very clutch Stage 1. It used to have Magnus only Stage 2 that shuffled cards back into a deck. Now Metang is able to look at the top cards, and every subsequent Metang that you use only improves your odds of hitting those energies. So in terms of improvement, I would say Chien-Pao is very good, was very good, and is still very good. Whereas Dialga was nowhere to be seen, and now it's featuring. We had Drew Kennett get close to the top 8. I think he finished in the top 16 with the Dialga. Maybe in terms of power level, Dialga is a little step behind the top decks, but going from 0 to hero, I would say Dialga is the most improved.
Well, Pablo, it is not up to us. It is up to the community, those of you voting over on Twitch. During our next break, we are going to run the poll. Be sure to vote and let us know which deck you believe to be the most improved one for the post-rotation format. We'll update everyone on who the winner is when we return, and we'll also get into our Masters Division final match. Norwegian Pokemon trainer Tord Reklev has amassed over $120,000 from tournaments, earning a reputation as potentially the best. But his journey started humbly in Oslo. Playing Pokemon on Game Boy and learning the trading card game from his mother. Tord's skill began to blossom, winning 3 Norwegian national championships and a top 32 finish at the 2012 World Championship. Global recognition was limited until the 2017 season with the introduction of the International Championships. EUIC 2017 was the first chance for him to show the whole Pokemon world how great of a TCG player he was, finishing top 4. While he didn't win the tournament, Tord's performance earned him recognition around the globe. Riding this wave, Tord triumphed at the inaugural North American International Championships, the largest Pokemon TCG event at that time, clinching the title and drawing global attention. He continued his streak with another win at the European International Championships in 2018, setting the meta for one of the strongest decks for months. Then, at the Oceania International Championships, he became a 3-time international champion, sparking debates about his status as the greatest player of all time. At the 2019 World Championships, Tord reached the top cut, but lost to former world champion Shintaro Ito, fueling his drive to do better. In the 2023 Latin America International Championships, Tord piloted the newly released Lugia V-Star. After a back-and-forth 3-game set, Tord finally did what no one had ever done before. He won all 4 international championships. Yet the World Championship title has eluded him. In 2023, Tord's Gardevoir EX deck took him all the way to the finals, but Vance Kelly's Mew VMAX deck outplayed him in the closing game, denying him the title
Despite his remarkable consistency and a record that outshines any active player, the debate of who is the greatest TCG player ever to play continues alongside Tord's quest for a world champion title.
So for new players at home looking to start competing, I would strongly recommend visiting your local league because your local league has a whole bunch of great mentors, professors, and other players among you who are like-minded and absolutely want to get you into the game better than you could ever be on your own.
For new players, I'd recommend starting and just watching the stream, seeing what people use, and even just copycatting a team. And for me, it's just like using Pokemon that I know I'm going to have fun with is the big thing. Because if I am having fun, then I'm way more likely to win.
For people that want to start competing, I would say start playing online, look for guides. Personally, I watch a lot of Wolfie's videos and a lot of Harry's videos as a French player. So if you understand French, you should go look at his channel. Or Wolfie, it's a lot of help. And just play online. Like, if you build a team and start playing, write down your notes, look at your mistakes, try to analyze your games. It's a lot of help. And, you know, find a friend that can play. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Advice that I would give to somebody wanting to start playing the TCG is to look up local game card stores in your area and see if any of them are running any Pokemon events, and just go talk to the people around. And there's tons of friendly people in the community. They'll help you get started.
Some advice I would have for people looking to compete at home is really get connected with your community. Practicing with other battlers is one of the best things that you could do out there. That's personally how I started as well. So I know Go's big on community, so that definitely would be the number one.
The advice I have for people at home looking to start would be to just jump in and do it. I was very nervous, and I still am nervous today to play, but the only way you're going to get better is to actually play, get out there, get the experience, and you're going to have fun no matter what happens.
Oh, the legends are told of the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes. Wherever they tread, they came for the glory, they went for the fame. They go down in the books, we'll remember their names. Content as they fight, but look in their eyes. They came to win, they came to be immortalized. 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 Immortalized.
Welcome back in, Pokemon fans. Orlando, Florida, the Sunshine State. We are here for our final match of the regional championships for the trading card game. Just one more set of games to determine who will be our champion this weekend. My name is Chip Ritchie, joined here by Pablo Tablemon Meza. We are so amped to take you through this final game to see who is going to come out on top.
I know, one more game. Ancient Box, the brand new archetype, right? Finding success over Future Box this time around, right? EUIC Future Box was all the rage. Now it's going to be Ancient Box's time to shine and see if it can topple the BDIF Charizard EX.
Now, before we get into our final match, we do have one champion to crown, and that is going to be the most improved deck post-rotation. This is the bracket we've been following all throughout the weekend. Our chat has been voting, and it looks like the Alga V-Star did win something this weekend, Pablo.
It did indeed win something. It won a lot of hearts, I'm sure, from chat and the people watching. I really appreciate your support, as yeah, the Dialga believers are definitely out there, and I will say, yeah, Dialga is 100% the most improved deck post-rotation, going from 0 to hero.
Well, let's get out of this and into the real bracket, the one that matters, the one that the people really are here for, our Masters Division top 8. And it is Jake Ewert versus Liam Halliburton. These two players have worked so hard. They played through 15 rounds of Swiss, 9 yesterday, 6 today, had their top 8, had their top 4 semifinal matches, and now it's just one more set of games to determine if they'll walk away $10,000 richer, if they'll come away with an invite to the Pokemon TCG World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii. The stakes could not be higher.
The stakes could not be higher indeed. Chip, a lot of Pokemon still to play for in these last 2 games. Everything on the line after so many players, so many trainers played this weekend. 2,500 Masters, over 3,000 players in the tournament overall, 31 regions represented. And this is only the beginning, it feels.
It is time, Pablo. Let's get down to the table and meet our 2 finalist competitors to see which one will come away with this regional championship title.
We have Liam Halliburton, our 2022 senior world champion, making a name for himself. Already had that top cut finish with Snorlax, I believe, or Pidgeot Control, I'm not quite sure. Had already top cut a tournament as a Masters player, and here showing off that even though he's young, he's one of the best.
Yeah, he had a great run at San Antonio this year with Snorlax Pidgeot Control. Just outside of the top 8, though, got top 16. But in the last season, his first season, his rookie season as a Master, did come away with a top 8 finish in Arlington, Texas. But this is without a doubt his crowning achievement as a Masters player to this point, and it is with Charizard EX, a deck which I think many players expected to be extremely popular after Tord Reklev's win last weekend.
Yeah, Tord Reklev's win was pretty iconic, and then Liam trying to follow that up with an almost identical version of Tord's list. But on the other side, we have Jake Ewert with a nice set of accolades as well. World State 2 in 2018, not an easy feat. A top 4 at Madison Regionals and a top 64 at Collinsville, but now boasting at least a finalist placement in Orlando.
And he is playing the brand new Ancient Box deck, utilizing the new Roaring Moon with that Vengeance Fletching attack. 70 damage plus 10 more for each Ancient card in your discard pile. These players have fought long and hard to get to this point, but only one of them can come away with the medal. Only one of them will be crowned the regional champion. Will it be Liam or will it be Jake? Prize cards now being played out for these players, and already a rough start there. 3 one-ups in Liam's first 4 prizes. Radiant Charizard, Prime Catcher, and the Roxanne.
And 3 very key cards in this matchup, right, Chip? Radiant Charizard, a very powerful single prize attacker that you want to use to affect your opponent's prize mapping. Roxanne, a powerful disruption card. And Prime Catcher, the best ghosting effect in the game.
On Jake's end, it's not nearly as bad, but 2 Darkness Energy in the prize cards could be potentially a little problematic. Jake does only play 6 Darkness Energy, so we'll only have 4 available to power up his Roaring Moons as attackers. I'm excited, Pablo. I'm sure our players are excited. I'm sure our audience out in the crowd is excited. Here we go, our Masters Division final match.
The crowd goes wild, Chip, as we see that Flutter Mane. We do see Liam going first with a very good start.
What an opening.
Battle VIP Pass or Buddy Puff, and we just have all your basic Pokemon ready to go.
Starts the Charmander, has another one, and the Pidgey in hand, and the Rotom to boot. Instant charge, adding 3 more cards to Liam's hand. The perfect opening, if you ask me, Pablo. Jake on the other side does open up that Flutter Mane, something that is really powerful in certain matchups. Midnight Fluttering can shut down the abilities of key Pokemon in the format, namely Comfey with its powerful ability, but
not super strong in this matchup. Perhaps if Liam had chosen to start the Rotom V, would have been kicking himself a little bit, would not have been able to use Instant Charge, but with it on the bench, it was safely able to draw those extra cards.
Oh, certainly, Chip. Now, one funny interaction that could happen is if, for some reason, Liam mistakenly evolved the active Charizard EX, then you wouldn't be able to attach those energies, right? I'm sure Liam is very aware of that and will not be making that mistake. But I did see it a couple of times when I was walking down the aisle yesterday. So it can happen, a small oversight you're not used to, because that Flutter main has a very unique ability in Midnight Fluttering.
Jake utilizing his Stadium of Choice Pokestop, discarding the top 3 cards from his deck, will add any item cards found there to the hand, will discard a Fire Energy and a Darkness Energy, but in favor of finding an Ultra Ball. We'll see if Jake can piece together what he needs in order to get a turn 1 attack, or is he even going to go for it? Looks like the answer is no.
Yeah, I think a pretty reasonable Pokestop there. Accessing your energies that way leaves them perfectly available for the Professor Sada, and when you price 2 of those, then you really want to make the best use out of it. But I think Jake's priority right now is stabilizing and building up to those big numbers with a very high count of ancient cards in the discard pile.
It definitely makes sense. Was able to find the Earthen Vessel. This will add a couple of those energy cards to the hand. A great way to find your energies when you have multiple in the prize cards. Jake will discard 1 card from hand in order to grab 2 basic energy from the deck. Now he does have an Ultra Ball in the hand, actually 2 Ultra Ball right now. Does he utilize that to get down another Pokemon, or will he be content with this board for now?
I think it's definitely very worth it to establish that Greninja, give yourself more resources. You need to access pretty much your whole deck if you want to try to take down a Charizard EX with your Vengeance Fletching. So very important to dig through the deck. And you know, getting rid of that Penny, this is a very different deck than the one you faced the round before. You're going to want to just be aggressive, and every single turn there's going to be a Pokemon going down. So your priority is just powering them up and replacing them rather than picking something up.
We will see the Pokegear being put to the discard pile, and now the Radiant Greninja discards a card, drawing 2 more. It's a pair of Supporters found, another Explorer's Guidance, and a Boss's Orders. Could be nice to be aggressive potentially next turn. Jake was not able to pull off the turn 1 attack, but has a pretty solid board, is content to just pass things over back to Liam. Liam will take a moment here to check the discard pile for Jake, taking stock of how many ancient cards are in the discard pile, also just what resources Jake utilized on the last turn. And Liam has a pretty solid hand here. Plenty of cards available thanks to Rotom, and also that Buddy Poffin.
Plenty of cards, so I'm not sure there's a rare candy Charizard to start the aggression here, so that could be a little problematic when you're up against a single price deck. No matter what you're playing, you know you're essentially in a timer-based game. You want to attack at least 6 times to finish the game, and if anything delays your first attack, that's another 6 turns and gives your opponent a little bit more time to stabilize as well. So we'll see what the Buddy Poffin finds here. Probably a couple more Charmanders, maybe 1 Charmander and 1 Pidgey. But if there's no rare candy Charizard, this extra turn that Liam's not going to have, or that Jake's going to have rather, could be very important. I don't see anything of substance here for Liam.
Yeah, that's pretty tough. There's so many cards that could have gotten him what he needs. Arven is the main one, right? It's so powerful in this deck, getting you an item card and the tool card. Of course, mostly grabbing out the Forest Sealstone. Now, Liam could get a little risky here, go with the Pokestop in order to try to draw into maybe something like an Ultra Ball, something like a rare candy. But is that a risk worth taking?
Oh, I'm not so sure, because even the Ultra Ball finding Luminion, I mean, that could be important. Oh, no!
Yeah, let's hope that Liam isn't going to try to use Instant Charge here.
Yep, because
I think he just realized, he just smirked a little bit. I think he realized that he's not able to utilize Rotom V right now.
Okay.
Or maybe he had this in mind all along.
Yeah, I mean, definitely possible. The Rotom is out of range of the Vengeance Fletching, and he also has the Professor Turo to potentially absorb a hit on the Rotom. So, all right. maybe Liam had this planned all along.
Yeah, this could be really strong because it'll do a few things, right? It eats up a turn of attacking effectively from Jake and makes one of his attackers basically useless, right? If the Rotom doesn't even go down and then you knock out whatever attacked into it, it's a lot of resources expended from Jake's end for very, very little value.
That is true, but relying on that Professor Tour, I mean, I guess you don't have to play it this turn,
Yes,
but
true.
It would stop you from playing the Arvin as well. So, and there's also the possibility that Jake just gets enough cards. It's not easy, but it is possible, and apparently already at 9 Ancient cards, that's 160 damage chip already. 3 more, and we could get there.
Yeah, and it's not super unlikely. There is the Awakening Drum in Jake's hand. I think the only debate here is it worth it for him to put down this Koraidon? Not a super strong attacker in this matchup. Can be nice to maybe target down some of the low HP Pokemon, maybe go after Bibarel once that comes into play. Is it worth drawing that 1 extra card with the Awakening Drum? Looks like the answer is yes. +1 to the discard pile. There is the Earthen Vessel. I think Jake is going to be 1 card short here.
1 card short, exactly, Chip. Can put 2 more in the discard pile. Can still draw with Radiant Greninja, right?
Actually,
Radiant
is this
Greninja?
it, right? There was 9, then the Awakening Drum, 10, 2 more
yeah,
here.
that's true.
I think
That's
this,
12.
Yeah, is going to get him there. That's going to be 19, exactly 19 damage being placed onto the Rotom V. Liam, not super pumped to see that that was the find from Jake. Has the energy to retreat this active Greninja, also can still draw some cards.
I have to wonder if that retreat was on purpose or not with the boss, but that Rotom V seems like it's gonna go down, and wait.
Ooh. Gonna be just short, not wanting to take the prize card just yet, potentially.
And then why would you retreat before concealed cards?
Yeah, gonna be an interesting call here. I believe would have had the knockout, 12 Ancient cards in the discard pile, plus the 70 damage base from the Vengeance Fletching. That adds up to 90. Jake will just pass. Liam perhaps catching a break.
Yeah, Liam definitely catching a break. I mean, you are stopping another Rotom ability with your Flutter Mane, but Liam already has the 3 cards from the previous turn. Now we'll be able to go Rare Candy Charizard and start the offensive. If you get 2 prizes ahead before your opponent has even taken a prize card as the Ancient box, you're feeling really good. But Jake prioritizing having a more stable board and allowing Liam to have the initiative.
Rare Candy, Pidgeot EX, quick search online, the lifeblood of this Charizard deck. Now able to find any card turn after turn after turn. Rare Candy grabbed now for Liam. This will get this attacking Charizard EX online. Even has the Forest Sealstone in excess to potentially utilize to get any other card out. Wouldn't hate to see Bibarel come down. Charmeleon potentially also an option here. But Liam is not necessarily forced to use the Forest Sealstone. Could potentially save it for later.
Oh, definitely could save it. Now Jake is holding that Lost Vacuum, which could be impactful. Doesn't even need to play it though, as he probably knows at this point there's no hand disruption available for Jake. However, we are going to see it being used immediately, so that's going to be fine. I'm guessing Jake favored just having a flow of Roaring Moons, giving up 1 prize card, giving up this initiative, just to make sure that he's putting pressure and being able to keep up with the Charizards that Liam is going to be setting up.
Yeah, jumping ahead with the 2 prize cards is nice and all, but it doesn't do much for you if you miss an attack in a future turn. So Jake perhaps playing a little more defensively here, and maybe wisely so. Even with Liam taking this prize card, jumping ahead, Jake is going to try to ensure that he can always 2-hit KO a Charizard and then potentially close out the game by knocking out the Rotom V at the very end of the game, or potentially 1-hit KOing a Charizard EX, though that will be a lot to get to.
That is a very big ask, as you mentioned, but yeah, by not taking down that Rotom, you also make yourself less vulnerable to a potential return KO plus an Iono, which can be problematic for these sort of decks. So until you have a much more stable board, Jake favoring having the back-to-back attacks if or when possible.
This also allows Jake to play something like Explorer's Guidance this turn, not forced into playing the Sada. This can allow him to dig for the energy attachment from the hand, potentially. And then next turn, you don't even necessarily have to play a Sada.
4 ancient cards going to hit the discard pile, Chip. That's going to be 17 cards in the discard now with the ancient feature. That's going to be 230 damage, 10 away from a potential one-shot. You're fine only doing a 2-shot for now, but eventually you'd want to get to a one-shot as Pokestop draws 3 cards for Jake.
Jake has 29 ancient cards in his deck list. Nearly 50% of his deck is made up of this ancient archetype, these ancient cards. And he will need 26 of them in the discard pile if he hopes to one-hit KO a Charizard EX at some point in the game. He's content taking a 2-hit knockout here. It's still a favorable prize trade for him. Will he be able to sneak in a knockout on something like the Rotom? Maybe even the Pidgeot is a little easier to KO. You can get through that with just 21 ancient cards in the discard pile. And honestly, that's a number that we're nearing at an alarming rate.
Yeah, and not taking a knockout on the Rotom also keeps your counter catchers available to be used right now. So
true, that's a great point. Honestly, maybe that's the best point and best argument to not take the Rotom KO, so that you have access to counter catcher for longer in this game.
Indeed. So, I mean, clearly Jake, as he was preparing for Orlando Regionals, had to have played this matchup plenty of times, so he obviously knows exactly what he's doing. And yeah, we're about to see a big attack on this Charizard, setting up the 2-hit KO, looking to establish more Roaring Moons. And wow, Jake's deck running very dangerously low at this point.
We are on turn 3 of the game, by the way. Turn
like
3 of the game.
7 cards left?
Yeah, Jake has churned through this deck. Now, Liam is an extremely smart player, and he is already taking note of resources. We see him doing it right now. If any alternate win conditions present themselves, Liam is absolutely going to pounce at the opportunity, be it stalling something in the active. If Jake runs out of, different supporters like the Sadas, no ways to accelerate energies, maybe if a couple of Super Rod hit the discard pile, Liam is going to be totally aware of those different plays.
Ooh, now Jake, number 1, choosing to fail the Nest Ball and not establish a backup Roaring Moon, and then going after Liam's Bibarel, trying to deny resources just like he did against Reagan. However, I'm not sure I like this play, Chip.
It makes the prize trade a little awkward. You have to take out a 1-prizer at some other point in the game. And with 2 Charmander in play, maybe Jake feels like that is pretty likely for him to pull off.
True. There's also the Professor Turo that we see in hand for Liam to worry about. It won't help if you do a lot of damage to a Charizard, and then that damage gets immediately taken away by a Professor Turo, essentially meaning you lost a turn. It does mean Liam needs to have another Rare Candy and whatnot, but it is something to consider as Liam very quickly trying to recuperate that Bibarel and set it up into play, which with Pidgeot, it's going to be quite easy to pull off.
Yeah, actually grabbing the Iono off of the Pidgeot, wanting to disrupt Jake as much as he can. Disruption is pretty strong against the Ancient Box deck overall, I would say, but as the game goes on, it definitely gets a little bit weaker. Even though Ancient Box draws less cards, they have really usually done a good job of thinning their deck at this point. And honestly, Jake getting 5 cards here is probably going to feel pretty fine.
Yeah, it's most of his deck at this point. Now, I do question, though, why did Jake not bench another Roaring Moon? He knows his Roaring Moons are going to go down turn after turn. Another thing why I didn't like knocking out that Bibarel is because by taking a prize card, Charizard EX is now doing 210 damage, whereas before, by Jake not taking a knockout, this Roaring Moon would have survived that Burning Darkness.
Maybe what Jake is wanting to do is ensure that the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule goes to the discard pile, because that's what Liam's response would have been, right? Lost Vacuum, get rid of Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, and then it gets added to the Lost Zone, and that is 1 less of Jake's 29 cards that he'll have in the discard pile at the end game if he hopes to get over the 330 hit points of Charizard EX.
That is very true, Chip. That card in the Lost Zone would not count towards the Vengeance Fletching count. Now we are seeing that Bidoof get re-established very, very quickly. So Liam will be able to rely on Bibrel at some point in the game once again.
Liam actually does have the Lost Vacuum in the hand, perhaps debating if it is worth utilizing right now. I think at this point, he's going to be able to KO anything. He's not going to have to worry about the boosted damage of the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, so maybe it could be good to utilize that resource right now in this moment to try to limit Jake's damage output as early as possible.
Indeed, getting rid of the active one for now, which is honestly perfectly fine. Both players with one card in the lost zone, not that it would matter for either. And we're going to see Liam take his second prize card of the game.
Down goes the Roaring Moon. Liam, 4 prizes remaining to Jake Ewert's 5. Jake with very few cards remaining in the deck at this point, and his draw for turn is the boss's orders now. Does he have a Darkness Energy? I don't think he does.
Yeah, I don't think he does. Does he have an Earthen Vessel left to Pokestop?
He's churned through quite a few of them, and I do believe one was prized as well. So Pokestop probably not live to be an out here.
He must have some way to draw cards, right? Might have an Explorer's Guidance as he's putting energy back into the deck. 3 of them, in fact, just to be able to get this backup KO or this backup attack. Does have 20 cards in the discard pile with the Ancient feature, so 6 away, but I really don't think it's going to be easy or possible to get 6 more in the discard pile this turn.
Yeah, not possible to get 6, but it could be possible to get 1. And if Jake is able to get 1 more in the Lost Zone, then perhaps KOing Pidgeot could be a strong play. Now, that would mean that Jake doesn't have access to his counter catchers anymore, but he does, if he uses this counter catcher, it's his last counter catcher anyway, right? So he doesn't mind going ahead on prize cards potentially at that point.
Now, did find exactly 1 Ancient card off of this Explorer's Guidance.
But played the Explorers as well, right? So that's plus 1 more, too.
Yeah, there you go. That's +1. But that Professor Sada could be impactful. I think that's one of the cards you have to keep. But no, Jake favoring keeping the energy resources, which he's running dangerously low in.
That is true. And you could take a little bit of a gamble here as Jake, knowing that you have a couple of Darkness Energy in your prizes, you know, giving yourself a good chance to potentially take one. And now is the time. Jake is ready to jump ahead in the prize trade here. A 1-hit KO incoming on Pidgeot EX. Vengeance Fletching, 290 damage, enough to KO the 280 HP of that Pidgeot. Jake jumps back ahead, 3 prizes remaining.
No more counter catchers available, but that's fine because now he is ahead and Liam cannot take 2 prizes this turn. So at worst, Jake is going to be tied. However, Jake definitely needs another Professor Sada, an energy attachment, and he's not guaranteed to knock out this Charizard. Still a few cards away, but this Roaring Moon going down would add 2 more to the counter.
Yeah, things are getting dangerous here for Liam. The potential of a Vengeance Fletching to deal 330 damage is ever looming. Is it something Jake will be able to pull off? That Rotom V still being in play as well, let's not forget. Could be a source of 2 easy prize cards. It is technically possible that Jake could close out this game without ever KOing a Charizard. I think that is unlikely, though, because you can't play Boss and Professor Sada in the same turn. And that is potentially going to be an issue here for Jake, is being able to play Sada turn after turn.
Yep, that's why discarding 1 is a little iffy for Jake. Jake definitely needs to play Professor Sada and have a Roaring Moon available each and every turn now that the counter catchers are gone. Jake might have to go through 2 Charizard EXs because he has no way to ghost around them, essentially playing a 7 prize card game.
Liam asking for the cards in hand and also the cards in deck. The answer is 5 for both, so 10 cards available for Jake Ewert between the hand and the deck. What is Liam going to do with this information? Is he potentially going to just make this a resource war? Make it as difficult as possible for Jake to
piece together his attacks, I think the best way to do that is really to take KOs every turn, right?
Yeah, exactly. Pressure the Sada, attack the opponent's hand, and make sure that they have to play Professor Sada each and every turn. Now, in Liam's best case scenario, he wins in 4 turns, right? 3 after the current one, because he can only take 1 prize card at a time. So Jake will have a little wiggle room to finish establishing his board and get those attacks back-to-back, potentially one-shotting Charizard EX back-to-back, which is something I don't think we have seen yet, Chip.
We do see the second Charmeleon being put into play from Liam, one of the few changes that he made from towards winning EUIC list. Honestly, perhaps the only change. I think it is 1 or 2 cards different. Also, maybe mixing up the Charmander split a little bit, but honestly, that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, the Charmander probably not super relevant. The 10 extra HP can factor in against Giratina or Lost Box decks, but other than that, and you even have the... Oh, Jirachi's the other key missing piece, actually.
Yes, yeah, Jirachi the other key missing piece, but I think that was the swap for the Charmeleon, right? And kind of can accomplish the same thing in those Lost Zone matchups, ensuring that it is safe from Sableye damaging it. Now, Liam ties the prize trade back up, taking out that Roaring Moon. Will Jake be able to find the pieces to attack turn after turn? Found a pretty good set of cards here, has the Darkness Energy and also the Pal Pad, but does not have the Professor Sada quite yet. He may be relying on concealed cards to get him a Sada.
I think you want to lead off with the Pokestop here. That way you thin your deck quite a bit more, and then you replenish it with the 2 Professor Sadas. Hits the boss, though, but I'm not sure he'll ever have time to use it.
That is true, yeah. It may not come up. What could matter is if he is able to 2-hit KO a Charizard and then over time also attach energy to a benched Roaring Moon. You know, you're Sadaing, so you'll have one extra Pokemon being built up. So there could have been an opportunity to close out the game with a boss, but not anymore unless that Pal Pad commits that supporter recovery to a boss. But then if you commit a supporter recovery option to a boss, that's one less Sada you'll have access to.
And not only that, if you Pal Pad back 2 Sadas to try and draw 1 guaranteed, or not guaranteed, just to increase your odds of finding one, then that's 2 less cards for your total to deal that 1-shot on the Charizard EX. So it's a little bit dicey here for Jake. Also needs a backup Roaring Moon, as there isn't one anywhere to be found on the bench. It's looking a little dicey here for our Ancient Box player.
Yes, this is certainly a perilous position. We'll see how Jake navigates it. Resources are running extremely thin. And looks like Pal Pad will place back in just the 1 Professor Sada's Vitality, perhaps wanting to ensure that the number of ancient cards in the discard pile remains where it is.
Indeed. 23 cards in the discard pile, needs 3 more. I think probably can rely on hitting 1 off of the... Oof, this is going to be close, Chip.
It is going to be close. Needs to draw the Sada here. Darkness Energy is 1, Earthen Vessel the other.
Professor Sada, no backup Roaring Moon.
No backup Roaring Moon, and Jake has the Roaring Moon in the active spot, but if Liam knocks it out, Jake will be forced to promote either the Koraidon or the Radiant Greninja. He'll have to attach an energy for turn to those to retreat them. There are no switch cards in this deck. This may be the turning point here. Jake has been ahead for the majority of this game on board position, but has he run out of steam?
I think he has, Chip. That failed Nest Ball in the beginning where he chose not to bench the Roaring Moon. I think that was a little greedy on his part. I think going after the Beaverl didn't really affect anything in the game other than make his life a little bit harder, because it's okay to 2-hit KO the first Charizard as you build into the 1-shot as we go to game 2. Jake recognizing that he's out of options at this point.
Yeah, no resources remaining. Jake Ewert just totally out of gas, loses game number 1, and Liam Halliburton maybe gets away with one a little bit in this first game. Jake was in a pretty good spot for the majority of game number 1. Where do you think things went wrong? It looks like that's what Jake is pondering right now as well.
Yeah, based on his frown in his face, I have to say that going after the Bibarel is the most questionable aspect in this final match. Did not make much sense to me. Also missed that KO on the Rotom V, or purposely chose not to get it, which is understandable, right? But it's also a little questionable because it does make you more weak to Iono, but in the end, taking prizes becomes difficult as the game progresses because of the high HP of Charizard. So any easy prizes you can get in the beginning are an invitation, right? Or a gift.
I think I do overall like Jake's decision to not KO the Rotom because he should know Liam's list, right? It is the Tord list. He's got the 2 copies of Professor Turo's scenario, so any damage that gets played onto a Charizard EX is definitely not guaranteed to stay there. So you can take those 2 prizes early, but if you don't have access to the counter catchers, you're not going to be taking prizes later on. Liam would utilize those Professor Turos at just the right time to ensure that doesn't happen. But here we go, game number 2. Players are getting set up. From Jake, normally with his deck, you want to choose to go second, try to be the aggressor, try to get off the quick attack. Is that true in the Charizard matchup?
I would say so, yeah. Also, Charizard really enjoys going second, right? So not only do you give yourself a chance at potentially attacking,
Look at all those Pokemon.
Yeah, the Bibarel, the 1-1 Bibarel line, right? No access to that, and Liam really prioritized it in the previous game. The rest is probably pretty alright. And for Jake, the Ancient Booster Capsule and the Earthen Vessel at the very top could make it difficult to reach for that key 330 HP damage.
Game 2 underway. Jake Ewart has chosen to go first. He opens up with that Flutter Mane. Will potentially make things awkward, and Liam Halliburton kicks us off with the Buddy Poffin. Yes, Jake choosing to go second, just like we were talking about. And now that Poffin lets Liam check through the deck, will check the prize cards as well. Has an opportunity to get a few Charmander into play. And I have to say, this Flutter Mane being the opener for Jake could actually make things pretty awkward for Liam's turn 2 if he wanted to try to attack with a Charizard.
It could deny some abilities and stop Liam from attacking. Does have the Nest Ball to establish the Rotom. I really wish if Liam ends up winning, I want Juancho to ask him about that retreat in that first game into the Rotom, if it was on purpose or if he just forgot about it.
The Nest Ball will be played. Rotom more than likely being put onto the bench here. Sure enough, the holder of the Seal Stone comes down, and Instant Charge will draw 3 more cards to end the turn for Liam. And yeah, with that Pidgey active, normally a piece of the puzzle for these Charizard decks can be found through Quick Search in order to get off the attack. But if Liam rare candies into Pidgeot, well, he can't use Quick Search if the Pidgey is active, so he could retreat into a Charmander, but then he can't rare candy that Charmander into Charizard because then you wouldn't be able to use your ability in order to accelerate energy cards.
Yeah, so if Liam had an energy, it might have been worth it to choose to retreat now, right? To be ready for that potential situation, having to retreat twice over the course of the turns. But Liam with a very much stronger hand than the previous game after that first Instant Charge. I don't think we're going to see 2 this time around as Jake gets the Earthen Vessel rolling, discarding that Koraidon, which it feels like Koraidon is potentially a good attacker, but it's definitely just taking a backseat compared to Roaring Moon in most games I've seen.
Yes, this is without a doubt a Roaring Moon deck. Koraidon is mostly just here because it can be decent, but more often than not goes to the discard pile. It's an ancient card, right? It boosts your damage output. That is really what we care about. 2 ancient cards already down. Nest Ball being played. This will more than likely target the Roaring Moon. Actually, Radiant Greninja being found. Needing to draw some cards here for Jake. We'll see if he has the pieces to potentially pull off the attack this turn. It is possible, but it involves quite a bit. He needs to get 2 energy in the discard pile, plus attach 1 for turn. And then you have to wonder, is it even worth it? Jake wants to play this game from behind, wants to utilize his counter catchers as we've seen in game 1.
Indeed, wants to play from behind, have those counter catchers to maneuver around the Charizard EX, but it is something that did not really work out for Jake last time around. I think any attack you do into a non-rule box Pokemon might not be worth it. So I would love to see him just smack into a Charizard EX and ask Liam to have all the pieces necessary to nullify that attack.
Jake draws 3 from the Professor Sada's Vitality. Not a full value Sada, just the 1 energy being attached. And I also wonder if Jake will even attach this second energy card. May want to hang on to it so that he can do something with concealed cards next turn.
Yeah, I mean, other than concealed cards, doesn't seem like Jake has much going for himself in his hand. I do love him potentially benching 3 Roaring Moons on turn 1. I think that's a very important thing to change from the first game where he ran out of steam towards the end of the game. You want those Roaring Moons out of the deck, even though you're not adding to your Ancient counter in the discard pile. Can 2-shot the first Charizard, building up to the 1-shot of the second one. So I really love this adaptation, and it'll be on Liam to make something happen here this turn.
Jake passes back to Liam. Liam drawing for the turn, has a couple of rare candy in his hand, but I don't yet see any Stage 2 Pokemon. Arvin can change that. Ultra Ball can, of course, find the Forest Sealstone. Ultra Ball can find one of those Stage 2 Pokemon, Forest Sealstone, potentially finding the other one from this Rotom.
Yeah, definitely has enough cards to be able to discard pretty freely with that Ultra Ball, one of those being Cleffa, which is a pretty fantastic Pokemon, but Liam's setup was so good that he didn't even need it at this point in time.
Yeah, Cleffa can definitely go at this point. One other card having to be discarded. And what Liam can do here is get the Charizard on the bench first, and then rare candy into the Pidgeot. Utilize that option to get both of those Stage 2s in play, be able to use both of their powerful abilities, and get around the Midnight Fluttering of the Flutter main.
Now Liam choosing to use Pidgeot first, though. Yep, will correctly.
Still okay, yep.
Yep, all good. Can evolve into a Charizard on the bench, use its ability, retreat, and then follow that up with the Quick Search. Some a little bit of quirky sequencing that the Flutter main forces, but Liam, of course, being very aware of everything in play.
And Liam will be able to be aggressive in this game, knocking out the Flutter main, actually choosing to do it with the Pidgeot EX, trying to get value from this as an attacker. Pidgeot can knock out Flutter main, but cannot knock out the other ancient Pokemon that Jake has in his list. What do you think about this call?
I mean, I like it. It's a lot of resources invested, though, onto the Pidgeot, and those energies could generally get stuck here and prevent the Turo play. You know, like, once you heal or you try to heal the Charizard with the Turo, you're going to need to replenish back the energy somehow. But now that these 2 energies are invested here, you're really stretching off that Suprod.
Perhaps Liam planning to Turo the Pidgeot itself. That would discard the energies and then recycle them back into the deck. These are the type of plays you can go for with this list. It's really cool. You know, the double Turo can heal these Stage 2s. Really difficult to do that whenever you normally have to rare candy them back out. Liam has made that adjustment by playing 2 copies of Charmeleon. His rare candies are less important, less valuable to getting out his attackers. He can utilize them to set up multiple Pidgeot. Now, Jake is getting off to the races here. Roaring Moon ready to attack in the active spot. Energy already accelerated to the bench as well, with 2 more ancient cards hitting the discard pile. Earthen Vessel ditches the Koraidon, and now 2 more energy added to Jake's hand.
Indeed, not getting full value out of that Professor Sada once again, which is definitely what you want to do to make sure they have a string of Roaring Moon attacking back-to-back-to-back turns. Now, this Pidgeot is also going to offer a nice little cushion for Liam if he just absorbs the damage from this turn and then never brings up the Pidgeot again. That would essentially be extra HP for Charizard, and as we saw from last game, getting to that 330 damage is just really, really difficult for this deck to accomplish.
Off the Awakening Drum, Jake is able to find, I believe, the one other card he was looking for, that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, boosting Roaring Moon up to 200 hit points. This means that Liam will not be able to knock this Pokemon out unless he uses his Lost Vacuum to remove this tool card from play.
Yeah, not having taken any prize cards is pretty significant here. I do believe the Lost Vacuum was available for Liam. It isn't
His
prized.
prizes were all Pokemon.
Yep, prizes were all Pokemon, that's true. So in a pretty comfortable spot for Liam, like things are going as you planned, right? Double Charizard in play, you have your Pidgeot, you're about to retreat, you absorb that little bit of damage. Your opponent doesn't have the most threatening field or discard pile with not an excessive amount of ancient cards just quite yet. So you're slowly but surely getting ahead, creeping into that possible championship here.
Already has the Turo in hand, but in this position will go for the Iono, perhaps forcing Jake to find one of his 2 copies of Counter Catcher, forcing your opponent to have all the answers, as you mentioned. Has not utilized Quick Search yet, so we'll still be able to have that be a play to fetch the Lost Vacuum from the deck. Looks like that Choice Belt in the hand currently is a pretty easy target as a card to Lost Zone away.
Yep, certainly easy target. Liam also establishing the Bidoof potentially in case he's able to find the Bibarel from the prize cards.
Actually, I think I like this. Using the Buddy Poffin, get the Bidoof, like you said, if the Bibarel is taken, and now Liam can actually hit this Roaring Moon for 180 damage with the Charizard. This could be a way that Liam could sneak in a 2-prize turn by utilizing Lost Vacuum on the next turn. And Jake really only has one counterplay to that, the singular copy of Penny that is in his list.
Yep, that is true. In the end, it's 2 prizes over the course of 2 turns, right? If you get the KO now or you get it later. And that does give Jake the opportunity to promote something different in case that happens.
Sure, but then you might be able to boss his orders and KO Pokemon with energy on them. And more than taking 2 prizes in 2 turns, you're taking many of your, all of your opponent's attackers out as quickly as possible. We'll see how things develop. That's what Liam has done for now. Over on Jake's end, has a few Pokegear, also has the 4th copy of Roaring Moon. That's coming into play.
I love seeing that, getting the maximum value. Now you know you're guaranteed to have access to 4. Not necessarily all 4 will be powered up in consecutive turns, as we have seen 2 Professor Stardust being utilized. I do think there's one. Nope, that's an Explorer's Guidance at the very top.
Now, if Jake was to find his Penny, do you think he should go for it right here? Take away the possibility of Liam going for that Lost Vacuum play? It would guarantee your Ancient Booster Capsule goes to the discard pile, not the Lost Zone, but it comes at a cost of losing 2 energy cards.
I think it would be a little too much and would put even more pressure in using full value Professor Stardust back to back. So not quite sure it's what I'd go for, but maybe Jake, that's what he was digging for.
Does use the Explorer's Guidance, so Penny is off the table. We'll choose to keep the Fighting Energy and the Super Odd Boss's Orders going to the discard pile once again, along with Lost Vacuum and another supporter card and the Ultra Ball. Nothing else too impactful, but that boss going down, something we'll have to keep track of.
Indeed, no counter. Oh, Counter Catcher is drawn, so could go after that Pidgeot, which could possibly put Liam in a little bit of a pickle as we see the Counter Catcher get played.
And now Liam will have less access to potentially pulling off his Lost Vacuum play. Has the Bidoof established, but has not found the Bibarel, and I think the Bibarel still in the prize cards.
Yep, it was around the middle, I believe. So Liam's search into the deck will be very limited at this point, and if he doesn't have an Arven, maybe he won't even be able to pull off the Lost Vacuum play that you were talking about, Chip.
And that makes the decision last turn much weaker, but what a find from the top. Luminion. It is a bit of a liability. It's a 2-prize Pokemon that can be KO'd pretty easily, but it could find Arven. Liam is actually choosing to discard the Luminion here in this spot.
Oh, do you think Liam didn't realize that the Bibarel was prized? I think that's what happened here.
Liam maybe mixing up his prizes from game 1 to game 2, maybe didn't as thoroughly check his prize cards as one would think. Luminion going down means that he is going to have to effectively 2-hit KO this single prize Pokemon.
Yep, never something you want to do, and Luminion could have guaranteed that Arven, guaranteed the Lost Vacuum, and this is what I meant. Like, if you just did it last turn, right, Jake didn't even attach an energy last turn, so you're asking more for your opponent to do during their turn. Liam trying to get a little too fancy, but does have a boss's orders to make sure that he gets a prize this turn. I still don't like this, though, because then you're not asking Jake. The one thing you know from Jake is that he doesn't have a darkness energy. He did not attach one last turn. I feel like that's a pretty big tell. Just take down the Pokemon that's powered up and stop your opponent from attacking you.
Liam will take out the Radiant Greninja, perhaps playing the long game here. Radiant Greninja, we've talked about how vital it is for Jake's deck. So Liam, with multiple Iono and also that one copy of Roxanne in his list, could be playing towards the potential of his opponent missing on a future turn. Jake now with 4 Roaring Moon in play, able to play the Explorer's Guidance. Seeing the top 6 cards of the deck, 2 will go to the hand, 4 to the discard pile. Looks like plenty of ancient cards could be sent, but will just be the one Flutter Mane, Professor Sada's Vitality, and a Darkness Energy added to the hand.
I love this from Jake, really prioritizing, understanding that Liam's hand is now extremely weak. There's no access to the Bibarel. Could have been found just now, but it's only a 1 in 5 chance from the prize cards, and his main priority is getting those Roaring Moons powered up and ready to go to keep up the pressure. And this is why Liam, I think, really should be prioritizing taking down the powered up Pokemon as soon as he could, instead of trying to get fancy with the Lost Vacuum play.
I believe 13 cards now in Jake's discard pile, 13 ancient cards, that is. That will be 200 damage from the Vengeance Fletching. Not enough to knock out the Charizard EX. Oh, and an interesting draw. The Prime Catcher here for Jake. Will take out the energy cards, keeps the Lost Vacuum play alive for the future. We're really committed to that. And hey, there we go. Liam takes the Bibarel from his prize card that he took. And Jake, of course, promoting back this Roaring Moon to the active spot. Do you think maybe Jake should have split his energy attachments last turn, not loaded 2 energy onto 1 Roaring Moon?
It's definitely a possibility, but I also think, you know, your opponent doesn't have an Iono, otherwise they probably would have played it last turn, perhaps. And if you get Iono, then you might struggle to find an energy. So I think it was fine to do so. The card you're really looking for as Jake right now is that second copy of Counter Catcher. That way you can eliminate this Charizard and hopefully build to the 26 to finish off this clean Charizard in 1 hit.
And there it is in the hand right now. Second Counter Catcher can bring up the other Charizard EX. This will take the knockout, take 2 prizes for Jake. And he'll go down to just 2 prizes remaining, not before playing Pal Pad, totally aware of the fact that Liam could be aiming to Roxanne or Iono the next turn, and Boss's Orders goes back into the deck. That could be a clean way to finish off the game with Rotom V waiting on the bench.
Yeah, Jake sees the opportunity, has enough energy now powered up on the bench to be able to plan for this. The deck, I believe, is low enough to where that Rotom is in danger now. Liam does have the possibility to play Professor Turo to pick it up, but once again, then he wouldn't be able to play Arven in order to remove the Lost Vacuum. Does have the opportunity to find the Collapse Stadium as well, but Bibarel is not Pidgeot. You can't directly search for those cards, so it's going to be on the top decks, which have been very kind for Liam.
That is true. We are potentially getting to a situation here where Liam needs to Bibarel into a 3-4 card combo potentially to keep the hope alive in this game. And Jake doing everything he can to make sure his board is safe, even putting back the Greninja into the deck with Super Rod, immediately grabbing it from there with the Nest Ball. Has energies in the deck still as well. So even if Liam goes for the Roxanne, goes for the Iono, Jake has a decent shot to draw more cards.
Definitely also has 2 Pokegears available to dig for that Boss's Order, so Jake could easily piece a win over the course of 2 turns here, taking this knockout on the Charizard. There's the Boss's Orders, so now Liam needs Arven to find the Lost Vacuum, needs Professor Turo to pick up the Rotom, needs to disrupt Jake. He can't do it all at once, Chip.
Yeah, I think for Liam here, the play will certainly be disrupt first and see if your opponent has it on the next turn. There's the Bibarel, there's the Roxanne in this hand. Also an Ultra Ball that's not able to be played just yet. The bench of the Charmander. Do you Roxanne before Bibarel? Looks like the answer is no. 3 cards being drawn. There's the Lost Vacuum. What a find for Liam Halliburton.
Not only Lost Vacuum, but also the Professor Turo, so he can actually pick up this Rotom and no need to disrupt your opponent to take away their boss's orders if you take it out yourself.
Well, Jake flashes the boss's orders, but here's the Turo, the answer to that.
The Force also needs to go to a discard pile. Yep, Jake in a precarious situation, promoted the powered-up Roaring Moon as well, so getting a little bit ahead of himself.
I think Jake potentially thought that Liam taking his prize card was the end of the turn. A little bit of a mistake there if that's the case. Liam got to take multiple prizes because of the Lost Vacuum, and now Jake with just 1 Roaring Moon in play. Two prizes remaining, and Liam has just 1 prize card left. It's basically all in on this turn. Jake Ewert has to get to 26 ancient Pokemon in his discard pile. Otherwise, Liam Halliburton will be our champion here in Orlando. Jake viewing the deck now with the Pokegear 3.0.
There's 4, Chip. 4 ancient cards in there. Chose not to grab the Professor Sada, so might not have ways to discard them. Does choose to attach, so the preemptive promotion was not quite punishing here, but yeah, we're gonna get a count on the ancient cards. 12,
15,
18.
18.
Nope, that's not 18, so needs 8 more. Is that even possible? There's 4 more in the deck, which you can discard a lot of them potentially with the Explorer's Guidance.
If he has Ultra Ball, if he has Superior Energy Retrieval potentially remaining, Explorer's Guidance being played also adds 1 as well. The possibility could be there for Jake. 7 cards remaining in the deck. He will see 6 of them here. Needs to discard multiple ancient cards. Needs another ancient card here. It's the Pokegear. The bottom card is another ancient card. He's going to be, I think, just short.
I mean,
the Pokestop can discard it. Yeah. 2 ancients in the prize cards.
I think he might be holding too many in hand. That's going to be 3 extras, so now we're at 21. Needing 5 more. Pokestop's going to get us to 22. And Superior Retrieval can get us to 24, but how do you get the other 2? There's no Ultra Wall, there's no Earthen Vessel.
Last card, I think, is the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule.
I don't think it's going to be enough, Chip.
Jake Ewert coming up just short. That Ancient Booster Energy Capsule being placed into the Lost Zone by Liam last turn, making a bit of a difference. The last 2 prize cards being Ancient Pokemon. Ancient cards being a bit of a difference here. Jake just making sure one last time, taking one final count, maybe crossing his fingers that 1 more ancient card is hiding in the deck that he did not realize, in the discard pile, I mean. And it's just going to be short. 26 is so many to get discarded.
It's so many, and I can't emphasize enough the hero of Bibarel. This match, this final was won by Hero Bibarel. Not only getting the Lost Vacuum, but also the Professor Turo and that crucial Prime Catcher top deck. Any of those events don't happen here, Chip. Yeah, we might be going to a Game 3. I don't think it's enough.
It's not going to be enough. And the difference maker is the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule that is in the Lost Zone.
Instead of in the discard
because
pile.
Jake would have it. He could Pokestop away the tool that's in the deck, and he would have 1 more in the discard pile. That would be 26 exactly. The perfect math for a KO. Jake left scratching his head, wondering if there is any way to pull this off.
I don't think so, Chip. That's 1 card. If the Earthen Vessel was available from the prizes,
it's just going to be short. Jake can feel the regional championships so close. The title right there for the taking. but 10 damage is what will separate him from coming away with the medal. And Liam Halliburton with the grin on his face, recognizing the moment. All we have to do is have Jake say the words, and Liam Halliburton wins the Orlando Regional Championships.
Not realizing the B-Brawl was prized. Not realizing the top deck of the Prime Catcher chip. The 2-card B-Brawl. Like, B-Brawl was better than Pidgeot this game, Chip. Find him exactly the 2 cards he needed.
What a play. What a run from Jake as well. Ancient Box to the finals. Not something I think many of us would have predicted. I know Jeremy thought Ancient Box was positioned to do pretty well in this event, but ultimately it's Charizard EX and Pidgeot with a little help from Bibarel becoming the champion.
Yeah, that B-Brawl coming in so clutch, and things just worked out, right? And we've talked about how in order to become regional champion or champion at any event, right? You need to be very good. You need to make a very good deck choice, but you also need that little bit of sprinkling of luck to be on your side.
And that was the case for Liam. He chose an excellent deck. He played amazingly throughout the event. I actually watched several of his matches out on the floor. I watched one of his mirror matches against Rowan Stavino. I believe it was in round 13. That match was incredibly good. Liam really jumped ahead in that game, and here in the finals it was Bibarel finding the exact cards that ultimately led to him becoming the champion.
The right cards in the right order. Clutch moves by that Bibarel, becoming the hero of the match. And Bibarel is one of the improvements, right, that Charizard has had in this post-rotation format. Was never featured, has always been frowned upon compared to Pidgeot, but honestly becoming the hero at this regional championship.
What a game. What a run from both of these players. Charizard EX just able to hang on. That lost vacuum find, so crucial. The real difference maker between Liam's Charizard being one-hit KO'd and Jake potentially becoming the regional champion.
Indeed, the prize is also factoring in something we always need to account for. The Earthen Vessel would have been able to be played, potentially discarding an extra card, but just playing that Earthen Vessel would have allowed Jake to get a one-shot on the Charizard EX.
2 ancient cards in the prizes. Wow, what? I mean, it's something that's pretty likely to happen when half of your deck is ancient cards. But you just got to think if they were arranged any differently, maybe if Jake takes his prizes out of order or something like that, like some people enjoy doing, maybe he would be the one walking away with a medal here, or at least sending us into a Game 3.
Yeah, definitely nothing was written. If Jake had won, we would have gone into a third game to determine the champion, but the Prime Catcher, the Lost Vacuum, and the Professor Turo coming in so clutch for Liam in those final turns.
Yeah, incredibly clutch indeed. And let's remember game number 1 as well, what the prize cards were for Liam. Roxanne, Radiant Charizard, and the Prime Catcher. All super important cards for his deck in general, but especially in this matchup. And it really felt like a situation of Jake just getting a little too aggressive, maybe overcooking things just a little too much, running out of steam at the very end.
Yeah, exactly. I think going after that B-Brawl instead of attacking into the Charizard was the big turning point. You made it a little bit harder for yourself to get those 6 prize cards. Essentially playing a 7 prize card game, and that extra turn was what allowed Liam to run away with that first game.
Well, we have a champion. Let's take a look at those final standings to see what his journey was to get to that point. Our final bracket here. Final standings. Liam Halliburton with Charizard EX sits atop the rest.
Jake Ewert with Ancient Box in second place, Gardevoir, Qianbao for Joshua Frink and Regan Retzloff respectively, also making a name for themselves. These decks that fell just short at EUIC, really paving the way in Orlando, showing that nothing is set in stone quite yet.
There is still a lot to explore in this format, and we've got 2 more regional championships to do it at. Indianapolis coming up in just a couple of weeks, and LA not too far behind.
Indeed, and then we had the top 8, Luke Borsa with another Charizard EX deck, Cyrus McCain with a Roaring Moon EX with the Dunsparce, Brandon Dean with Giratina V-Star deck, and Fabricio representing Chen Pao as well.
Yeah, what a season Fabrizio has had, by the way.
Yeah.
From Peru, went and won the Liverpool Regional Championships with Mew VMAX, a deck that he was known for, basically the only deck he played for a good portion of the last 2 years. Rotation comes, and he's forced to find something else, picks up the Chien Pao, and makes top 8 of the largest regionals of all time.
I believe he was also in day 2 playing at EUIC, so really fantastic set of events. Really able to top cut anywhere in the world, and my money is that he's going to be playing in Sao Paulo regionals in a few weeks.
Yep, yeah.
Next weekend.
Yeah, we've got tons of regionals. We mostly focus, of course, on the North American tournaments, but across the world, there is going to be still so much happening. There were 4 tournaments happening across the world this weekend.
Yep.
A Singaporean Regional League, of course, the Perth Regional Championships we talked about. There was the Aichi Champions League taking place over in Japan. They've got the new set legal, so there's all kinds of crazy stuff happening over there. And then, of course, here in Orlando, it's Liam Halliburton with the win with Charizard EX.
Yep, Liam Halliburton taking that first place, and Jake, that finalist spot, very, very nice to see as well. Very nice accolade to add to his resume.
Well, it's time, Pablo, to award our champion and finalist with those medals. Let's get down to the stage and congratulate these 2 players.
Thank you, casters. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, that was the biggest regional today, the Orlando Regional Championships. And it is my pleasure to announce our finalists, Jake Ewert. All right, Jake, what a match. What a run! You played Ancient Box. How are you feeling right now?
I mean, I started Saturday 1-1-2, and I thought I was out of it. I thought I was gonna be going back to Airbnb, just hanging out, doing nothing. Didn't lose another game until finals, so I can't believe it's real right now. It's kind of crazy.
No, for sure. I mean, not losing an 11-round streak almost. Oh, definitely impressive. Again, huge accomplishment. Finalist here, biggest regional to date, right? Tell us about your deck. Why Ancient Box?
It's been what I've been putting the most work into. Basically, the only deck I play it all day at work on live. That's the only thing I do at work. Not big on working. But it's just felt really good. It felt like it had really positive matchups into everything except Zard. And I knew that was going to be the biggest deck here, but I decided, well, let's try to miss it. And that was the 3rd time I hit it all tournament, so it worked out pretty well.
Yeah, not bad. I mean, yeah, Charizard does seem like a tough matchup. Big HP, but hey, you almost got there in the end after all. Tell us about your training process, how you prepared for this tournament.
Most of it was honestly on live or just going on Discord and listening to the homies talk about everything. I didn't do too much paper testing. I have a quote that in our group of I don't like testing. I don't like to do it. So basically just live and listening to them. That's all I did.
Amazing stuff. And with that, I just want to know what's next for you.
I'll be going to Indy. So we'll see if I play the same deck there. Who knows? I'll listen to whatever they tell me to do.
Well, you have great friends, I'm sure. And anyone you want to shout out?
I want to shout out the Airbnb gang. It was a good time to be with them all weekend. I mean, it was my birthday on Thursday before this, so this was just a great weekend overall.
Awesome. Happy birthday indeed. With that, one last time, ladies and gentlemen, your finalists here at the Orlando Regional Championship, Jake Ewert. But of course, we have our champion, ladies and gentlemen, Liam Halliburton. Who? Liam, champion. What a run. What are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling great. I won. The deck's amazing.
Yep, definitely. I'm sure you're feeling over the moon. I mean, that's exactly what you just beat, right? Tell us about why Charizard EX.
Tord Rekla played at EOIC, Trust in Tord. I just copied him.
Trust in Tord, indeed. Was it like an exact one-to-one copy of the deck?
No, I changed one card, and I didn't get punished for it. I cut the Jirachi, I added a second Charmeleon, and it worked out great because I didn't hit a single Lost Box deck the entire event. Amazing.
Amazing indeed. I mean, hey, if you're not facing any Sableyes, definitely don't need that Jirachi. Let me know, though, how did you prepare for this event?
I don't know. I just play a lot of games. I play against myself. I built the EOIC decks, and I just ran them. I only played as the Tordzard, and I just ran that against every other deck because I was locked in. Tord.
Tord. Indeed. Tord. No, but yeah, a lot of practice, I'm sure. Again, playing against yourself, solitaire game, that takes a lot of patience, a lot of practice, and honestly, becoming the champion, a lot of talent. With that, I just want to know what's next for our regional champion.
Indy. Same as Jake.
Yep, Indiana, but of course, instant invite to the World Championship. I'm sure you're excited for Hawaii.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
Definitely. With that, just one last thing I want to ask you. Just who do you want to shout out?
Shout out my family. Shout out Jake Gearhart. Shout out Willpower. Put that prime catcher on top. The Bibero as third prize. Amazing stuff. And shout out Jake Santiago. He's my slime. And everybody else who helped me prepare. Camp Shinoy. Yeah, he's the GOAT.
Ooh. All right. A lot of list of names again. Regional champion, potentially world champion. With that, ladies and gentlemen, one last time, Liam Halliburton, your Orlando regional champion. All right, with that brings our regional championships to the close. Again, thank you everyone for watching. My name is Juancho Saldana. We're gonna throw it back to the booth.
And here we are in the lounge. Thank you so much, Juancho. Congratulations again to each of our finalists. Chip Ritchie here, ready to close out the show with Kyle Sablehouse, Jeremy Jallin. Gentlemen, what did we think of that finals?
I mean, it was unreal. Watching backstage, we got a real good look at it, and of course, we're breaking down every single play that happens. There was a lot going on there, and we had to hold our breath up until the last play.
Yeah, just great play from Liam, being able to maneuver around some of those early, maybe potential knockouts, and showed really good.
We won't talk about the missing Bibero, though.
Yeah.
We'll ignore that aspect. We're still looking for him back here.
Took us a couple turns.
Took a couple knockouts. But yeah, what a set there. Game number 2, so crazy. Liam finding just what he needs every single time. Well, let's take a look at the meta breakdown for the day 2 of this tournament. Of course, Charizard EX wins the event, which I guess isn't too surprising when you see it was the most popular deck here in day number 2. And not only was it popular, it was played by some excellent players. Liam, of course, included in that.
Yeah, a lot of great names on this deck, and of course, seems like that list from Tord Rekla is going to be a mainstay for a while. Yeah, switch up a couple cards, try to make sure to follow along as the meta evolves, but this isn't going anywhere as far as the next few regionals that we see and NAIC coming around the corner.
Yeah, trust in Tord. Couldn't have said it better myself. Liam's advice to all of those watching at home. Let's take a look at how us as the casters did with our predictions. And honestly, the 3 of us in this room right now, we did pretty good.
Absolute
I would say.
flex, yes.
The other 2 on the far right there, we won't talk about it, right? But yeah, I mean, Jeremy, you hit it pretty nicely there, really going after the Ancient Box deck. We see Jake there in the finals. Kyle, you were covering your bases a little bit. Roaring Moon being pictured. Also featured in the Roaring Moon Dunsparce deck that we saw in top 8 as well. Also Giratina we got to feature in top 8.
All right, we do need official confirmation, though. Does the Fluttermane count for Gardevoir for Jeremy?
Yeah, come on.
I mean, it's in the deck.
It also won a game decidedly.
That's fair.
Are you guys having to argue about which person is in second place, because we know which of the casters was in first place.
We
I think,
don't
here
love
overall.
that Pidgeot means that Charizard wins.
I was covering all my bases, okay?
Well, we've decided we're going to go with Ultra Ball Nest Ball next time.
Well, that's no fun. Hey, Gardevoir EX, had a great showing, a great run from Josh Frank to get to that point. And Lugia, Hero's Cape, the Snorlax, and the Dialga. These are all decks we did see throughout the weekend. Maybe didn't see the highest level of success, but they were all still hanging around, all definitely still forces in the metagame.
Yeah, if you include the top 256, those are definitely there.
Yeah, they're definitely day one decks for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's take a look at the schedule here for the rest of our season. We're wrapping up here in Orlando, and the end is in sight. Worlds is on the horizon. Won't be a few more weeks until we're headed to Kyle's hometown, Indianapolis. Kyle, you looking forward to it?
I got 5 bedrooms, and I can't invite all of you, so figure it out.
I was looking forward to that. Darn.
And then we'll head back over to the West Coast for LA Regionals and the New Orleans for NAIC early June, all leading up to Honolulu, Hawaii for our World Championships. I know so many people in the Pokemon community, myself included, are excited to go to Hawaii for Worlds for the first time, but Hawaii is a very special place to the Pokemon community and some of us here as well.
Yeah.
This is one that's really haunted me, as every Worlds that was not in Hawaii I attended, as I always earned the invite, but I never earned the invite to any of the Hawaii ones because I would then have to pay for my travel, and I was a child. So
I was in the exact same boat. I lost in top 8 of 2011. Top 4 got that free trip to Hawaii, didn't make it in. And then I lost in top 16 of that Nationals, where top 8 got the invite, didn't make it in.
You invited a lot of people to Hawaii, man. Good for you. And it sounds like it's your turn.
Of course, Indianapolis is our next tournament up on the docket. What we're going to be looking forward to next. How does the meta adapt? How does it change? Does this 59 card list win another tournament?
Yeah, it's basically, if there's over 2,300 players in a tournament, it's probably going to be won by this list.
And I think it is setting up to be pretty large. We do have Stockholm Regionals coming up in May as well. The next EU event to be looking out for. I know I'm going to be tuning in. I've heard a lot of American players are actually making the trip over to that event. It is just 1 week after Indianapolis, so there might be some road tripping happening from Indy up to Chicago, cheap flights over to Stockholm, and we'll see if maybe we can have a little bit of a NA takeover in Stockholm in a couple weeks.
That's a prediction? Bold calls? I like it.
Of course, we want to make sure everyone at home is following us on our socials. Be sure to use that hashtag, Play Pokemon across the board, interact with us. Follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and then also make sure you are following the YouTube and Twitch channels so that you never miss a broadcast from us. We'd love to interact with you and see you at all of our future events. It has been a blast here in Orlando. We've got a brand new regional champion proving himself as an excellent player. Can't wait to see what happens next time. Thanks so much for sticking with us.
So many good ones to look out for. It's a dangerous place to be.
Do we see a Lugia V-Star?
Ooh.
Good catch.
He does get rid of a couple supporters. He would have drawn those if he used the Dunsparce first.
Same. Same.
No more exciting time to play the Pokemon TCG than right now.
This works out.
Pokestop.
Now I'm just going to go ahead and pull it back now to the biggest regional of all time.
This game's gotten out of control.
Oh, wow.
That is exactly what you want to see.
One more card. It is the Sada. What a hit on the 7th card. Jake potentially thought that Liam taking his prize card was the end of the turn. All we have to do is have Jake say the words, and Liam Halliburton wins the Orlando Regional Championships.